The people of Linshao City were moved when they saw this scene. The golden divine nation had flourished for a time and had stood at the top of the higher heavens realm. Gai Shirshir was the talented prince of the nation. How could he have known that his reputation would suffer like this? However, he had not hesitated to resort to underhanded tricks to kill Yifutian. But although it was dishonorable, one could see from this just how fierce he was at heart. He was fierce to others and to himself. Even though he was an outstanding talent, he did not care about his own reputation and did not care how others saw him. He only wanted to achieve his goals. People like these were truly frightening and truly deadly. For Yifutian, Gai Shirshir's surprise attack had been extremely deadly as well. Moreover, even when he saw Gai Shirshir attack, the Renhuang from the divine capital of Xiling kept up his pressure on Yifutian and did not withdraw it. It seemed as if he had no other goal than to see Yifutian die at Gai Shirshir's hands. If Gai Shirshir killed Yifutian, then Taishan Mountain would have to seek out the Golden Divine Nation to exact revenge. Yifutian could naturally sense how threatening this situation was. He swept his cold gaze over the figure in the sky. The branches and leaves of the world tree life spirit flowed through every part of his body, and his divine light shone through heaven and earth. At the same time, the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor were activated, and an elephant's trumpeting sound rang out through the air. There was a loud boom as the illusions of countless divine elephants wrapped around him. At the same time, the image of a lordly divine elephant covered his body. He did not have much time to react, so he could only use his most powerful defensive techniques to block Gai Shirshir's attack. Boom! There was a loud noise that made the heavens and the earth shake fiercely. Gai Shirshir drew in close to attack, and his golden divine spear pierced through countless illusions in an instant while also twisting wildly. A beam of brilliant golden light that could destroy everything pierced through the body of the divine elephant, shattering it to pieces as it wrapped around Yifutian. Bang! The beam of golden light slammed into Yifutian's back, its power making him stumble forward. At the same time, the Renhuang's pressure that had been oppressing him finally disappeared, but he was startled when he saw the blood staining his back. He moved forward, flying off into the distance with blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. But his eyes were still incredibly cold, and Gai Shirshir's attack was not finished yet. He continued to pursue. He could leap through space just like Yifutian, and he was incredibly fast. He thrust out with the golden divine spear again, and beams of golden light pierced through the air, turning into more golden spears. They sought to destroy the whole area, so there was nowhere to go to avoid them. Boom! Yifutian stepped through the air, making the sky tremble. He did not try to evade. The 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor let loose an intense radiance, and his world tree wrapped around his bones, making it all the same kind of power. At that moment, all the will in his body transformed into divine elephant power. It was not that divine elephant power was the strongest power that he possessed, but it was his strongest treasure. Therefore, he would use the divine elephant power so that he could use it to its fullest potential. The deed of thought comprehension glowed brilliantly as his body transformed into a divine furnace. His divine elephant life spirit burst forth as well, merging with his bones. In a flash, he seemed to transform into the inheritor of the divine elephant emperor. He formed an elephant law body that could crush the very heavens. His body became golden, and divine elephant light wrapped around him. Everyone felt their hearts tremble as they beheld this scene. The attack had not managed to seriously wound him. How powerful were this guy's defenses? He must have a law body. Otherwise, an attack of that magnitude would have destroyed him. He would not have been able to recover in so short a time. Bang! 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 Golden light shining with divine radiance slammed into him, but could not break through his defenses. Gai Shirshir's power descended upon him as he floated high up in the sky, looking down. He was like a celestial prince as he thrust out with his spear again and again. His attacks still did not cease. The divine light shot forward wildly, making terrible booming sounds every time it hit Yifutian. If he were just an ordinary Nirvana-level cultivator, he would already have been destroyed by this attack. But he was not. He stood rooted firmly in place like a divine elephant. He would stagger slightly every time the spear hit him and pierced through him, making it pierce through his afterimages as well. The dazzling light arced in front of him. This level of power was enough to destroy a Nirvana-level cultivator. But Yifutian reached out with both hands and grabbed for the spear. Gai Shir frowned. Endless light shone from the golden divine spear as it shot towards Yifutian. Was he trying to grab his Runhuang implement? A burst of incredible force hit Yifutian. It was so strong because it had come from such a short distance. Yifutian was only able to withstand it because he had formed a law body and activated the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor. Bang! There was a loud noise, and Yifutian's hands shook as he was sent flying backward. He had not managed to grab the spear. The endless light shot towards, putting him under even greater pressure. But this time, Yifutian faced Gai Shir directly. He stopped moving backward and gazed at his opponent. Gai Shir was like a divine general, ready to conquer the world. The golden divine spear shot out, endless light flowing out of it. But unfortunately, Gai Shir was not strong enough to bring forth its ultimate power. Yifutian grabbed for it with both hands again, and the mighty figure of a deity appeared behind him like a lord of the great path, suppressing everything before it. He stared at Gai Shir, then stepped forward. Countless divine elephants charged with him, colliding with the oncoming beams of light and destroying them all. Boom! He stepped out through the air, and images of celestial worthies and elephants appeared as he walked towards Gai Shir. Everyone felt their hearts trembled as they watched this. Did he want to get into close combat with him? Gai Shir gripped his spear. His attack power was so strong, and yet Yifutian still wanted to fight him at close range? Perhaps it was because he knew that he had no way to destroy his opponent from a distance due to his Runhuang implement, so his only choice was to get in close. Brilliant divine light shot out of Gai Shir's eyes. As the light fell towards the ground, he raised the golden divine spear and thrust it out once again, right towards where Yifutian had appeared. Countless divine elephant images were charging towards him, and they collided with the spear. Yifutian threw a punch, and the divine elephants cracked the very air. It seemed like they could destroy anything. Bang! In the instant that their attacks collided, space itself was distorted. The people below them could no longer see the two combatants as the light of the great path pierced their eyes. As Yifutian lashed out with his fist, the divine spear shook, and he moved in quickly from the side, striking at Gai Shir's body directly. Before the fist reached him, Gai Shir felt that his life spirit was under fierce attack. The fist will was not just attacking his flesh. His face grew dark, and golden light shot out from his eyes. He swept out with his spear as he flew through the air, trying to evade Yifutian's attack. But Yifutian's thoughts had locked onto him, and he moved through the air with him. Gai Shir could not escape. Bang! Yifutian's fist split the air as it crashed into Gai Shir, while his golden divine spear slammed into Yifutian at the same time. Yifutian seemed to have done this on purpose. He had allowed his opponent to strike him so that he could get his attack in. Gai Shir was sent flying backward, his life spirit shaking. His golden body had been badly damaged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The body was breaking apart, and golden blood flowed from it. Yifutian groaned as well, but his aura was still solid. In a flash, he was moving forward again, crossing a great distance through the air. Most of the people watching down below were shocked by this. Gai Shir was in trouble. His attacks with his Runhuang implement were incredibly strong, but his defensive power was nowhere near as strong as Yifutian's. He could not withstand Yifutian's powerful attack. Yifutian continued forward. In a flash, he had launched yet another attack. This time, as the air-splitting divine elephant fist lashed out, countless elephant images charged along with it towards Gai Shir, who had already been wounded. He raised his spear to block them, but Yifutian continued to lash his fists out, and more elephants charged, making Gai Shir's life spirit shake uncontrollably. He groaned many times in succession as golden blood flowed out of him. Bang! Finally, There was a loud noise as a fist landed directly on Guy Xiaoxi's body. The spear was knocked out of his hands, and he was sent flying downwards. His face had gone pale. He still lost. Everyone trembled at this. Even with a surprise attack, he had still lost to Yifutian. One Yifutian reached out and grabbed the golden divine spear, gripping it in his hand. He stepped forward, looking down coldly at Guy Xiaoxi, who had fallen to a lower part of the sky. There was murderous intent in his eyes. Boom! He stepped downwards, holding the spear. Everyone trembled as they beheld this scene. Was Yifutian going to kill Guy Xiaoxi? Yifutian transformed into a beam of light, but at that moment, another burst of the power of the great path descended. Endless golden divine spears fell from the sky. Yifutian looked up and saw golden stone pillars descending from above, giving off a fierce roar. Boom! 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 The golden stone pillars fell, forming a golden cage around him that locked him in place. Everyone looked up into the sky and saw a group of gold-armored renhuangs descending from the sky. It seemed that Guy Xiaoxi had some renhuangs protecting him. The golden-armored renhuang cultivators were like gods. The brilliant light that shone from them lit up the whole area. They stared at Yifutian with sharp eyes. They had been watching the battle in secret. Since it was a battle between people on the same level, it had not been easy for them to interfere in favor of their prince. Besides, this battle was a kind of training for Guy Xiaoxi. Unfortunately, he had been defeated in the end. However, the man he was fighting was truly powerful. He possessed many different abilities. He had the ultimate technique of the divine elephants of the heavenly mandate realm, and he seemed to possess the mystical ways of the celestial gate of vast heaven. In addition, he had Lord Taishuan's fleeting divine sword and the ultimate technique of the divine palace. He was skilled with them all, and will roared throughout his body with mighty power. He had a body of the great path. In addition, his divine spirit was extraordinary. From his body to his spirit, from his attacks to his defenses, there was not a single weak point. He was almost perfect. Thus, the talented genius prince of the golden divine nation Guy Xiaoxi had lost to him. If this man did not die, he would become a great figure in the future. With the talent and strength that he had displayed today, he would not have to prove himself worthy to become a renhuang. It would only be a matter of time. Although it was difficult to break through to this level, truly great figures could not be stopped from reaching it. Yifutian looked back at them with an ugly look on his face. More renhuang-level cultivators? These top figures whom he had originally seen off had apparently stayed in Linshao City, waiting for the divine palace's journey to end. The divine capital of Xiling was just like this, and so was the golden divine nation. The golden pillars locked him in place, forming a golden cage around him. He could not leave. There was an extremely ugly look on his face. He rushed forward and thrust the spear he was holding directly forward, slamming it into the golden pillars and shattering them. He continued rushing forward. He had broken through a prison created by renhuang-level cultivators. Everyone watched the scene unfold in the air. This guy was truly strong. In fact, he could be said to be an absolute hero. He had defeated so many cultivators in this battle all by himself. No one was a match for him. Guy Xiaoxi and Luo Yuming had been defeated. In fact, they had been crushed. However, he could not crush renhuang-level cultivators. One of them glanced at his spear, then stepped forward, reaching out his hand. Suddenly, a terrible golden divine will appeared in his hand. In a flash, many beams of divine light shot forth from the divine wheel, transforming into chains that shot towards Yifutian. Yifutian's expression changed when he saw this. There were golden chains everywhere, and the divine will lit up the whole area. It was using all the will in the area, creating a prison with a single thought. This was the power of a renhuang-level cultivator. He had forged a divine will that shone with the sun and the moon. A crashing sound rang out as the endless chains descended from the sky. Yifutian rushed through the air in a certain direction. Divine elephants charged all around him, trampling through the air, but the chains seemed to be divine. They ignored all defenses. Bang! A golden chain lashed against him, At that moment Yifutian could feel the great path collapse. He groaned, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Then, endless chains wrapped around him, and another chain wrenched the spear from his hands. He did all he could to hold on to it, but the chains lashed against his arm, and swept the spear firmly away from him, pulling it into his opponent's hands. And his body was held in place by the endless chains that were seemingly attached to the air itself. How could he withstand the power of a Renhuang's wheel of the Great Path? The Renhuang cultivator began to pull slowly, and the chain that had wrapped around Yifutian began to pull him forward. He looked at his opponent with a cold expression. Are the Renhuangs of the Golden Divine Nation so cruel? Wan Shui stepped forward. And not only him, but the cultivators of Taishan Mountain and Yaya did as well. They had dark looks on their faces. This was simply too much. Everyone had seen clearly that in the last battle, Gai Shishir had attacked Yifutian in order to steal his fruit of the way, and had even not hesitated to launch a surprise attack. Yifutian had been defending himself, and once he had won, the Renhuangs of the Golden Divine Nation had interfered. The Renhuang of the Golden Divine Nation swept his gaze over them. Piercing light shot out of his eyes. He said nothing and continued to pull Yifutian towards him. Below them, Gai Shishir had risen as well. He had been wounded badly, and he was covered in blood. He looked coldly at Yifutian. He rose slowly into the air. The Renhuang tossed the Golden Divine Spear to him, and he reached out to catch it. At that moment, brilliant light shone down from the heavens. The Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation's expression changed, and he looked up into the sky. At the same time, someone raised his hand and brought out a huge golden palm print into the air, where the light seemed to be coming down from. Bang! The palm print was instantly destroyed, and there was another roaring sound. Everyone saw Gai Shishir, who had been rising upward, disappear from his original place. Boom! There was a loud noise that made everyone's hearts tremble fiercely. They looked up, but the ground below them cracked, and fault lines spread out in all directions. Gai Shishir was thrown back to the ground. This time it was worse. He was trampled to the ground by a foot, and the Renhuang implement known as the Golden Divine Spear did not return to his hands. It was snatched away as it flew to him. The one who snatched it was the one who had trampled him to the ground. Everyone's hearts trembled fiercely. Had someone else come? Moreover, they had managed to crush Gai Shishir underfoot? What kind of person was Gai Shishir? He was the most talented young cultivator of the Golden Divine Nation, and the nation's hopes were placed upon him. He was likely to be their future ruler. Too, he could be defeated, but to be trampled to the ground was an incredible humiliation. How could someone be so casual? It was crazy. Did they not fear offending the Golden Divine Nation? Everyone stared over there. They saw that the one who had trampled him had a pair of thin legs. So thin they seemed to not have any bones. It was a woman. Though her legs were thin and weak-looking, she was filled with explosive power as she trampled Gai Shishir. She was incredibly beautiful and wore a fiery red robe. She had a heroic and valiant bearing. As she stood there tall, she was not only beautiful but also had an air of nobility about her. It was the aura of an empress. There was a hint of laziness amidst all this nobility, though. There was a cold smile on her fiery red lips. Who was she? Gai Shishir looked up at the woman. He looked very embarrassed to have been trampled by a woman like this. She had purposely humiliated him. One golden light exploded from him, but he was completely unable to break free. He stared at the woman who was stepping on him. He recognized her. He had seen her at Taishan Mountain. This is a good spear. She held up the Golden Divine Spear and looked it over. Terrifying divine light shone from it. She lifted it up and aimed it at Gai Shishir, making his face turn pale. How dare you? The Renhuang from the Divine Golden Nation's face turned ugly as he gazed at the woman coldly. She had humiliated Gai Shishir so badly. He was the strongest young person in the Golden Divine Nation. How dare I? The woman smiled coldly. Thrust the spear down towards Gai Shishir's brow. It seemed like if she put even the slightest bit of pressure on it, she would pierce Gai Shishir's head. "This is a good ritual implement," she said with a grin, but her voice had a hint of murderous intent to it. At that moment, Guy Xiaoshi did not dare move even an inch. His face was deathly pale. His very life was in danger. He had heard about this woman back in the Golden Divine Nation. She was crazy, extremely crazy. There was nothing that she would not do. "What are you going to do?" The Renhuang level cultivator from the Golden Divine Nation's expression had changed as well. "What am I going to do?" There was a hint of mischief in the woman's eyes as she looked at him. "I should ask you what you are doing. Do you think that Taishan Mountain doesn't exist? Or do you think that the Golden Divine Nation is invincible, letting you do whatever you want?" 1-inch fourth miss, called Wan Shuyi and the others from Taishan Mountain. They were relieved of the worries that they had had previously. Now that fourth miss was here, nothing bad would happen to Yifutian. The Golden Divine Nation had gone too far today, so it was no wonder that fourth Miss's anger had moved her to take action. She had dragged Guy Xiaoshi out of the air. She was naturally the fourth disciple of Lord Taishan, the house master of Taishan. She had been the one to bring Yifutian to Taishan Mountain. Yifutian was locked down and could not move, but he watched the house master of Taishan with mouth and eyes wide open. This beautiful empress really had such a violent side to her? Her foot, it was very beautiful, just as beautiful as the rest of her. Yifutian realized that she was more beautiful than he had first thought. "Let us both release our captives," said the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation to the house master of Taishan. The house master of Taishan smiled sarcastically and said, "Then let him go." Her opponent frowned as he stared at her. "We'll let them go at the same time. You're trying to set terms?" The house master of Taishan pressed the spear down, piercing Guy Xiaoshi's forehead down to the muscle and making a stream of blood run down his face. Guy Xiaoshi went even paler, but he kept his eyes open, staring at the woman. There was a cracking sound as the chains tightened, putting pressure on Yifutian's bones, making him groan in pain. It seems as if Guy Xiaoshi is not important to the Golden Divine Nation, since no one cares if he lives or dies. The divine spear continued down bit by bit. It seemed like it would soon pierce into the center of his head. "Stop!" called the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation angrily. "Don't you care about his life? He is just a musician at Taishan Mountain. If you don't care about Guy Xiaoshi's life, then I don't care about his," said the house master of Taishan. Yifutian's face darkened. She was heartless. "Such a talented musician?" said her opponent coldly. "He must be a personal disciple of Lord Taishan." "It doesn't matter if you believe me," said the house master of Taishan. "I will count to 3, and if the chains have not been removed, then the strongest youth of the Golden Divine Nation will die here today. 1, 2. She did not wait for her opponent but immediately started counting. There was a clanking sound as the chains on Yifutian's body were suddenly retracted. A look of surprise came over everyone's face. Everyone had seen that the house master of Taishan had intervened for Yifutian's sake, but she had been right to guess that the man from the Golden Divine Nation would not dare gamble with his prince's life. The fourth great disciple of Lord Taishan was a difficult person to handle. After the Renhuang of the Golden Divine Nation had let Yifutian go, he said to the house master of Taishan, "Will you let him go as well?" The house master of Taishan moved the spear away from Guy Xiaoshi's forehead, then looked at the Renhuang with a smile. "Don't worry. I am not as underhanded as you. I won't kill your junior." As she said this, Yifutian flashed over to her side and said, "House master." The man from the Golden Divine Nation looked at her, waiting for her to let Guy Xiaoshi go. She handed the Golden Divine Spear to Yifutian and said, "Take it." Yifutian hesitated, but in the end he still took it. The house master of Taishan laughed and said, "The battle between the two of them is not over. It was interrupted. Continue." Yifutian was stunned, and a look of surprise came over his face. Golden light shot out of the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation's eyes, and his aura swept out, covering the area. "Since the Prince of the Golden Divine Nation has entered into a life and death contest with you, launched a surprise attack on you, and had his Renhuang interfere, there is no need to be polite. The battle is not yet over, so you can do whatever you want. You can even kill him, the house master of Taishan said to Yifutian with a smile. Yifutian looked at her stupidly. He could even kill him? He could not tell how much of what the house master of Taishan was true and how much was false. Empress Yen, said the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation. Empress Yen was the house master of Taishuan's title. Few people knew her real name, which was Yen Muxia. After all, few people called her that, but many people knew her as Empress Yen. Although there are not many people in Taishan Mountain, we still cannot allow this kind of bullying. Big sister is here, so there's no need to be afraid, said the house master of Taishan with a smile. There was a hint of wickedness in her smile. She had called herself that again. Yifutian's face darkened, but he still nodded. He walked in front of Gai Shishir, still holding the spear. Gai Shishir had indeed come here today, seeking Yifutian's life. He had broken out of the cultivator's encirclement, used the golden divine spear to attack him, launched a surprise attack, and then had a Renhuang-level cultivator interfere. All along the way he had fought with killing force. All of this had been done to kill him. He had not shown any mercy. The prince of the Golden Divine Nation had done all of this without any scruples at all. He lowered his head and looked down at Gai Shishir. The cultivators watching this scene from a distance felt their hearts tremble. They had all thought that Empress Yen would let him go. They had not thought that she would not act, but would let Yifutian continue their previous fight. Previously, Gai Shishir had already lost, and his Renhuang implement had been taken. If they continued, he would most certainly be killed. It would be just like before. That was how the situation was shaping up before the Renhuang had appeared. Now, things were back where they had started. Blood trickled down Gai Shishir's forehead. Brilliant golden light shone in his eyes as he stared at Yifutian. Powerful will blazed in those eyes as if he were warning Yifutian. He was the prince of the Golden Divine Nation, the most outstanding young person there. He did not believe that his opponent would dare kill him. I really don't care whether you live or die, even if you are the strongest member of the younger generation of the Golden Divine Nation. But if I let you go after all the things you've done, I won't be able to forgive myself. So, what do you think I should do? Yifutian asked Gai Shishir. The things that have happened here today have cancelled each other out. Let us return to our homes and cultivate, never to bother each other again, said Gai Shishir. Whoosh! As he said this, Yifutian brought his arm down. Gai Shishir twitched fiercely and gave a terrible groan. He stared up at Yifutian, then looked down at his chest. The divine spear had been inserted right next to his heart, and terrible will was surging through his body. It seemed as if it could destroy his flesh at any moment. Everyone who was watching felt their hearts tremble fiercely. This was so cruel. Yifutian had actually stabbed him. You're funny. Yifutian moved the spear. His expression was still calm and undisturbed as he watched Gai Shishir. The things that had happened here today had cancelled each other out. Finally, things are getting interesting. Yifutian looked back and saw Empress Yen smiling coldly. She seemed very satisfied. When someone from Taishan Mountain had been abused like this, it was not something that could be resolved with words. The master had broken through to the next level not long ago, and the Golden Divine Nation still dared to look down on them? Who were they kidding? If Yifutian had been defeated, she would not have been able to say anything. If he couldn't win, then how could Renhuang-level cultivators get involved? Golden blood flowed, staining Gai Shishir's golden robes. Everyone watching from a distance was shocked by this. Even the cultivators from top forces and those who had fought Yifutian before felt their hearts tremble. Gai Shishir had tried to kill Yifutian today, but now the prince of the Golden Divine Nation had been mistreated by two people in a row. It was complete humiliation. It was quite awful. Of course, this was the price that he had to pay for what he had done. Empress Yen, came a cold voice. Golden light fell from the sky upon Empress Yen and Yifutian. It was filled with terrible power. It seemed as if Empress Yan's fragile body could be pierced by this golden divine light at any moment. Are you trying to start a war between the Golden Divine Nation and Taishan Mountain? Said the Renhuang coldly. Are you trying to scare me? Empress Yen looked up into the air. When you first interfered, how did you not realize this would happen? Did you think that, if the Golden Divine Nation struck the first blow, Taishan Mountain would not dare respond? She rose up into the air slowly. A burst of incredibly powerful will swept out, filling the whole area. Now, we must repay you for the harm that you have done to Taishan Mountain. Empress Yan's smile was still beautiful and mischievous, but there was a coldness to it as well. A burst of radiant light bloomed from Empress Yan. At that moment, she seemed even more divine and noble. It was as if she was the empress of the whole world. Billowing will surged through her body. Whoosh! Everyone saw brilliant beams of light flash into life. In the next moment, a pair of wings appeared behind Empress Yan, shining with dazzling golden light that covered the earth and filled the sky. Her body transformed as well. Divine light covered her, transforming her into a goddess. The illusions of countless divine wings appeared, and endless will descended from the heavens, resonating with them. It seemed as if all of this was happening due to her power. A storm of the great path whipped through the area. It blew through Linxiao City, and everyone felt as if their flesh would be torn apart. Everyone looked up at the Empress in the sky, and their hearts trembled unceasingly. Would a battle between Renhuangs break out in the sky above Linxiao City today? The 3 Renhuangs from the Golden Divine Nation stood in 3 different places. One was in front, and 2 were behind him. The Renhuang in front could naturally feel how powerful their opponent's aura was. He knew that he was the only one who could fight this battle. Incomparably brilliant golden light exploded from him, hurting everyone's eyes. There was a clanging sound as golden chains shot through the air, covering the sky. They were trying to enclose the whole area. How should this debt be settled? Said Empress Yan with a smile as she stood there in the air like a goddess. As she said this, she flapped her wings, and suddenly, the storm that was whipping through the sky knocked over the people watching down below in Linxiao City. What was even more frightening was that countless divine wings slashed out, cutting through the golden chains and then moving on towards the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation. Every single wing was like a falling sky sword. The Renhuang of the Golden Divine Nation shone with incomparably brilliant golden light, and it seemed as if a divine will had flashed to life within him, its golden pattern giving off an incomparably dazzling radiance. Endless golden chains shot through the air, locking down the entire area. Whoosh! A wild wind blew, and the frightening storm made it so that the saint-level cultivators could barely stand. In fact, they were blown away. Even Yifutien, who was standing behind Empress Yan, could clearly feel how powerful the wind was. He was firmly planted in place, 1 foot upon Gai Shirshir. If Gai Shirshir's body was not so strong, Yifutian's foot would have crushed him. But even so, Yifutian was putting a lot of pressure on him because he wanted to stay in place, which was making Gai Shirshir bleed even more. His expression was full of murderous intent. This was a great humiliation. Yifutian looked back and saw the storm heading far away, carrying away several Renhuangs. He still saw Empress Yan flapping her wings, seeming to split the sky in 2 and cutting through the golden chains. The house master of Taishan was so strong that those Renhuangs would probably not survive. After all, she was one of the 4 great disciples of Lord Taishan, even if she was the youngest of them. Yifutian looked back at Gai Shirshir and said, "Have you thought it through?" Gai Shirshir looked at him with humiliation and anger. He had once set foot on Taishan Mountain, seeking to become a disciple of Lord Taishan, but he had been refused, which had made him unhappy. As a prince of the Golden Divine Nation and the foremost young talent, joining Taishan Mountain as a cultivator would be a confirmation of their strength. And yet he had been refused at the gate. Thus he had targeted Yifutian. However, how could he have known that a day would come when Yifutian would be stepping on him? Yifutian still looked indifferent when he saw Gai Shirshir's expression. Gai Shirshir was naturally talented and was a prince of the Golden Divine Nation. He was even said to be a candidate for the future ruler, so he was incredibly arrogant. When he acted, he gave no thought for the consequences. With such a high status, he was not afraid of anything. So he had tried to kill Yifutian. Even up until now, he did not realize what he had done. It seems like you have not given it enough thought yet. Yifutian lifted the spear and thrust it down. This time he thrust it right into Gai Shirshir's heart. Gai Shirshir was incredibly powerful. Even though the spear pierced his heart, it would still not be easy for it to kill him. After all, he had a body of the great path. But in the instant that the spear came down, his heart stopped beating. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Yifutian. Gai Shirshir seemed to realize that he and the man who was looking at him were very similar. He may have called himself a simple musician of Taishan Mountain, but when he was angered, he also did not care about the consequences. The golden blood seemed to stop flowing within him as if it was congealing. His life aura began to flow away from him. It would be difficult for this spear piercing his heart to kill him, but if Yifutian kept on like this and did not give him a chance to recover, his life energy would all be used up, and he would die. "What do you want?" he asked. He had already realized that Yifutian might not want to kill him, but also did not want to let him go. So he must want something. Yifutian looked at Gai Shirshir with a cold expression. "The Sigh of the Divine God Cultivation spell," he said. He was more interested in increasing his own power than taking Gai Shirshir's life. This was the only thing that had surprised him in his battle with Gai Shirshir. It was like a god descending to earth and then giving a sigh that could increase one's combat ability. It had increased Gai Shirshir's already formidable combat ability to the next level, pushing him to his limits. His combat ability was already incredible, but who would not want to become even stronger? If he cultivated the Sigh of the Divine God, how powerful would his attack power become? People said that Gai Shirshir was an incredible talent and that he was the future heir of the Golden Divine Nation. But he had been defeated, so what was the harm in letting him live? If he could crush him once, he would always be able to do so. A life for a spell. Gai Shirshir stared at Yifutian. "It would be too great a threat for you to kill me, but if you get the spell of the Golden Divine Nation, are you sure you will be able to handle it?" The Sigh of the Divine God was the ultimate technique of the Divine Golden Nation, and only the royal family had the right to cultivate it. Some of the Renhuang-level cultivators had never cultivated this spell. Among the top powers, an ultimate technique like this would not be permitted to pass to the outside world. If someone stole it, they would have to be killed. Did Yifutian think that he would be free from danger if he learned this technique? "You said a life for a spell. This is very fair," said Yifutian. Gai Shirshir stared at him, then said, "Fine. I will give it to you." I would have thought that the Prince of the Divine Golden Nation would have struggled at least a little bit to protect his nation's ultimate technique. "It seems that you fear death even more than I thought," said Yifutian mockingly. He did not care about the consequences when it came to killing others, but he feared his own death. He was cruel to others and merciful to himself. Lines of golden light bloomed from Gai Shirshir's forehead. This was the power of his divine spirit. Yifutian did not block them, but let them enter him. Under these circumstances, Gai Shirshir could not play any tricks, as he could end his life at any time. The lines of divine spirit transformed into memories as they entered his mind. Yifutian did not immediately let Gai Shirshir go but instead spent a moment sensing. The memories evolved in his mind. He could picture a divine god descending to earth. He knew that this was a true law power. Gai Shirshir did not want to put his life in danger. After all, the spear was still in his heart. Those who were watching saw all this happen with their own eyes, and their hearts trembled. Yifutian had stolen the ultimate technique of the Golden Divine Nation, the Sigh of the Divine God. This guy was incredibly cruel. He actually dared to do it, Wan Shui thought to himself. Even though Fourth Miss had interfered and told Yifutian to do whatever he wanted, it still took a lot of guts to face the heir apparent of the Divine Golden Nation and do what he had done. With this, Yifutian had offended the entire Divine Golden Nation. But he could understand why Yifutian had done this. Gai Shirshir had tried to take his life again and again, so how could he put an end to it by simply letting him go? The enmity between them was already set. Thus, Yifutian had taken the Sigh of the Divine God, as it would be very advantageous for him to have the ultimate technique of a powerful force. A terrible storm of the Great Path was still raging through the air. Yifutian turned and looked up into the sky, where he saw 4 great Renhuangs fighting amidst a dazzling light. Empress Yen was facing 3 Renhuang by herself. She was bathed in divine light and had transformed into a goddess. She was tall and mighty, and her wheel of the great path seemed to be formed of divine wings. It was as if it had evolved out of her life spirit. Her wings covered the sky, and they cut through the air ceaselessly as she fought. She had learned the sword arts of Lord Taixian as well, and she was using her wings as swords. 2 of the Renhuangs of the Golden Divine Nation had already been injured. Many ancient golden gods appeared around the Renhuang who had attacked Yi Futian before. Countless golden pillars fell from the sky, but this time he was not using them to attack, but rather to defend. These giant pillars formed up around him, forming golden divine gates that revolved around him, seeking to block the attack power that was coming towards him. Countless divine wings fell from the sky, every feather containing incomparable slicing power. When they fell on the golden divine gates, an ear-piercing sound would ring out, difficult for those watching from below to bear. The golden gates split open as cracks appeared in them. The wings cut through them. The Renhuang within the gates looked surprised. His divine will surged with power, and endless beams of light covered him. His giant body turned golden. It was as if it had been forged of pure gold. As his wheel of the great path surged, the incomparably brilliant golden pattern shot forth golden chains. They raced through the air in an instant, then latched onto the onrushing divine wings, seeking to stop them. But at that moment, the people below saw incomparably brilliant divine light covering Empress Yen. Even more divine wings burst from her. She was bathed in the light of the great path as she stepped forward. Everyone could only see a beam of light crossing through the sky. They could not even tell how fast she was moving. In the next instant, they saw a burst of powerful light explode as the light of the great path descended from the sky, hurting everyone's eyes. Even the saint-level cultivators had to close their eyes and sense things with their divine spirits. But even their divine spirits could sense how powerful this was. Even though the fighting was taking place far away and high up in the air, their bodies still shook. Many buildings within Linxiao City collapsed and shattered, or were split open. Cracks appeared in the ground. They could not bear such a powerful aftershock. Amidst their daze, they seemed to be able to see Empress Yen rush towards her opponent. He thrust her slender hands forward, and light wrapped around them. An incredible destructive power burst forth from them, destroying the endless chains. The brilliant golden pattern shattered as well. When the attack struck her opponent, it made cracks appear in the Renhuang's wheel of the great path, and it smashed a hole into his body, sending him flying back. Cough! A mouthful of golden blood fell out of the air. The Renhuang's blood was the blood of the great path, and every drop contained the power of the great path within it. Even those who had not cultivated to high levels could feel the will within it. But it was rare to get to see it, since battles between Renhuangs were so rare, and one of them being wounded was even rarer. But a battle of this level had broken out at Linxiao City today. Is there anyone else here today who wants to attack a disciple of Taixian Mountain? The house master of Taixian swept her gaze over everyone. She also looked down at the Renhuangs from the divine capital of Xiling. Old Demon Luo of the divine capital of Xiling had once personally launched a surprise attack against her master at Taixian Mountain in order to stop him from breaking through to the next level. He had been defeated, wounded, and forced to flee, and her master had broken through to the next level. Ever since, Taixian Mountain's status within the higher heavens realm had changed. It was very rare for a top-level figure to break through to the next level. Who would have thought that even after that defeat that the people of the divine capital of Xiling still hadn't had enough, so they would covertly send Renhuangs to interfere. If her master had not told her to rush over here, the consequences would have been serious. Yi Futian would probably have been crippled by these people. Whoosh! She flapped her wings, and a storm of the great path whipped up. The terrible light from her wings shot towards the Renhuangs from the divine capital of Xiling, ignoring the distance between them. But at that moment, the house master of Taixian frowned and looked off in a certain direction. There she saw divine golden light descending. It looked like there were 2 golden roads extending, and 2 figures descended upon them. The two figures were suffused with radiance and looked like they were made of gold. They were at the Renhuang level, and the one in front had a particularly powerful aura, with sharp eyes that seemed to pierce through the air. The Golden Divine Nation. It is Gai Shi's brother, the Prince of the Golden Divine Nation. Everyone's hearts trembled. Afterward, more powerful auras came over towards them, and several more Renhuangs appeared. But they were not from the Golden Divine Nation. They had come from another force. The Renhuangs of the Divine Swordly family. The Renhuangs stood high in the air, ready to fight at any time. Everyone could feel their surging sword will. It seemed as if their swords would be unstoppable. What is going on? Everyone's heart beat wildly. Although there were many Renhuangs among the various forces, this was limited to the top forces only. For the countless souls in the higher heavens realm, the Renhuang plane was the absolute pinnacle for cultivators. The truly great people were those who could start their own force and teach people. The greatest of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were not like this, but in the smaller realms, a Renhuang would rule over the entire realm. But now, many Renhuangs had appeared here in Linxiao City due to this battle. What was going to happen? They could not have come from many different forces. Their appearance could only mean one thing. They had already been within the city, and thus they had been able to rush here. The previous cultivators had all come from the Divine Palace. Could it be that these Renhuangs had come from there too? This battle had attracted the attention of many Renhuangs. Yifutian frowned as he watched the scene unfolding in the air, and a doubtful expression came over his face. Why had so many Renhuang-level cultivators come? Moreover, while more Renhuangs from the Golden Divine Nation had appeared, the House Master of Taishan was still all alone. Would she run into difficulty? However, her expression was still calm, and she did not seem surprised by this. She had come from the Divine Palace, so she knew that there were many Renhuangs there. Moreover, he did not have any fear of what was happening back home. Her master was there, and everything that was happening was taking place within his field of view. It's still the same. You can't beat me, so you send more people after me. The Divine Golden Nation gets weaker generation after generation. The House Master of Taishan stared at the Prince of the Divine Golden Nation as he came towards her. His name was Gai Jutian. The names of the princes of the Divine Golden Nation were each more arrogant than the last. Gai Jutian's name meant, cover 9 heavens. And Gai Shi's name meant, cover 10 worlds. How overbearing. Perhaps they meant to inspire the younger members of the Divine Golden Nation to cultivate harder with these names so that they could live up to them. Gai Jutian stood in the air, his golden eyes staring at the House Master of Taishan and Yifutian. He naturally saw Gai Shi as well. His little brother, a prince of the Divine Golden Nation, had been beaten so miserably. Was Taishan Mountain really going to be so arrogant just because Lord Taishan had broken through to the next level? Whether or not the Divine Golden Nation is weakening is not for you to judge, said Gai Jutian icily. A burst of monstrous Great Path power burst from him. His wheel of the Great Path appeared indistinctly, making his body tall and powerful as he transformed into a golden god of war. The wheel of the Great Path that he had forged took the form of a statue of a golden ancient god. It seemed to have been cast from pure gold, and endless will had been carved into it. Once it was activated, the figures of countless golden gods appeared in the air and descended, filling the sky. Everyone could feel a burst of tremendous power coming from them, which made it difficult to breathe. It was said that the princes of the Divine Golden Nation were descended from ancient gods. In this generation, they were all extremely talented and widely famed. Gai Shi was said to be the best of his generation, and word of his talent had spread throughout the world. But his brother was extremely powerful as well, and the blood of ancient golden gods flowed through his veins too. When these incomparably brilliant golden gods flashed into being, a divine melody seemed to fill the air. It was as if they were singing. Their song contained incredible power. Endless golden light shone from them as they descended from the sky, making it so that people could not help but kneel on the ground in reverence. They're so strong. The cultivators in Linxiao City trembled slightly as they looked up. The figures in the sky seemed like actual gods. The man who had just arrived was far stronger than the previous Renhuang. After all, the previous Renhuang had not truly been an heir of the golden divine nation, and the blood of gods had not flowed through his veins. And now Gai Jutian was here. He, on the other hand, truly was an heir of the divine blood of the golden divine nation. As the gods descended, everyone felt the urge to lay prostrate. Their power and their brilliant radiance made it seem like gods were truly coming down to earth to purify it of all sins. This time, the house master of Taishan could feel the pressure too. The opponent before her was much more powerful than the previous Renhuang. And it was not just that he was stronger. He would probably not be easy to deal with. Her divine wings covered the sky, casting endless light. A storm of the great path whipped up. The extreme majesty of the Empress standing there in the air made people want to bow down as well. Gai Jotian formed a seal with both hands, and the sound of heavenly singing filled the air. Many divine figures materialized, and endless golden light covered the area. There was nowhere to go to avoid it. It covered everything. Boom! A low sound rang out as Gai Jotian thrust out his golden hand. And it was not just him. The descending gods thrust out their golden hands all well, filling the sky with fists that shot towards Empress Yen. Bang! Yifutian could feel an extremely heavy pressure, making him put his feet back on solid ground, leaving a footprint. It was not just him. All the other cultivators found it hard to stand under such pressure. Their legs bent and they squatted down on the ground. Many people in Linshao City were knocked over. Empress Yen flapped her wings, and the images of many more brilliant divine wings appeared in the air. They cut through the sky, colliding with the oncoming fists. This created a terrifying storm of the great path. Gai Jutian took a step down. He had not thought that a single blow would be enough to defeat Empress Yen. Lord Taishan only had 4 great disciples, and all of them were famous. Although Empress Yen was the youngest and the weakest, her talent and combat prowess were undeniable. The power of the great path surged through the sky, and even more images of golden gods appeared, then shot towards Empress Yen in a flash, trying to engage in close combat with her. When her wings lashed out, the golden gods stretched out their hands to block them or exploded as they slammed into them. Gai Jotian transformed into a beam of golden light and descended in front of Empress Yen. Calling upon the Sai of the divine god, he reached out with both hands. A golden light shot through the sky and sought to pierce through Empress Yen. However, everyone saw Empress Yen rush towards the opponent, not trying to evade at all. She was bathed in the light of the great path as she lashed out with her fist. Incomparable power burst forth from her beautiful and delicate body, enough power to break the air itself. The Renhuangs who were standing around them were not surprised when they saw her lash out. She had cultivated the ways of space, storms, and swordsmanship. She had been very violent in her youth, and thus her attack power was incredible. Before she had reached the Renhuang plain, she was already very famous. Although she was a woman, she fought viciously. Even when facing Gai Jotian, she did not have any desire to evade, and instead, she met him head-on. When the two of them collided, brilliant light dazzled everyone as it filled the air. People who were only at the Saint Plain could not see what was going on inside. They could only hear dull thuds. It seemed like they struck each other many times quickly. Each blow made the people watching from below feel the blood surge in their veins as the will within them screamed. Many buildings swayed and shook, then collapsed. More and more cracks appeared on the earth. It was as if an earthquake had started. But these were just the tremors caused by the battle up in the air. The other Renhuangs from the Golden Divine Nation stepped forward as well, shining with brilliant light. It seemed like they might intervene at any point. And the other Renhuang, who had been wounded by Empress Yen previously, stepped forward as well, looking at Yi Futian down below him. He still had Gai Shishir in his clutches and had wounded him badly. In addition, Yi Futian had forced Gai Shishir to teach him the ultimate technique, known as the Breathe of the Divine God. This man could not be allowed to live. Yi Futian frowned as he felt a terrible pressure on him. He glanced at Gai Shishir and put the golden divine spear to his throat. If the Renhuang did anything, he would stop being so polite. You already have what you want. Why have you not let him go yet? Said the Renhuang. Yi Futian's expression remained cold. This matter was not over yet. If he let this man go now, it would surely lead to his doom. The Renhuang continued forward, and terrible killing light flashed out of his eyes. Yi Futian could feel it infecting his thoughts, and his divine spirit trembled. He put a little bit of pressure on the spear, piercing into Gai Shirshi's throat. A drop of blood appeared on the spear's tip. Boom! 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 Golden pillars fell from the sky once again, sealing off the area and trying to imprison Yi Futian within them. The Renhuang continued forward, his golden light still terrible. He knew that Yi Futian would not dare kill Gai Shirshir, lest he was killed himself. Once he had killed Gai Shirshir, he would have nothing to protect himself with and would be killed for sure. At that moment, they heard a phoenix's call from off in the distance. The heavens and the earth shook. A look of surprise came over little Phoenix's face as she watched from below. She looked in the direction that the phoenix cry had come from and whispered, "Mother and Father." And indeed, once she said this, brilliant divine light bloomed in the sky. Two divine phoenixes appeared, rushing towards the battlefield. They circled Gai Jutian and Empress Yen, guarding against the Renhuangs approaching from the side. A heroic-looking middle-aged man appeared in the air above Yi Futian and floated there. As he stood there, he swept his gaze over the Renhuang, who was approaching Yi Futian. He had a cold expression on his face. String Emperor! The Renhuang's expression changed. A brilliant light shone from String Emperor, and a brilliant divine Guqin appeared. An invisible force swept out, and in an instant, countless Guqin strings appeared all around them. String Emperor stretched out his pale-fingered hand. He plucked the strings in the air, and at that moment the strings of the worldly great path trembled. Endless beams of light shot out, striking everything. The Renhuang groaned. It was as if he had been pierced by one of the beams of light. His divine spirit trembled fiercely, and his face grew dark. String Emperor continued plucking strings. Endless notes of the great path flowed through the air, and many beams of light flashed, shooting towards the Renhuang and ignoring his defenses. The Renhuang tried to retreat, his face growing pale. His divine power seemed useless at that moment, as the note's attack power continuously infected his divine spirit. He groaned again and spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone felt their hearts tremble as they beheld this scene. This was String Emperor, the third disciple of Lord Taishan. He was at a higher level than Empress Yen, and so it was only natural that his opponent could not withstand him. He is using the great path as strings. Everyone trembled. This was the power of a Renhuang-level musician. The wheel of the great path that he had created was a string wheel, and he could use the worldly great path as his Guqin strings. Yi Futian looked at String Emperor and saw that his body was shining brilliantly. A Guqin appeared in his hands, full of the light of the great path. Moreover, it resonated with the worldly great path, making many huge Guqin strings appear in the air. Every string was a part of the Guqin. So, this is a wheel of the great path? Yi Futian said to himself. When a Renhuang-level cultivator forged a wheel of the great path, they shone with the sun and the moon, and could use all of the worldly great path. They could use their life spirit to change in an evolutionary manner. Renhuang-level cultivators had the great path etched onto their very bones and immersed in their veins once they forged their wheel. Thus, their descendants could directly inherit their divine will life spirit, giving them outstanding power. Once they reached this level, their every movement was filled with will. Their divine wheels were even more powerful than ritual implements, and thus ritual implements of their level were, in fact, useless to them. Only those ritual implements that transcended their level were of use to them. At that moment, String Emperor strode through the air with incomparable power. He stretched out a hand and waved his fingers through the air. The strings of the great path crossed over each other as they danced through the sky. Many of the cultivators in Linshao City covered their ears, but they still could feel their spirits tremble. It was incredibly difficult to bear. But this was not directed at them. It was directed at the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation. The countless strings of the great path resonated with the Renhuang's body, and he trembled violently in conjunction with the strings. It seemed like his spirit was being pierced through again and again. His face grew more and more pale, and his aura grew weaker. Other Renhuangs from the Golden Divine Nation tried to rush over to help, and their will bloomed as they charged at String Emperor. But String Emperor reached out his other hand and moved his fingers. The great path flowed backward, and countless rays of formless light shot towards the Renhuangs. It seemed to pierce right through them, and it bound up their will. Moreover, the vibrating strings intertwined into a piece of music. It was one of the 6 famous songs of String Palace Worldly Judgment. The destructive storm grew more and more powerful, and the Renhuangs were put under great pressure as they were shaken by the vibrating strings. He's so strong. Below them, everyone who was watching felt their hearts tremble. The Renhuangs who had come from all the great powers saw this as well. They were not surprised. This is what they had expected to happen. String Emperor was at a high enough level to crush several of the Renhuangs from the Golden Divine Nation. And this was why String Emperor was actually being merciful. Otherwise, these Renhuangs would be suffering more injuries than just being bound up by the music. Bang! A loud noise rang out. Gai Jutian and Empress Yen flew apart and floated in the air. The 2 phoenixes were still guarding them as they circled around, making an ugly look come over Gai Jutian's face. At the same time, String Emperor plucked the strings again, and a high-pitched sound rang out. Several of the Renhuangs from the Golden Divine Nation groaned and spat up mouthfuls of blood. Their auras grew weaker. It was clear that they had been badly wounded. The next time I see you bullying a junior from Taishan Mountain like this, I will not be so polite, said String Emperor calmly. He was usually gentle and merciful, but now his tone carried a hint of coldness. It was obvious that he was showing as much mercy here as he ever would. I have long heard your name spoken, String Emperor. You have learned much from Lord Taishan, and you are truly a master musician, said Gai Jotian. However, your junior here has stolen an ultimate technique from the Divine Golden Nation. What do you think of that? That is an easy problem to solve. Gai Shirshir sought to kill him previously. So, let us first let him kill Gai Shirshir, then we can talk about him stealing your ultimate technique. How does that sound? Answered String Emperor. Golden light flashed in Gai Jutian's eyes. You people from the Divine Golden Nation have no spine, said Empress Yen mockingly. He traded your ultimate technique for his life. How about we clean this filth away for you, and then we will return your technique. Also, the Prince of the Divine Golden Nation launched a surprise attack on our disciple, and you have not said a word about how your Renhuangs got involved, too. What is the meaning of this? She could not believe that he still wanted the ultimate technique back. It had been seized, and so it was seized. Gai Shirshir had chosen to trade it for his life. If they had not been there, Yi Futian would have been killed. Would the people of the Golden Divine Nation have slain Gai Shirshir to pay for his life? The people of Linshao City were watching everything that was happening. The battle between people at the peak of the Saint level had led to many Renhuangs appearing. A battle had broken out between the Renhuangs of Taishan Mountain and the Divine Golden Nation. Moreover, considering the situation, the fact that String Emperor was here meant that it was highly likely that there were even more powerful figures from the 2 great powers present. It was very likely that they were within the Divine Palace. All of them had come from that direction. No one knew what this conflict would evolve into. At that moment, a terrible airflow descended from the sky. A group of figures appeared, all of them cultivators from many different powers. Many of them were at the Renhuang level. Yi Futian noticed some of the talented individuals who had traveled to the Divine Palace with him among them. The Divine Swordly family, the Changfeng family, the Sky-Burying God clan, and more were all there. The Divine Palace itself had even sent cultivators. The Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace had come personally. Some of the top figures of the Divine Capital of Xiling had come as well. He saw the Prince of the Divine Capital of Xiling, who had come to Taishan Mountain to make trouble. His aura was mighty, and he gave off a powerful pressure. There was another familiar figure as well. It was the divine general from the Golden Divine Nation who had brought Xianxia to Taishan Mountain. His body shone brilliantly with light that incomparably beautiful. He looked at Yifuyan, making him feel as if he could not breathe. He had brought Xianxia to Taishan Mountain to seek to become Lord Taishuan's disciple, but he had been refused. Now that he watched this battle, he could tell that the man who had resonated with the character that read the way and used the fleeting divine sword was the young man before his eyes. He clenched his fists. Suddenly, Yifuyan involuntarily released the spear in his hands, dropping it. If he hadn't, his whole body would have followed it. The golden divine spear fell directly into his opponent's hands. A burst of golden light covered Xianxia's body. Yifuyan narrowed his eyes, but he couldn't stop it. He could only watch as his opponent took Xianxia away. But in this current situation, there was no longer any use for him to continue threatening Xianxia. The great figures of both sides were all here. There was no more point in people threatening each other. Xianxia returned to the sky, but he was still badly wounded. He looked down at Yifuyan, his eyes full of murderous intent. His mission to kill Yifuyan had failed miserably, and he had lost a lot of prestige and respect. He had launched a sneak attack, not caring about what others would think. If he had won, he would have been called a king. If he lost, he would be called a fool. He only cared about results. But in the end, he had been defeated and humiliated. Yifuyan had made a mockery of everything he had done. The divine general of the Golden Divine Nation looked down at Yifuyan but did not do anything against him. He had seen everything that had happened before. In reality, both sides of this conflict had their own plans. It seemed like this man had a very high position within Taishan Mountain. Could he be Lord Taishuan's secret disciple? There definitely seemed to be some secrecy about him. Your cultivation methods seem to be from the heavenly mandate realm. We would at least like to know where this man who has stolen our ultimate technique hails from, said the divine general to Yifuyan. His power descended. Yifuyan knew that he could not withstand him. In the previous battle, many cultivators had used Renhuang implements to attack him, so he had needed to use up a lot of his power. Of course, maybe Lord Taishan had already noticed what was going on, but he had not come to investigate. There was no point in hiding his identity any longer. The flesh of his face transformed, and his dark hair turned silvery white. A more handsome face appeared. Everyone's eyes fell upon Yifuyan, so he had been using the art of disguise. Moreover, this heroic figure, with his handsome face, his snow-white hair, and his dark eyes that were so deep they seemed to be without end, seemed to be full of stories. This man may not have the outstanding family background that Xianxia had, but he had much more experience than him. "It's you!" came a cry from beside the palace lord of the Divine Music Palace, full of shock. It was Xianxia, the disciple of the Divine Music Palace. He had been badly beaten by Yifuyan at the Divine Palace. Now that he saw his true face, and knew that this was the young man who had fought Tianyu at Shentian Pavilion, how could he not be shocked? He had become incredibly strong, and what was worse, he had come here to the Divine Palace, Xianxia's home ground. "You know him?" The palace lord of the Divine Music Palace asked Xianxia. Xianxia nodded, and his face became ugly. "I am Yifuyan. I am here on a journey from the heavenly mandate realm." As he said this, the whole area became incredibly quiet. This man had come from the heavenly mandate realm. Moreover, he was a casual cultivator. Yifuyan had once traveled with the celestial gate of vast heaven, but he was not their disciple. He had learned the ultimate technique of the divine elephants, but he was not a member of their clan. He was indeed a casual cultivator. He had not truly joined any power. The palace lord of the Divine Music Palace looked at him. He already knew that when Tianyu had returned to the heavenly mandate realm, a battle had broken out there. He was not the only one who realized this. Many others knew it as well. A cultivator from the heavenly mandate realm had defeated many outstanding cultivators from the great forces of the higher heavens realm, including at the land of proving the way, and now he had defeated Xianxia and others. In addition, he had come to the Divine Palace. This was magnificent. This must be the most powerful member of the younger generation of the heavenly mandate realm. What was even more amazing was that he had learned the ultimate techniques of so many great powers, but he was just a casual cultivator. Yifutian looked at String Emperor and Empress Yen and said, "Before I came to the Divine Palace, I went to Taishan Mountain, and it was indeed to seek the way. I only hid my identity because there are those who wish me harm." Not far away, Wan Shui heard what Yifutian was saying, and suddenly, many things made sense. No wonder he had been so restrained at Taishan Mountain. He had put all of his energy into seeking the way. He had not wanted to stir up trouble at all. If he had not been attacked by Gai Shirshir today, he would still not have revealed his identity. He would have returned to Taishan Mountain to cultivate quietly. "I was the one who brought you to Taishan Mountain to cultivate." "I don't care who you are," said Empress Yen. If she cared, she would not have brought him there. She had known what kind of person he was when she had heard his music. She had known that he was extraordinary, but she had not thought that he would be this outstanding. "No matter who he is, since he came to Taishan Mountain, he is our disciple," said String Emperor. Now, the Golden Divine Nation looked at Yifutian as an enemy, and it seemed that there were those who had already borne ill will against Yifutian. They naturally needed to protect him. Yifutian was filled with emotion as he remembered the first time he had met the housemaster of Taishan and String Emperor. The first time he had met the housemaster of Taishan, he had played her a song, and then she had brought him to Taishan Mountain. He had met String Emperor at String Pavilion, where he had given him a famous guqin and told him he could take anything within String Pavilion. At that time he was just a musician, not a disciple of Taishan Mountain. But the two of them had not cared about who he was. It was just the same now. No matter who he was, as long as he was cultivating at Taishan Mountain, he was their disciple, and they would not let the Golden Divine Nation hurt him. A look of surprise came over the faces of the people of Linshao City. String Emperor and Empress Yen had not even known Yifutian's true identity. It seemed like he was not Lord Taishuan's secret disciple then. He was incredibly talented. He had come from the heavenly mandate realm and was probably one of the most powerful cultivators there. Yen Sui seemed to recognize him, and the Renhuangs from the great powers seemed to know a little bit about him as well. With so much talent, there was no way that he was unknown in the heavenly mandate realm. How could a casual cultivator be so talented and so powerful? Now, it seemed like Taishan Mountain would certainly protect him. The Renhuangs of the Golden Divine Nation could naturally see this as well. String Emperor and Empress Yen had both shown that if anyone wanted to hurt Yifutian, they would do their best to make that impossible. This was their attitude, and it was also Taishan Mountain's attitude. Both of these disciples of Lord Taishan were powerful, and they represented the will of Taishan Mountain. In the past, the Golden Divine Nation would have needed to worry about the will of Taishan Mountain. But now things were different. Once Lord Taishan had broken through to the next level, everything had changed. Taishan Mountain's status would never be the same. I was a rare opportunity for Lord Taishan to receive an invitation to a sparring session at the Divine Palace, and for his juniors to take part in the journey to the land of proving the way. He certainly did not want to miss the chance to test himself against others, and to see the great figures among the youth of the higher heavens realm. Came the Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace's voice. "He is a guest in the Divine Palace even as we speak. All of the great forces have people here, so what use is there in disturbing this harmonious atmosphere? Why don't we let the Divine Palace keep some face and end this here?" The situation had reached a stalemate. No one wanted to act. The Golden Divine Nation was clearly in the wrong here, as Gai Shirshir had attacked Yifutian, but they had not succeeded and had instead suffered great losses and been humiliated. Their ultimate technique had even been stolen. It could be said that they had paid a heavy price for what they had done. If Taishan Mountain did not protect him, then Yifutian would die. But Taishan Mountain was taking such an aggressive stance that if the Renhuangs continued fighting, then Lord Taishan himself would probably come. The Golden Divine Nation had to accept this humiliation. Gai Shirshir had simply not been good enough. The Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace was playing the peacemaker. The Divine General of the Golden Divine Nation knew that things could not continue like this, and so he looked at Yifutian and said, I do not wish to see our ultimate technique in your hands, and I do not wish to see it fall into anyone else's hands. Think about this. Brilliant divine light pierced Yi Futian's eyes, and the divine general's voice carried a hint of threat with it. The divine general continued, "Since the Lord of the Divine Music Palace has spoken, we will end it here. Let's go." On saying this, he turned and walked away. The cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation glanced at Yi Futian, then turned and followed him. Dazzling golden light flashed in the sky as they all disappeared. At that moment, the prince of the divine capital of Xiling looked at Yi Futian and said in a cold voice, "I look forward to our next meeting." Then he and his people turned and left as well. "What a pack of rats," said String Emperor mockingly. He had always borne a grudge against the divine capital of Xiling for their surprise attack. At that time, the master had only punished them lightly and not pursued the matter, but if it had been him, he would not have let it go. He would have taught all of the divine capital of Xiling a lesson that they would not soon forget. There were many people here from all the great powers, and many of them were at the Renhuang level. They looked at Yi Futian. This proud son of heaven who had come from the heavenly mandate realm had entered the divine palace. In the future, he would probably become like Huang Zhong. Empress Yan's aura disappeared, and she walked over to String Emperor's side. "Should we return to the divine palace?" she asked. "Or return to Taishan Mountain?" "Let's go back to Taishan Mountain. The master will naturally return himself at some point," answered String Emperor. Dazzling divine light flashed, and the phoenixes alighted before him. He turned to Yi Futian and said, "We are heading back to Taishan Mountain." Yi Futian nodded. "Very well." Empress Yen turned and looked at Wan Shui and the others from Taishan Mountain. "What are you waiting for?" They all finally reacted. They all mounted the phoenixes. With a cry, the phoenixes rose into the air and flew away. All of the cultivators left. The great battle that had just taken place had devastated the area, making them all sigh. This battle had been started because of someone pursuing Yi Futian, but from this they had all seen the disunity between the great powers. There would certainly be some trouble in the future. Upon the phoenix's back, Empress Yen looked at Yi Futian with interest. He narrowed his eyes when he saw her looking at him. "White hair, white clothes, and a noble bearing," she said appreciatively. "You are much more handsome than the stranger you were before." Yi Futian's face darkened. He looked furtively at String Emperor beside him. He had realized that although Empress Yen was a woman, she was most improper. Wan Shui and the others were embarrassed as well. Fourth Miss was up to her old trick again. However, Yi Futian was indeed much better looking now than he had been as Xinjing. His aura was also far more outstanding, and his silvery white hair made him much more charming and heroic. "Don't worry, I'll look after you from now on." Empress Yen patted his shoulder. Yi Futian feared that String Emperor was going to hit him. Heaven only knew what the relationship between those two was. In any case, it was not simple. "Housemaster, is Lord Taishan at the Divine Palace?" asked Yi Futian. He was changing the subject as he had a strong desire to keep living. Yes, the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace invited him for a sparring session. Many people have gone to watch, including Renhuangs, from all the great powers. "That is why you saw so many Renhuangs there," answered Empress Yen. "Did you really enter the ancestral land in the Divine Palace?" "The Divine Temple of the Ancestral Land." Yi Futian looked at her and then nodded. "What was in there?" She looked at him in eager anticipation. She seemed very interested in the temple. "All of the great teachings owe the Divine Palace," said Yi Futian. "That's all." Yi Futian's answer had clearly not satisfied her curiosity. Of course, the great teachings had been there, but was that all there was? Why were they so serious about hiding it then? There were so few people who could enter the divine temple of the ancestral land. She did not believe that there were no secrets. Yi Futian felt a bit helpless. "Housemaster, this..." He could not be so casual about revealing the divine palace's secret. "Sister," said String Emperor. It was Yi Futian's luck to be able to enter the divine temple of the ancestral land, and so he is keeping their secret for him. We should not force him to be dishonorable. Empress Yen looked at him, then seemed to lose interest, saying, "So boring." But she did not pursue the matter. She walked over to one side and sat down. The ancestral temple of the divine palace naturally is connected to cultivation. Yifutian smiled and said no more. He really could not reveal anything more. Even though he wanted to, this was a major secret. The divine palace had not prevented him from entering, and so if he gave up their secret so easily, it would be quite dishonorable. Empress Yen had evidently realized this as well and did not want to make him dishonor himself, so she did not ask anymore. The phoenixes flew quickly, shooting through the air towards Taishan Mountain. Within the divine palace, the things that had happened in Linshao City spread quickly. Once Yen Sui returned, he sought out Yi Tianyu. At that moment, Yi Tianyu was standing before a palace hall. When he heard that Shenjing was, in fact, Yifutian, he did not know what to feel. He had appreciated everything that Shenjing had done at the divine palace. He had been outstandingly talented and very prideful as well. Although he had not let him keep face, how could he blame him? Who did not have some arrogance in his heart? And now he knew why. So that was why he had advanced so quickly. He had reached nirvana, entered the ancestral temple of the divine palace, and comprehended the 81 swords. At that moment he felt like he was under pressure. Li Daozi and Gai Shishir had both lost to Yifutian. If he and Yifutian fought now, what would the outcome be? For that day would come sooner or later. "What are you thinking about?" whispered Yiman beside him. "I must go into seclusion and continue cultivating," said Yi Tianyu. Yiman nodded. "Ah, I will go with you." "Excellent." Yi Tianyu turned and left. He needed to reach the Renhuang Plain more quickly. Once Yifutian returned to Taishan Mountain, he continued cultivating at String Pavilion. Although he had caused a major disturbance, as far as he was concerned, nothing had changed. He needed to keep on like before and cultivate without drawing attention to himself. Now his identity had been revealed. Although Taishan Mountain was protecting him, he had offended the Golden Divine Nation, and he needed to reach the Renhuang Plain eventually in order to be able to protect himself. Many of the people on Taishan Mountain were discussing all that Yifutian had done. He had quickly become a legendary figure there, and many people went to String Pavilion to visit him. But Yaya, who had come back from the divine palace with him, turned them all away. She gave them all the same answer. Yifutian was cultivating in seclusion. Everyone was saddened by this, but they realized that it was the right thing for him to do. A man this legendary had the right to be proud. Lord Taishan returned to Taishan Mountain as well, but he did not seek out Yifutian. He busied himself with his own cultivation as if nothing had happened at the divine palace. Everything went on just as it had before. Moreover, this time Yifutian planned to be in seclusion for a long period of time. Yi Tianyu and even the Heavenly Mandate dynasty would soon hear news that he was at Taishan Mountain. Under this situation, he could not leave the mountain whenever he pleased. So, there was only one thing to do: cultivate. He planned to forge a body of the Great Path and a soul of the Way for himself. If he could directly become a Renhuang, that would be best. If he couldn't, he wouldn't come out until he couldn't go any farther. Yifutian sat upon a mountain at String Pavilion, clouds floating all around him. His eyes were closed, and not one bit of his aura was going outside his body. An image of himself sat within his life palace. Here, the world tree towered over him, while seeping out of it as it soared into the sky. His life palace seemed like a world of its own. Many spirits curled around the world tree, giving off different kinds of will. Yifutian seemed to be carving something into the ground. There were many different patterns: sword patterns, divine elephant patterns, and starry patterns. Each pattern was an incredible artistic conception, and will seem to seep out of them. He looked at the patterns, but he seemed to be dissatisfied with them. He waved his hand and erased them all. For those who were not cultivators, rushing to the Renhuang Plain seemed like an impossible task. It was impossible by its very nature. One had to forge a body of the Great Path and a soul of the Way, link the two together, and make them resonate with the Great Path. Only then could one finally forge a wheel of the Great Path and reach the Renhuang Plain. But Yi Futian considered it further. He needed to consider what kind of wheel of the great path he would forge. He would not be stepping onto the Renhuang plane in a simple manner. In order to forge a wheel of the great path, one needed to use one's body of the great path as the basis, and then take things step by step. If each step was different, the wheel of the great path that you forged would be different. Yi Futian had read many ancient texts about becoming a Renhuang, and thus he wanted to create a prototype of his wheel of the great path. Moreover, how many wheels would he forge? An ordinary cultivator would never dare to even think about this. Reaching the Renhuang plane was already nearly impossible, but if he wanted to go further, he would need to set up an ideal foundation from the very start. The legendary Renhuang level was not the end, but merely another starting point. It was the starting point of becoming the most powerful person in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Thus, he needed to be more cautious. Huang Zhong had already reached the next level and was at the peak of the Saint Plane. He could already become a Renhuang, but he had not yet taken that step. Why? It was because extraordinary people had extraordinary ambitions. They were not content with merely becoming a Renhuang. They wanted to create outstanding wheels of the Great Path. Once they became Renhuangs, they would dominate other Renhuangs. Only the most powerful people would dare dream of this. Yi Futian thought of all the battles he had experienced both inside and outside the Divine Palace. His battle with Huang Zhong and the battle where he was suppressed by the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation. When comparing the two of them, although Huang Zhong was not yet a Renhuang, when his bell of the Great Path rang out, the Great Path itself had collapsed. He had incorporated many types of will into his bell. If he forged it into a wheel of the Great Path, then when the endless divine bells appeared, they would be able to shake someone to death in an instant. A wheel of the Great Path could take all kinds of will into it. Even life spirits and the spells of the Divine Palace could be used as a foundation for a wheel of the Great Path. This was why Yi Futian was still thinking. He continued to carve patterns into the ground. Each one of the patterns contained powerful sword truths within them, but when he finished drawing them, he wiped them away yet again. It seemed that he was still not satisfied. He closed his eyes again and fell into a state of forgetting himself. Within his mind, he pictured all the great figures that he had met over the years, of the power that they had displayed, and the forces that they had let loose. Among them, the strongest was naturally Gu Tianxing of the Demon Realm when he had taken advantage of the situation and fought against the dynastic overlord and several others. He remembered the scene vividly, but this type of power did not suit him. He thought of Lord Taixian of Old Demon Luo and of String Emperor. Guqin music began to play within his mind. The music gradually formed a picture. He drew on the ground for a while, quickly forming a pattern. The pattern contained countless notes. Each note looked like a sword. He looked at the pattern and finally did not erase it. It seemed that this pattern was finally what he was looking for. He looked at it for a while. Suddenly, the people in the outside world could feel a disturbance coming from where he was. He opened his eyes, full of determination. It seemed that he had made his mind up. Boom! A burst of terrible will roared through his body. Puff! After a moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura weakened, and his divine spirit retracted. His face was very pale. He had decided to try and rush towards the Renhuang Plain. There was no need to pretend any longer. From now on, he would constantly be heading forward, never retreating. Yi Futian had cut his own life spirit a second time. He needed the Guqin spirit to return. He had envisioned the first of his wheels of the Great Path. It would be a Guqin wheel. Clouds rolled through the sky. Someone seemed to be watching him from a distance with a puzzled look. What had that guy done to himself? Had he really hurt himself when everything was in perfectly good condition? Did all young geniuses cultivate this way nowadays? Once he had recovered from his wound, Yi Futian left String Pavilion to visit Lord Taixian. Some people on Taixian Mountain could faintly hear divine music playing. After a month, Yi Futian was once again on the mountain behind String Pavilion, sitting cross-legged and playing his Guqin. The music was a song of remembrance for the Great Path. The music lingered, and there were countless notes of the Great Path integrated into Yi Futian's sword will as it flowed around his body. Brilliant golden sword-shaped notes flowed through his veins and were carved on his bones. Another tree seemed to grow within him, and its trunk, branches, and leaves transformed into his limbs and skeleton. All of it was integrated together, and he was infused with the will of the great path. His blood surged through his veins as the music grew more lively. The sound of sword chi could be heard, and his body seemed to grow to fill a vast area. He was filled with infinite will, and his flesh, bones, and blood felt as if they were bearing the blows of 1,000 hammers. They were forging him into a body of the great path. After a few months, he had created a body of the great path, but he did not stop there. He used the power of the divine elephants to forge yet another one. The massive strength of the divine elephants surged continuously throughout his body, turning into countless great path particles that were carved into his veins, bones, and organs. Cultivators were not only able to create a single wheel of the great path. There was no limit to cultivation, and people's potential was endless. They could even carve different marks of the great path within their bodies. After a Renhuang had fallen, their descendants could feel many different kinds of will coming from their blood and bones. Yi Futian was an outstanding cultivator, and so he naturally was not going to only forge a single wheel of the great path. As far as he was concerned right now, his flesh was already at the level of a body of the great path when he had been at the divine palace. Now he was just perfecting it. He would be cultivating here for a long time. In the 10,034th year of the divine prefecture calendar, Yi Futian had already been shut away in cultivation for more than 2 years. It had been more than 3 years since he had come to the higher heavens realm. Many things had happened in the higher heavens realm over these 2 years, and much had happened in the heavenly mandate realm. Many people in the heavenly mandate realm had heard news of Yi Futian, including his enemies. They knew that Yi Futian had gone to Taishan Mountain to cultivate. But even though they knew this, they had no way to act against him. Once Lord Taishan had broken through to the next level, he was at the same level as Gu Tianxing. In the past, there had perhaps been 2 people who had reached this level, and Gu Tianxing had possibly reached the level of the old dynastic overlord. Now, it was clear that there was no one at that level now, at least publicly. As for if anyone had reached it in secret, no one knew. At the very least, the present dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace had not reached that level. So, it would be impossible for them to go to Taishan Mountain to seize Yi Futian. Nor could the Golden Divine Nation seize him. If they went themselves, they would be rebuffed, and so they would rather make plans in secret and stir up trouble from a safe position. These past few years, the Tai family and the Hua family had caused trouble many times. No one knew where they were cultivating now. None of them could be found. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky had hut herself away. It was said that she was cultivating with the foremost saint of Brahma's pure sky, Qin He, and teaching her the way. Some said that Qin He was becoming very powerful and would soon break through to the Renhuang Plain. The Violet Heavenly Palace was working hard to train its younger members. However, even Zhan Yuan, with his supreme body of the Great Path, had been defeated several times, and it was not easy to train someone else up to this level. Geniuses like him were few and far between. There was someone in the forbidden land of the dragon's gods of the demon realm who it seemed was being gradually forgotten by the heavenly mandate realm. In the forbidden canyon in Longyuan, countless dark chains filled the area. Within the dark depths, a jet-black, monstrous demon sat in cultivation. The images of demonic figures floated around him, making him seem even more powerful. It seemed as if he were a demon monarch who would conquer the world. An incomparably huge black dragon hovered at the peak of a dark mountain, endless demonic will spilling out from him. These past few years, he had devoted all his energy towards the uninvited guest who had come more than 3 years ago. The cultivators of the dragon's gods had come a few times, but they had never entered. Perhaps they thought that he was only searching for a suitable person to pass on his demonic arts to. But in reality, he was the only one who understood why. It was the same as the reason why he had been imprisoned here. At that moment, lines of dark demon light spread out behind the figure. It gathered together into the image of a demon god, with demon generals all around him. But they all seemed incredibly polite. The demon dragon watched the scene taking place below him and began to move. His master was truly cruel in that he had asked him to wander about in the outside world. A figure walked out of a cave residence within the sword abyss of Taishan Mountain. Sword wool wrapped around him, and his eyes were full of sword light. Brother Wan has come out of his seclusion, someone called as everyone looked towards the man who had emerged. Wan Shui smiled slightly and nodded to them. His aura has changed, someone in the distance said. A few of them walked towards him, calling out, "Brother!" Wan Shui had shut himself away in cultivation once he had returned. This had lasted for more than 2 years. Now that he was emerging, he must have advanced a lot. "Why are you all looking at me?" he said with a smile as he saw the group of people coming towards him. There was a note of happiness in his tone. He was obviously in a good mood. "How was your cultivation, brother?" someone asked. Wan Shui gave a smile that was full of meaning. The disciples of Sword Abyss reacted to this in many different ways. They looked at him and asked, "Brother, please tell us in detail. I have almost touched upon the Renhuang path." He looked up into the air, full of emotion. Many people had successfully completed the journey to the Divine Palace, the Sea of the Path, and the Land of Proving the Way, and he had experienced a lot on this trip. He had felt the will of the Sea of the Path as well as its incomparable vastness. This gave birth to lofty feelings within him. But everything that had happened afterward showed him that although he had great ambitions, he was not strong enough to realize them. But Yi Futian had helped him with his song, adding strength to his sword and increasing his perception greatly. This had greatly moved him, and thus, once he had returned, he had locked himself away in cultivation. It was not until now that he emerged from his seclusion. Moreover, he had truly touched the Renhuang Plain. It was not empty boasting. He could already feel that the Renhuang Plain was not far away. Everyone was stunned. Wan Shui had always been at a higher level than them, and he was the senior brother in Sword Abyss. He was an outstanding swordsman, but he was still far away from the Renhuang Plain. They all knew that he must have advanced a lot while shut away in cultivation this time, but they would never have thought that he would touch the Renhuang Plain. They were familiar with Wan Shui's moral character. He would not lie about something like this. "Congratulations, brother," someone said with a bow. "You are the first person in Sword Abyss to prove yourself worthy," someone said with a sigh of emotion. "Not just Taishan Mountain. With the level that you have now reached, no one on Taishan Mountain can compare with you," someone else said. When he heard this, Wan Shui waved his hand and said, "Stop praising me to death, brothers. All the success that I have achieved today is due to what he gave me. When he is here, he is the foremost disciple of Taishan Mountain. Everyone else can only hope to be number 2. A figure flashed in everyone's mind as he said this. It was the white-haired young man who had come back with Wan Shui. Everyone was familiar with his deeds, but they were not too sure about the concrete details of what had happened. But Wan Shui had said that all his success today was thanks to him. "Brother Wan, is Xinjing no? Is Yi Futian really that strong?" someone asked. Before, Yi Futian had often come to Sword Abyss to cultivate, and many of the disciples there knew him. Thus, they still called him Xinjing. He is not just strong. Wan Shui thought back to the trip to the Land of Proving the Way. The song that he gave me back then had as much impact on me as if it was at the Nirvana level. That was why my understanding of swordsmanship increased by leaps and bounds then. Afterward, he gave me a piece of fruit of the way and captured the divine tree of comprehension for us to cultivate at. That was why I was able to comprehend so much. Afterward, I came back and shut myself away in cultivation. Yi Futian's help allowed me to skip over at least several dozen years of hard cultivation. Even though he was already at the peak of the Nirvana level, the time it would take him to reach the Renhuang Plain should still be measured in at least decades. But Yi Futian's assistance in the Land of Proving the Way had made it so that he was already close to achieving his goal. His heart was full of wonder and excitement. Forget Taishan Mountain. In all of the higher heavens realm, there is probably no one who can compare with him, save for Huang Zhong of the Divine Palace, whispered Wan Shui. Yi Futian had defeated many cultivators, including heroic figures like Li Daozi and Gai Shishir. This kind of combat talent was incredibly rare. Everyone was silent when they heard what Wan Shui said. Although they had heard of the things that Yi Futian had done, hearing someone who had personally touched the Renhuang Plain praise him so highly was still a little shocking. It was a pity that they had not gone to the divine palace and witnessed everything that he had done themselves. Has he come out of his seclusion? Wan Shui asked suddenly. He is probably still cultivating at String Pavilion. Just like you, he is rushing towards the Renhuang Plain, someone said. In that case, he must not be far from achieving his goal? Someone else asked. Not necessarily. My level was higher than his in the beginning, and it was not long ago that he broke through to the Nirvana level. In fact, it happened on the trip to the land of proving the way. In such a short time, he wouldn't necessarily be able to cultivate faster than me, even with the fruit of the way, said Wan Shui. After all, I also have had good luck. But no matter if he reaches the Renhuang Plain quickly or slowly, it is just a matter of time. After Li Daozi was defeated by him, he ascended to the Renhuang Plain, then thanked Yi Futian for defeating him. Could he say that he was stronger than him? For someone as talented as Yi Futian, how long it takes him to reach the Renhuang Plain does not mean anything. Upon saying this, he walked away, everyone following him on either side. Wan Shui's words made their way around Taishan Mountain very quickly. He went to String Pavilion and learned that Yi Futian was still shut away in cultivation, so he had to go back. On the way, he ran into Junmu and Luoyue. Junmu glanced at him over his shoulder and said, I heard that you touched the Renhuang Plain? Is that due to the help he gave you? Wan Shui looked back at him. Some unpleasant things had happened between Junmu and Yi Futian at the land of proving the way. He had stood by Yi Futian's side through it all, so there was some friction between him and Junmu. Let us leave past problems in the past. I believe he does not care about what happened, said Wan Shui. They were all cultivators of Taishan Mountain. Junmu was the personal disciple of the Taishan Hierophant, and the conflict between them should not be any cause for enmity. They could let it go. After all, it had all been for the sake of getting fruit of the way, so Yi Futian would probably not pursue the matter. I am speaking of something else. Junmu turned to face Wan Shui. I have been fortunate enough to see some success in my cultivation over these last 2 years. I would like to see how much you have advanced. Brother. Beside him, Luoyue frowned, seeming unhappy. Junmu had been in the wrong in the past, and now he was making trouble once again. Everyone around them looked at them. It seemed there would be a conflict between the two of them. Wan Shui and Luoyue had not purposely spread the news about what had happened, and thus the people of Taishan Mountain were not very clear about the details. Only those who were there knew. People like Li Jin of Guqin Valley and Qindeng. These two strode over to them now. After the incident, Yi Futian had invited them to cultivate with him at the Divine Tree of Comprehension. Afterward, they admired Yi Futian greatly. Junmu stood alone. This has nothing to do with you, said Junmu to Luoyue. She was second uncle's daughter, and so she had no right to get involved. If you persist in this, it will affect your cultivation, said Wan Shui. Junmu frowned when he heard this, and an unhappy look crossed his face. Are you trying to teach me? On saying this, he strode forward, and his aura bloomed. Wan Shui felt a burst of pressure. Powerful sword will suddenly burst forth from him. In a flash, endless swords filled the sky, covering the entire area. Everyone's eyes fell upon him. They all felt shaken. His sword will was so strong. Join the swords. As he said this, Wan Shui transformed into a sword and shot forward like a beam of light that dazzled everyone. The great path roared within Junmu, and a burst of incredibly powerful qi exploded out of him. He could feel an astonishing amount of pressure. Each step forward caused him great pain. He raised his fist and slammed out with his fist will. However, the great path flowed in reverse, and his fist will was blocked. Wan Shui descended upon him. He struck out with a single finger, and all the swords returned together. Whoosh! The tip of the sword hit the fists, and divine light pierced through Junmu's body. At that moment, the area where Junmu was standing lit up with dazzling sword light that then disappeared in a flash. Wan Shui returned to his original position as if he had never moved at all. But blood was flowing from the center of Jun Mu's fist. He groaned, and more blood poured from his mouth. His face was pale and his aura was very weak. A single stroke. Everyone felt their hearts tremble fiercely. Wan Shui had defeated Jun Mu with a single sword stroke. Jun Mu had been the leader back during the journey to the land of proving the way. And after 2 years he had been surpassed. He looked like he was in a daze. He did not understand. How could this be? He has come out from his seclusion. At that moment, someone walked towards them. The voice was somewhat unexpected, and it seemed that his words did not fit the situation. However, this sentence still affected everyone greatly. He had come out of his seclusion. In a flash, everyone forgot about the fight. "He's coming," someone else said. In the distance, a figure was coming towards them. He had white hair and white clothes. He had a powerful aura and a heroic air about him. His aura has changed. Everyone seemed to forget about Jun Mu, and they all looked at Yifutian. His aura was now even more outstanding. Yifutian walked over to them. He naturally saw Wan Shui and Jun Mu. Wan Shui turned and walked over to him, saying with a smile, "You've come out." Yifutian nodded slightly. Yes. All around them, people were drawing nearer. Among them were Luoyue, Li Jin, Chen Yu, and more. They were the ones who had gone with him to the land of proving the way. Now they all stood on either side of him. From this, it was obvious how high a place Yifutian held within their hearts. Yifutian seemed to sense something, and he looked at Jun Mu. He saw a bit of enmity in his eyes. He did not understand. Why would he bear a grudge against him? 1 inch that affair back in the land of proving the way probably affected his state of mind, said Wan Shui. There's no need for you to worry about it. He still hoped to avoid friction between Yifutian and Jun Mu. After all, Jun Mu was a disciple of the Taishan Hierophant. I don't mind, said Yifutian. He continued forward, passing by Jun Mu. It was not just that he didn't mind. If Jun Mu had not been standing right in front of him, he would have forgotten about him. 1 inch Wan Shui has touched the Renhuang Plain, have you? Said Jun Mu as he passed by. You've been shut away for more than 2 years. How has your cultivation gone? Not bad, said Yifutian softly. But I am still not quite a Renhuang. Let me try you, said Jun Mu, and his aura flared to life once again. Countless palm prints of the Great Path burst forth, shooting straight at Yifutian. 1 inch enough, shouted Wan Shui, but Yifutian just stood there without moving. The palm prints descended in an instant, slamming into his back, but the light of the Great Path flashed upon him, and the palm prints were destroyed. He had not moved a muscle. Comment, not even his feet had moved. Are you up for it? Yifutian said calmly, not even turning his head. Jun Mu's face went white. How could this be? Although his palm prints were not his strongest technique, they were still astonishingly powerful. And yet Yifutian was still standing there calmly. If there is nothing else, then I will say farewell, continued Yifutian. He stepped away, leaving Jun Mu staring after him with eyes and mouth wide open. Yifutian walked away, leaving the place. It was as if Jun Mu did not exist to him. There were many people on Taishan Mountain, all of them looking at Jun Mu. This disciple of the Taishan Hierophant was exceedingly talented and had previously even tried to become Lord Taishuan's personal disciple. He was considered the most powerful young person on the mountain. But now, everyone felt a faint sense of sorrow for him. He had been cultivating for so many years, but now he was ignored. He had thought there would be a fight, but Yifutian had not even bothered to lift a hand against him. He had never considered him a worthy opponent. Jun Mu had directly launched his attacks against him but had not even been able to move him. This meant that Yifutian's body of the Great Path had already been completed. He had truly forged a form from the power of the Great Path. And he was also very strong. Judging by Wan Shui and Li Jin's attitude, in terms of popularity, Jun Mu was far inferior to Yifutian, who had only come to Taishan Mountain recently. What had happened on the trip to the land of proving the way? At that moment, a voice came from the distance. Jun Mu. Stunned, Junmu looked up in the direction of the palace where Lord Taishan was. He bowed and said, "Master." He could naturally tell that the voice he was hearing was that of his master, the Taishan Hierophant. "You must shut yourself away in seclusion to cultivate. Do not come out until you have achieved success," said the Taishan Hierophant. Junmu trembled slightly, and his face turned as white as paper. Was his master punishing him as well? "Yes, master." Junmu did not dare protest. He bowed and went to do as he was told. Everyone pitied him as they watched him leave. Many of them sighed to themselves. He was both detestable and pitiable. Wan Shui sighed to himself as well when he saw this. Cultivating was not easy. Someone of Junmu's level should not be reduced to this. But this was because everything that had happened on the trip to the land of proving the way had presented a huge obstacle to Junmu. He had persistently stuck to the wrong course, and thus he had come to this point. Today's events would certainly affect his state of mind and could even affect his future success. Yi Futian continued walking forward until he reached Lord Taishuan's cultivation temple. Several figures appeared on the stairs. In addition to Lord Taishan, the Taishan Hierophant and the other great disciples were there as well. They had probably come to discuss some matter. Yi Futian bowed in greeting. The people on the stairs looked at him. There was a deep look in Lord Taishuan's eyes as he said, "How was your period of seclusion? I have forged my body of the great path, but I was unable to connect it to the worldly great path. I do not understand it well enough," he said. "Moreover, I felt that it would be useless to continue cultivating. I do not think that I can break through this barrier through cultivation. Thus, I have come to ask you for instruction. The Renhuang Plain is like a barrier. Although many people are blocked by the prospect of forging a body of the great path, this is only a single hurdle that is difficult to cross over. In reality, comprehending a spirit of the way is much harder. One can rely on external power to forge a body, such as the fruit of the way. You have used what you gained on the trip to the land of proving the way to help you forge a body, but it has only been a short time since you reached the nirvana level, and so you are missing some crucial experiences. You need to find opportunities to experience these," said Lord Taishan. "Previously, you were only an unblemished saint. Then you reached the nirvana plane on the trip to the land of proving the way. Then you came back and shut yourself away in cultivation. In such a short time, you have already advanced by leaps and bounds, and yet you are still not satisfied? You still want to advance to the Renhuang level?" asked Empress Yen with a grin. The speed that he was advancing at was putting many people to shame. Of course, this also had to do with his experiences on the trip to the land of proving the way. In reality, this trip and his sojourn at the Divine Palace had been very advantageous to him, and he had learned a lot. That was why he was able to forge a body of the great path. His perception had become very deep, and he cannot have been too far from the Renhuang Plain. But under normal circumstances, it would take many years to reach this level. Uncommon people have uncommon ways of thinking. "We can't understand him," said the city lord of Taishan with a smile. When his daughter had returned from the Divine Palace, he had heard Yi Futian mentioned many times, and she had praised him to high heavens. But the man was indeed incredible. Elders like him were really no match. The new generation would soon supersede the old. At that moment, Lord Taishan rose and walked over to the stairs. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "I heard that you are a casual cultivator from the heavenly mandate realm. I know that you cultivated in the celestial gate of vast heaven before. Who was your previous master?" "I have had several masters, but none of them are at your level," said Yi Futian with a bow. "Oh!" Lord Taishan was surprised. Then he asked, "Who was it that taught you how to cultivate?" "My recent cultivation methods were taught to me by a master who was not of a high level. Certainly nowhere near your level. You have probably never heard of him," answered Yi Futian. He did not know why Lord Taishan was asking this. "He was not at a high level? Who only became a Renhuang several years ago," said Yi Futian with a slight nod. Lord Taishan nodded slightly and did not ask any more questions. He said, "You are now at a bottleneck in your cultivation, one that would indeed be difficult to break through simply by shutting yourself away and cultivating. You lack the opportunities to break through to the next level. If you wish, I will send you somewhere to cultivate. A good friend of mine is there. This will be a good experience for you. Perhaps you will find an opportunity to break through to the next level. Yifutian was silent for a time. Lord Taixian was at such a high level. Even before he had reached his current level, he was one of the most powerful renhuangs. His good friend must be someone at the same level as him and must be an excellent cultivator. Moreover, Lord Taixian must be sending him for a good reason. I do wish to go, said Yifutian. It is not in the higher heavens realm, said Lord Taixian. No matter. One can cultivate anywhere, answered Yifutian. Lord Taixian smiled and nodded. Go and rest now. You have a long time in cultivation, so you should relax. I will let you know when it is time to leave. Thank you, master, said Yifutian with a bow. He was very excited. He had only met Lord Taixian face to face a few times, and was not his personal disciple like many people thought. But Lord Taixian was still willing to help him. He truly was generous. He was very lucky to have met an elder like him. Master, many people are watching him now. Where are you sending him? Asked Empress Yen. She was a little curious, and she did not know what her master was thinking. I am sending him to an old friend, answered Lord Taixian. Yifutian might have some sort of deep connection with him. What deep connection? Asked Empress Yen. I am not entirely sure. We will know once he goes there. This young man is incredibly talented and thus is well suited to go there to cultivate. Perhaps he will have a chance to break through to the next level there. Once he is a renhuang, he will be able to protect himself much better, said Lord Taixian. He naturally knew that many people in the outside world were watching Yifutian now. It was not just the people from the Golden Divine Nation. The people who had come from the Heavenly Mandate Realm had probably come because of what had happened there. Yifutian returned to String Pavilion. Yaya was there cultivating. She opened her eyes when she heard him coming and asked, What's wrong? Nothing. I'm just watching you, he answered with a smile. Nowadays, Yaya was even more powerful than she had been. She had gained a lot from the trip to the Divine Palace as well. Yaya rolled her eyes at him, then ignored him. She shut her eyes and continued cultivating. Yifutian's face darkened, but this was just how Yaya was. He smiled then. Yaya was the only one of his friends here in the higher heavens realm. He did not know how the others were faring. How was Yushang doing cultivating with the divine dragons? Where had elder brother, third brother, Wuchen, and that cold and arrogant princess gone? Where were his master and the others? 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. As his level increased, time seemed to move faster. Passed without him realizing it. Now he stopped and thought of the time when they were all together. He also thought of Brahma's pure sky. He would have to return there. But everything rode on him being able to become a renhuang. Brother Yi, came a voice from outside. Yifutian's will moved towards the voice, and he said, Come in. Soon, a figure walked over towards the mountain they were on. He realized it was Li Jin of Guqin Valley. Yifutian naturally remembered her. The first time she had come to Guqin Valley, she had been very proud and had a chip on her shoulder. Now she was calm and had a clear look in her eyes. She bowed to him and said, I saw that you emerged from your seclusion, so I came here to bother you. Yifutian smiled slightly and said, What can I do for you? I have a question about music that I hope you can help me solve, she said. Not far away, Yaya opened her eyes and looked at her. Did Guqin Valley not have their own elders? Why come running here to ask Yifutian? But she did not really care about that. She was just upset that her cultivation had been disturbed. Of course, Yifutian nodded. Then I will play a piece for you, said Li Jin. She played a song on her Guqin. It was melodious and well written. Do you think it's missing something? Asked Li Jin. The composition is full of depth, and it is technically beautiful, said Yifutian with a slight smile. But it needs more of an artistic conception. When I listened to it, I did not let go of myself and become immersed in the world of music. Yifutian felt like he wasn't able to help her too much. These problems were not hard to see, but would be incredibly difficult to fix. However, Li Jin had definitely already known this, so there was no need for her to ask him for help. But she had come to him for help, so he could not refuse her. They chatted for a while and then Li Jin said farewell. Afterward, Luoyue came as well. She also had a question about cultivation. She wanted his help with swordsmanship. But Luoyue was different than Li Jin. She was honestly looking for help and did not have ulterior motives. Yifutian did not make too many suggestions. He just showed her a sword stroke and played some music to help her. Luoyue learned the sword stroke on the spot and dedicated herself to practicing it. She left with a smile. Later, a legend about Yifutian spread throughout Taishan Mountain. Whenever disciple came to String Pavilion asking for help, he would not refuse them, but would instead discuss cultivation in depth with them. This was a form of mutual learning, as it let him see if he was able to help others with the cultivation that he himself had attained. He had been in seclusion for so long that he naturally would not want to cultivate alone anymore. Lord Taishan had asked him to wait, and so he would wait calmly. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, Lord Taishan summoned Yifutian. On the Taishan mountain, Yifutian came here to see Lord Taishan. There was no one else, not even Yaya. He didn't know where she was, and he planned to let Yaya stay on Taishan mountain to cultivate. Yifutian didn't have too high expectations for Yaya, and for him, it would be enough as long as she could break the shackles and enter the Runhuang Plain and be safe. In the future, Yaya could travel around the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and settle down in a realm and become an empress. Of course, this was his idea. If Yaya knew, who knew what she would think? Do you want to depart? Lord Taishan asked Yifutian directly when he came. Lord, would you go in person? Yifutian said. Beside Yifutian, the Lord was here alone, so obviously he was not going to bring other people with him. I have not seen my old friend for a long time. This time I want to go to visit him, not just because of you, Lord Taishan said with a smile. Okay. Yifutian nodded and said, then let's go. Lord Taishan raised his hand, and suddenly, a bright beam of sword light shone. A giant sword appeared in front of the two. Lord Taishan walked directly up there, looked back at Yifutian and said, come with me. Yifutian stepped up to the giant sword. The next moment, the giant sword flew through the air. It disappeared in an instant and traversed an infinite distance. The giant sword was wrapped in a sword curtain, blocking the outside wind. Yifutian couldn't feel a trace of external force in it, but he could perceive that the changing of seasons was rapidly going on. In just a moment, Yifutian found that he was no longer on the ground, and he could not even see the buildings. There was only deep and endless emptiness in front of his eyes. Are we out of the higher heavens realm? Yifutian asked, looking at Lord Taishan beside him. Yes. Lord Taishan nodded and said, look down. Yifutian took a look below and could vaguely see a boundless huge tectonic plate, which was releasing light. It laid between the sky and earth. It was the upper heavens realm. In fact, they were already in an extremely distant place, but because the upper heavens realm was too large, it could still be seen. Yifutian was a little surprised, but he was not shocked because he knew Lord Taishuan's strength. Lord Taishuan's ability exceeded that of a Renhuang figure, so how fast could he go? It was impossible to estimate. The boundless upper heavens realm was extremely vast in the eyes of Saint Plain cultivators, but no realm among the 3,000 realms of the Great Path was large enough for Lord Taishan. The more powerful a person was, the less he or she would be affected by the barrier of distance, or the influence could be none. Is this the world of starry sky? Why can't I see the endless stars? Yifutian whispered. In the past, the cross-border travels he had were all aided by spatial matrices. This was the first time he directly crossed the realm with human power. Everything he saw was so clear. The boundless world gave him a very strange feeling. This was not like the description of the universe, nor like the imaginary gorgeous starry sky, but was lonely and deadly silent. There were turbulent torrents drifting around, and sometimes they even encountered storms of the Great Path. In this boundless space, Yifutian had an illusion that his speed seemed to slow down and that he could see everything more clearly. Lord, what kind of world is this world? Yifutian asked. He had some doubts. Last time, in the ancestral shrine, the mysterious man said that the world was unreal. What did it mean? The world where sky and earth collapse, Lord Taishan whispered. As for the truth of the world, you need to explore it yourself. Yi Futian's talent for cultivation was outstanding, and his potential was limitless. Now he was at the height of his youth. Lord Taishan didn't want him to know the cruel truth of the world too early. Perhaps this would be a blow to his state of mind. The path of the world collapses. Yi Futian had heard of these words several times. Was this deadly silent world a result of the collapse of the path of the world? Then how prosperous the world was before the collapse of the sky and earth. Where are we going on this trip? Yi Futian asked again. Tianhe realm, Lord Taishan replied. Yi Futian showed doubt. Tianhe realm did not belong to the 9 supreme realms. He had never heard of this realm. However, Yi Futian didn't continue asking. Since Lord Taishan took him, he naturally had his reasons. Lord Taishuan's old friend must also be a great character. The two walked through the lonely, deep, and endless space. After a while, Lord Taishan said to Yi Futian, "We will arrive soon." On his way, Yi Futian had been observing, looking at this endless space. He heard Lord Taishuan's words and looked down. Then the sword penetrated directly into another space, where Yi Futian saw the land and mountains, rivers and seas. The azure sky was clean as if it had been washed. They flew under the clouds and their speed dropped. Because it was Lord Taishan who steered the sword, after they slowed down, their speed was still very fast. Yi Futian noticed that there were very few human traces along the way and felt somewhat curious. Even in the wilderness of mountains, there should have been a lot of people cultivating. Tianhe realm experienced a catastrophic war many years ago, and its vitality was severely damaged. Many cultivators died, and later a lot of cultivators migrated and left. After many years, Tianhe realm has recovered, but it is no longer as prosperous as before, Lord Taishan said. His voice was calm, but what behind his words was an epic war that destroyed a realm. Yi Futian couldn't imagine how cruel it was. Who caused such a terrifying war? What was it for? My friend is revered by people of the Tianhe realm as the Sky River Great Elder. When he preached in the Tianhe realm, he was the most famous and prestigious person here. He had 3,000 disciples who scattered all over the world, Lord Taishan continued. Yi Futian was a little surprised when he heard this title. This was the Tianhe realm, and for someone named Tianhe Great Elder, one could imagine how honorable the title was. However, after that war, he sent away all his disciples. I don't know how he is now, whether or not he is still preaching and cultivating, Lord Taishan murmured as if talking to himself. They keep moving forward, and Yi Futian kept all the Lord's words in mind. After a while, they saw human traces and city buildings. They passed through the crowds and came to a land of fairy-like, misty mountains. It seemed that even minds were isolated from these mountains, and the atmosphere was very mysterious. I haven't seen anyone for many years. At this time, a voice said from the mist. The person seemed to be aware of their arrival and immediately told them they were unwelcome. Even me? Another voice said. In the next moment, Lord Taishan directly showed up on a fey peak. Sitting on Xianren Peak, there was an old man with white hair. His hair was scattered on his shoulders, and he looked quite scruffy. Yi Futian could hardly imagine that such a big person of the realm would be so careless about his own image. The old man with white hair looked at Lord Taishan, then smiled and said, "How come you are here to see me? I haven't been here for many years," Lord Taishan said with a smile. "By the way, today, I bring a young man to visit you." Sky River Great Elder took a look at Yi Futian and saw that his hair was also white. He could not help but smile as he said, "A young boy with white hair. He must also have a sad story." "Yi Futian is here to see Great Elder," Yi Futian said and bowed to him in respect. Sky River Great Elder nodded slightly. He asked Lord Taishan, "Your disciple?" "No." Lord Taishan shook his head and said, "I haven't seen you in years. Do you want to play Go with me?" "Sure." Sky River Great Elder nodded and said. He waved his hand, and all of a sudden, a Go board appeared in front of him. He pointed at Lord Taishan and said, You sit on whichever side you want and get your own Go pieces. Lord Taishan nodded and sat directly in front of the Go board. And these two old men really started to play Go. Yifutian stood aside to watch quietly. He was also proficient in Go, but when he saw two seniors playing it, he only felt that there was a great horror. The computing power of people of their realm was too great for him to understand, and it was completely beyond the level of Go. So many years have gone. Are you still thinking about things from that year? Lord Taishan dropped a piece and asked. I have forgotten. The old man shook his head and said, You have forgotten? Is there anyone other than you here? Lord Taishan asked. How grand the scene was. You used to have 3,000 disciples, and your disciples were all over the world. Where are they now? There is a limitation to a person's ability. The old man shook his head and said with a smile. No. Lord Taishan shook his head and dropped another piece, saying, You are just blaming yourself and think it is all your fault. Did you come from afar just to tell me these things? The old man said and also dropped a Go piece, but he did it slowly and casually. Some time ago, Yifutian proved his path in the Xianxia Divine Palace and entered the ancestral shrine, Lord Taishan said. The old man looked up at Yifutian again, smiling. From first glance, I could tell you have a good fortune. Although the road of cultivation can be tough, a prosperous future is waiting for you. You are bound to stir up a storm in the future. You see it? Lord Taishan asked. I haven't seen anyone's fortune for a long time. The old man shook his head and said, You came here because of this young man. What is the matter? Just say it. Lord Taishan did not respond but dropped a Go piece, and then turned to look at Yifutian next to him, and said, Show your cultivation method to show this senior. My cultivation method? Yifutian asked, puzzled. Yes. Lord Taishan nodded and said, The cultivation method that used your body as the melting furnace of the great path. Yifutian didn't know when Lord Taishan had seen it. He remembered the Lord also asked about it before departure. Despite some doubts, he still did as he was told and released the deed of thorough comprehension. Suddenly, the light of the great path shone brightly, and he turned into the furnace of the great path. Seeing this scene, the old man put down the Go piece in his hand and straightened up. He gazed at Yifutian and asked, Who taught this skill to you? My teacher, Yifutian said. Could it be that the deed of thorough comprehension was related to this elder? Did Lord Taishan bring him here because of this? Who is your teacher? The old man stared at Yifutian and asked. Yifutian also looked at him. Lord Taishan said, You can tell him. Yifutian nodded. He trusted that Lord Taishan would not harm him, and there was no need to worry. Qi Xiangang, Yifutian said. Qi Xiangang. When Sky River Great Elder heard the name, his arms trembled slightly. He stared at Yifutian and was silent for a moment. Yifutian narrowed his eyes slightly. From Sky River Great Elder's look, he could tell that Sky River Great Elder knew his teacher. There must be a reason for Lord Taishan to bring him here. Moreover, Lord Taishan brought him here because of his cultivation method, so did it mean that this cultivation method was related to Sky River Great Elder? Could it be? He thought of a possibility. How is he doing now? Is he okay? After a moment of silence, Sky River Great Elder pulled back from thoughts and asked Yifutian, I had some troubles in the heavenly mandate realm before, and my teacher and I were separated. Now I don't know where he is, but I think he should be fine, Yifutian said. After all, teacher was in Runhuang Plain. What is his cultivation level? Sky River Great Elder asked. He entered the Runhuang Plain a few years ago, Yifutian replied. His progress is too slow. How could he enter Runhuang Plain just a few years ago? Sky River Great Elder shook his head and said, At that time, his cultivation was slow, but I didn't expect it would get even slower. Sir, you are my teachers? Yifutian asked, even though he had his own speculations. Hearing Sky River Great Elder's words, he had had his answer. The deed of thorough comprehension is my cultivation method, Sky River Great Elder said to Yifutian. It's just as I thought. Yifutian thought, his heart shivering. He gazed at the old man and then bowed down to the Sky River Great Elder again. This time, he saluted carefully and said, Yi Futian is here to salute you, my grandmaster. Your teacher is my son-in-law, Sky River Great Elder said again. Yi Futian was stunned and felt pain in his heart. What happened to teacher's wife? Yi Futian murmured. He could slightly tell something bad had happened to her, but he still wanted to be hopeful. Teacher raised Fei Shui alone, so it was very possible. It has been many years since she passed away. The old man sighed and looked up at the sky. There was still sorrow in his eyes. It's been so many years. Time to let it go. Lord Taishan sighed. Sky River Great Elder didn't reply and looked at Yi Futian. Somehow nervous, he asked, Does your teacher have a daughter? Yes, Yi Futian said and nodded. How is she? Sky River Great Elder asked, staring at him with anxious eyes. Yi Futian speculated that he very likely knew about Fei Shui, which was why he was worried and even doubted whether or not Fei Shui was still alive. She's fine, but there is some problem with her eyes, Yi Futian said. Sky River Great Elder sighed with relief and nodded, saying, Good. However, now that he is determined to leave, why do you show up here? Sky River Great Elders whispered. He did not understand. The Heavenly Mandate Realm was one of the 9 supreme realms. He had ambition there, so why should he return? Was it because of the white-haired young man? Lord Taishan said that he broke into the ancestral land of the Divine Palace, and he brought Yi Futian here personally. He also noticed that this young man was indeed a person with good fortune. Perhaps Qi Shengang was willing to venture out because of the young man. From now on, tell the outside world that you are my disciple and that I taught you the deed of thorough comprehension. Sky River Great Elder looked at Yi Futian and said, Do you understand? Yi Futian shook his head. He was confused and said, Does my teacher have foes? Yes. Sky River Great Elder nodded and said, Very powerful? Yi Futian asked. I can't fight them at all. Even Taishan now has no way to do it, Sky River Great Elder said. Although he obviously knew that Lord Taishan had entered a higher plane, he still said that even Lord Taishan had no way to fight them. One could imagine how powerful the foes were. Yi Futian's face turned pale. How could teacher offend such a powerful enemy? Was it because of the thing in Fei Shui's body? That thing had attracted the life-spirit world tree once when Yi Futian's plane was low. Now it seemed that this thing was likely to be a divine treasure of the Great Path, which naturally contained path. Because of that thing's existence, Fei Shui had been under threat of death and needed deep sleep. After he controlled the thing with his life spirit, Fei Shui's progress in cultivation was incredibly fast. That treasure could perfectly fit Fei Shui's body. However, with teacher's Saint Cultivation plane at that time, it was nearly impossible for him to obtain such a treasure unless it was the Sky River Great Elder who got it. So, teacher was his son-in-law. Although I am not clear on what happened back then, I know a little bit. It is said that it triggered the battle that destroyed the realm. Your grandmaster used to preach around the world, and the Tianhe realm was extremely prosperous. His students scattered all over the Tianhe realm, but numerous of them died in that battle. So did your teacher's wife, Lord Taishan said. Were my teacher and Fei Shui the only ones alive? Yi Futian murmured. He couldn't imagine the battle that destroyed the realm, but he suddenly understood many things that happened previously and could better understand his teacher as a person. Did some of his ideas also come from the Sky River Great Elder? He remembered that when he said the path was boundless, teacher was quite touched. Although he did not have many disciples, his philosophy should also inherit from the Sky River Great Elder. However, unlike the Sky River Great Elder, he could only create the Great Li Academy in the Great Li dynasty. When I escorted your teacher away, he was also severely wounded and in a dangerous situation. I don't know anything about him later, the Sky River Great Elder said. Emperor Li is gracious to teacher. Yi Futian thought of this, and suddenly he understood something. No wonder teacher asked for death and only asked for Fei Shui to leave at that time. He had no regrets. Perhaps in teacher's eyes, nothing was important anymore as long as Fei Shui lived. Who offended teacher? What is the thing in Fei Shui's body, and why did teacher's foes want to destroy the realm? Yi Futian asked, anxious. There were many doubts in his heart that he wanted to solve. You know about the thing in Feishua's body? Sky River Great Elder asked, looking at Yi Futian, a little surprised. It seemed that Yi Futian knew a lot of things. How could Qi Xiangang value him so much? Yes. Yi Futian nodded. He would not say that he had helped Feishua control that thing. Sky River Great Elder gave Yi Futian a serious look. It is a long story, Sky River Great Elder said with a sigh. In fact, it has nothing to do with your teacher. He is also a victim. If I had not married Nongyue to him, he should have had a prosperous future. May I know more? Yi Futian bowed and said. He wanted to know what happened at that time. Sit down and listen to me, the old man said with a sigh. He sat down in front of Lord Taixian. Yi Futian nodded and sat down beside the two. He wanted to hear his teacher's story carefully. It was about teacher's past and he wanted to know more. He was clear how the Dali Imperial Advisor treated him. When he was in the Crimson Dragon realm, teacher could have killed him and taken the credit, but he didn't do so. I don't know where to start, Sky River Great Elder said, and seemed to be caught up in memories. Lord Taixian said, in fact, the story is not complicated. It was probably a beautiful mistake for you to be together. Yi Futian froze. Did this matter involve Great Elder's wife? You have been to the Heavenly Mandate Realm and the Upper Heaven Realm of the 9 Great Supreme Realm. I guess you have not been to other realms yet. In one of the 9 Great Supreme Realms, there is a super force with a long history. Your Grandmaster has a very deep relationship with them, and was even tied in marriage with one talented lady of the clan who was your Grandmaster's wife. At that time, the couple was the envy of everyone, Lord Taixian said with emotionally. He was very young when he met Sky River Great Elders. At that time, she was still so beautiful, stunning. Sky River Great Elder recalled the beauty of his wife. You were also charismatic and gallant back then, Lord Taixian said, smiling. It was many years ago. Sky River Great Elder shook his head and said, all of this may be due to the character. If you had entered the Force with her then, you would now have a transcendent status in the Supreme Realm, but you chose to preach in the Tianhe Realm, said Lord Taixian. What I pursue is different. Sky River Great Elder shook his head and said, she is also willing to follow me and preach in the Tianhe Realm. The majority of my disciples, good or bad, were excellent. Qi Xiangang was one of my disciples. However, he is not an outstanding one among them. Sky River Great Elders looked at Yi Futian and said, however, although your teacher's talent is not very outstanding, his state of mind is transcendent, somewhat similar to mine. Although his cultivation was not fast, he was definitely the type that could achieve great success. Therefore, I gave special attention to him so your teacher got familiar with my daughter. It was not supposed to be a problem, but the blood of that clan also flowed in Nongyue's body. They had other thoughts, but even so, she and I still had our right to speak up. But the problem was, that thing was involved. The Sky River Great Elder showed pain in his eyes. Your teacher's masteress, my wife, had extremely outstanding talent. During the competition of that thing, it was actually she and I who obtained it. Her clan negotiated with us, and in the end, we decided to place that thing in my daughter's body, that is to say, into the body of your teacher's wife. As she grew up, she was the attention of the whole family, and her status in the family was also important. However, she fell in love with my teacher, Yi Futian whispered. This might be the sin. The Grandmaster also said, your teacher's state of mind was extraordinary, and he could have been successful later in life. But after all, his talent was not the best at that time. As the successor of the top family, who was reared with high expectations, she was not allowed to fall in love with a man like him. Probably this was the original sin. If I let them break up at that time, maybe it would only be painful for a while, but the 2 most important women in my life are much more stubborn than me. No wonder they are mother and daughter. Sky River Great Elder sighed. Later, the situation became worse, and countless people in Tianhe Realm stood up for it. In the end, it caused irreparable consequences. The Shin clan was furious and exterminated the whole realm, and the Tianhe Realm was stained with blood. It was my sin. What about her? Yi Futian's heart shivered. Teacher's wife passed away, But what about Sky River Great Elder's wife? She was taken back and imprisoned in the clan. I don't know if she is alive or dead, Sky River Great Elder said. Looking up at the sky, Yifutian was speechless. The Sky River Great Elder and the Lady of the Divine Clan came together, which seemed to be a romantic but poignant story. He was a genius with qualifications, so the Divine Clan had no complaints. The Great Elder's daughter, the teacher's wife, had a similar story in the Tianhe realm. But this time, the couple was opposed by the authoritarian Divine Clan. The teacher's wife was the chosen successor of the Divine Treasure, the hope of the clan. All members of the clan had fixed their eyes on her. How could they allow her to be with a man whose talent was not very outstanding? The successor chosen by the Divine Clan must be a peerless genius, a lady of her time beyond compare, with the blood of the Divine Clan flowing in her body. She was the daughter of the Sky River Great Elder and the daughter of the Divine Clan, but she chose Teacher as her partner. Yifutian did not know whether he should be happy for Teacher or not. Although Grandmaster said that Teacher's talent was not top-notch, his status of heart was extraordinary. Yifutian also felt that his teacher, the former greatly imperial advisor, deserved all these things. Humans were fortune's fools. For these two remarkable women of the Divine Clan, Teacher's wife departed this life, and Grandmaster's wife was brought back to the clan. Grandmaster didn't know if she was alive. Moreover, they also experienced the disastrous war, which let rivers of blood flow in the Tianhe realm. All that had happened was too cruel. Lord Taishan said that Grandmaster had students all over the world, and he taught at least 3,000 disciples personally. Many of his disciples must also be on his side, who completely provoked anger in the Divine Clan. The furious Divine Clan came down from the Supreme Realm and annihilated the whole Tianhe realm. How cold-blooded they were. Without these two ladies, no one would have been able to survive, and I might have also died in the war. They were so outstanding. Both Xiangang and I couldn't compare with them. Sky River Great Elder sighed. One fought for death and the other one sought death. Hearing the old man lament, although Yifutian didn't experience the events of that time, he seemed to be able to see the peerless elegance of these two women. They sacrificed themselves to save their lovers. No wonder the teacher's hope was just that Feishue could live well. As for anything else, maybe he didn't care at all. He also understood that there was no hope for revenge in this life. Some families were strong enough to make one despair. Living in the shadow of the destruction of a realm, how could he not despair? Since there was a great disparity in strength, why did they choose to go to war? Yifutian sighed. Why did they go to that point? Shouldn't they give up the idea when being compared with life? Being alive meant hope. You may not know the character of your teacher's wife. Although she was young at that time, her personality was extremely strong. She gave Feishue the treasure without the consent of the family. She wanted her to inherit it, thinking that the family would compromise and accept your teacher as well as Feishue because of it. However, she still underestimated the persistence of the clan and how obstinate the clan was. They wanted to take Feishue to the family and take out her bones to get the thing. Of course, your teacher and his wife couldn't tolerate it. A battle quickly broke out, and then the whole situation went out of control. The Sky River Great Elder sighed. He could still remember all things that happened in the battle. Although he was revered by the people of Tianhe Realm and was titled Sky River Great Elder, he always thought that he was not as prestigious as his wife. She was truly a peerless lady. It is the story. So many years have passed, and I didn't expect I would mention it to a young man like you, but it is not a secret. From now on, you should just keep in mind that your deed of thorough comprehension was taught by me. When you are outside, just say you are my disciple. Don't let people know the existence of your teacher. Otherwise, it will be very bad for you, Sky River Great Elder said. After the things of that year, the Divine Clan still did not give up searching for Qi Xiangang and Feishue. The treasure was still in Feishue's body. Although they were the ones who actually obtained them, the Divine Clan always regarded it as a treasure belonging to the Divine Clan. They later gave up after they failed to find it. After all, it was impossible to pay attention to countless realms forever, and they didn't have so much manpower to handle the task. However, once there was a clue, people of the clan would definitely investigate it to the end, so if they saw Yi Fuqian's deed of thorough comprehension, they would definitely recognize it. I see, Yi Fuqian replied carefully, nodding. During this time, you can stay here to cultivate, the Sky River Great Elder said again. Yi Fuqian looked at this old man with white hair, the top figure known as the Sky River Great Elder, who wore a lot of wrinkles of time on his face. The things that happened in the past must have hit him very hard. Grandmaster, don't you blame my teacher? Yi Fuqian asked. Except for teacher, everyone in the Sky River Great Elder's family stood on the peak of the realm with extraordinary life experience. But because of the teacher and his wife's marriage, all the tragic things happened. Didn't the Sky River Great Elder regret allowing them to be together? If I had blamed him, would he become my son-in-law? The Sky River Great Elder said carelessly. At that time, I had many disciples. Many of them were top-notch people, and countless people had outstanding talents. Even the divine clans sent their cultivators to study under my guidance. As a teacher, I should have favored the most talented disciples. However, your teacher's temperament was closest to mine, and he was most like me. Even though his talent was lacking, I knew he would still become a master one day. Cultivators are never short of time. As long as he could hold on, he would be able to surpass me, and with his status of mind, he would certainly survive the time. Unfortunately, such an opportunity was not given to us. I heard you said that he hadn't entered the Renhuang plane until a few years ago, and I can understand that his state of mind must have been greatly hit, but since he had become emperor, he must have gradually come out of the shadow of that time. Lord Taixian said, It's been so many years. You should come out as soon as possible. How spirited the Sky River Great Elder was in those days, but now you are just listless. I am afraid that the people of Tianhe Realm will forget you soon. I am afraid the Tianhe Realm will not forget me, the Sky River Great Elder said. He felt he was the sinner of the Tianhe Realm. Come on, Lord Taixian shook his head and said, I will not persuade you anymore. I have known you for so many years. You used to be more outstanding than me and should have also entered my plane, but you still can't make the breakthrough. It's time to reflect on yourself. I sent you your successor, and now you should have an idea of how to teach him. He has entered the ancestral land of the Divine Palace, a very important disciple to your son-in-law. In the future, he can be a great person, Lord Taixian said. I've finished my task, so I won't bother you anymore. When he talked, Lord Taixian stood up and got ready to leave. Sir, will you go back? Yi Fuqian asked. Yes, you focus on cultivating. Changing to another environment and seeing different scenery can help you make a breakthrough, Lord Taixian said. Yi Fuqian nodded and didn't say anything. A person like Lord Taixian could naturally come and go as he pleased. The friendship between noblemen was as pale as water. He had shown his sincerity by coming to see the Sky River Great Elder and send Yi Fuqian here. I'll take care of that girl for you, don't worry. Now many people in the upper heavens realm are aiming at you. No one will know that you are here, Lord Taixian said, smiling. He then looked at the Sky River Great Elder and said, I should go now. Okay. The Sky River Great Elder said calmly, nodding. Lord Taixian stepped out and disappeared directly. After Lord Taixian left, Sky River Great Elder turned to Yi Fuqian and said, You only mentioned that your teacher was separated with you in the heavenly mandate realm. Where is Feishua? Isn't she with you? No, Yi Fuqian said, shaking his head. Where is she? The old man asked. Yi Fuqian looked at him and wanted to say something, but he was silent again. The old man nodded when he saw his reaction and said, You don't have to tell me anymore. Teacher has several disciples besides me. They are taking care of Feishua, and Feishua's cultivation is progressing very fast now. She is totally safe, Yi Fuqian said. Good, the old man said and nodded. You are very cautious. Grandmaster, Yi Fuqian stuttered, looking embarrassed. But you are right. Don't absolutely trust anybody except yourself and your teacher. Sky River Great Elder got up and said, Follow me. He walked forward, and Yi Fuqian followed him. On the ancient peak, the Sky River Great Elder arranged a lot of barriers. They came to a huge cave for cultivation. The old man walked in first, and Yifutian followed him through a long corridor in the cave. They entered the inside of the mountain. The sight became bright suddenly. The cave was huge, and the divine light was shining. Inside the cave, ancient characters were suspended in the air, rotating and spinning. Qian, Kuan, Li, Ken. Yifutian looked at these characters, each of which was corresponding to one ancient character in the deed of thorough comprehension. These characters seemed to take away the power of the world inside the cave, forming a vacuum and converging into a beam. In the middle of the lower space surrounded by ancient characters, a phantom figure condensed and emerged. It was not a real person, but a phantom body formed by the path of sky and earth. Although your teacher has taught you the cultivation method of the deed of thorough comprehension, I guess it is not complete, and the mood is lacking. Here is engraved by me and contains the true meaning of the deed of thorough comprehension. You can cultivate here for a while to fully comprehend it. Sky River Great Elder told Yifutian. Thank you, Grandmaster, Yifutian replied, nodding. The deed of thorough comprehension was not created by me. I also obtained it by coincidence. Its knowledge is extremely mysterious and deep. Even though your talent is outstanding, you should still spend time cultivating it carefully. At least it could assist you in cultivating until you reach my plane, and even higher, Sky River Great Elder said to Yifutian. Yifutian nodded. I will get out. You can practice here, said Sky River Great Elder. He turned and left, leaving Yifutian alone in the cave, and went outside. Sky River Great Elder came to the edge of the cliff and looked up at the sky. At this moment, his slightly cloudy eyes became extremely sharp, as if his fierce stare could pierce through the sky. However, at the next moment, he lowered his head and regained his original appearance. He still wore that dejected look and walked towards one direction in the mountain. At this time, outside the Xianxia city, a figure was standing in the crowd. He wore a straw hat and was looking up to the front, a little dazed. After so many years, he finally came back. He had thought he would never return, but today, there was nothing to worry about anymore. After separating from his disciple, no one would know the relationship between them. It was good since, in this way, he could cut off his link with the past. Yifutian had been cultivating in the cave since he came to the Xianxia realm. The scope of knowledge of the deed of thorough comprehension was great. With it, Yifutian could refine the power of sky and earth for his own use, let his own body serve as the furnace of the great law and melt all beings of the world, making his own life force extremely powerful. At this time, in the cave house, Yifutian was sitting on the illusory figure. He and the phantom became one, and he could clearly feel the glory of the ancient characters descend on his body. Yifutian felt that he was not sitting in a cave house but wandering in a secret world. Qian, Kuan, Li, Ken. Each of these ancient characters seemed to have some kind of mysterious power. He sat there, perceiving the sky and the earth. He could feel the boundless space and could even see his true self. Time flew fast. Yifutian sat quietly in the cave house to meditate and cultivate. Sometimes he went out to take a breath and perceive the spirit of sky and earth. After each cultivation, he would grow a feeling and felt that his perception of sky and earth became clearer. Above the lone mountain, everything seemed exceptionally quiet all the time. One day, Yifutian walked to the edge of the mountain, and there was a voice coming from the bottom of the mountain. His eyes beamed, and the light directly pierced through the void sky. He looked in the distance and saw several figures standing there at the foot of the mountain. These people all looked quite young with extraordinary temperament. They seemed to be aware and also looked toward the mountain. Dazzling light flashed in their pupils. From a distance, Yifutian's eyes and their eyes met in the air, and they both saw each other. They showed surprise and exchanged looks with each other. One of them bowed slightly toward the ancient mountain and said, "We sincerely request to see Great Elder and are willing to cultivate under the Great Elder's guidance. Since Great Elder has made an exception to take in disciples, could you please also give me an opportunity? Great Elder is where the belief of the Xianxia realm lies. Since you have made an exception, please also kindly give us an opportunity." The people nearby also bowed and requested. All of them came to request following the Great Elder. The Sky River Great Elder was famed in the Tianhe realm many years ago. At that time, this place used to be extremely prosperous, and he had countless disciples. Moreover, the cultivation method used by the Sky River Great Elder could help cultivators perceive the path of sky and earth and were of great use in casting the soul of the way and challenging the Renhuang plane. Therefore, there had been people coming to request guidance during these years, especially those who cultivated in the late stage of the Saint Plane and prepared to challenge the Renhuang plane. For many years, the Sky River Great Elder had never accepted any disciples. However, today there was someone on the mountain and he was very young, so they naturally thought that the Sky River Great Elder had made an exception and taken a new disciple. No one responded. Top figures are so charming, Yifutian thought to himself. Even after so many years, there were still people who came to seek knowledge from him. I said, I won't accept you as disciples. Don't come again. At this moment, a voice said from behind Yifutian. Yifutian turned around and saw Sky River Great Elder there. Sir, you have already made an exception. Why don't you preach to the world as you did in the past? Asked someone. It's impossible. The Sky River Great Elder responded carelessly. Since you have accepted a disciple, you are willing to give young people a chance. Tomorrow we will also come here to plead for you to change your mind. Someone said, unwilling to give up. I say it again, don't come. The Sky River Great Elder's voice was cold, and it seemed a bit impersonal. Why? Someone asked. I have found someone who will inherit my mantle. One person is enough. I will teach him all the knowledge I've obtained in my lifetime and will no longer be involved in worldly affairs from now on. The Sky River Great Elder said slowly. It was as if he had seen through the vicissitudes of the world. It seems that he had taken the young man on the mountain as a disciple, in order to find a successor and inherit everything he had. Obviously, they were not selected, and the young man on the mountain was selected by the Sky River Great Elder. Yifutian stood there quietly. The Sky River Great Elder must say like this in order to protect him. In this way, no one would have any doubts. He was peerless, but of course, the Sky River Great Elder's inheritor had to be peerless. The cultivators wanted to say something, but the Sky River Great Elder spoke up. I have decided. This is the last time to remind you. Feel free to come if you want, but it is just a waste of time. The people at the foot of the mountain were speechless. They were silent for a moment and bowed, saying, It's time to say goodbye to you, sir. Having said that, they all left. Yifutian sighed in his heart. Seeing the bleak scene here, he could not imagine how grand it was in the past. He looked toward the Sky River Great Elder. The Great Elder said, You have heard it. If you have the opportunity, go to Tianhe City for a walk. When you are outside, you will be my only successor. I have taught the deed of thorough comprehension to you. Understood, Yifutian replied. He understood the Sky River Great Elder's intention. On the one hand, the Great Elder wanted to clarify Yifutian's position. On the other hand, he did not want to be disturbed by others anymore and wanted to focus on cultivation. It's just, with the status of his heart being of such a high level, would the Great Elder forever be so despondent? After entering the Renhuang Plain, shouldn't his state of heart be the strongest? The Sky River Great Elder stepped away from here, like an ordinary old man. He had seen through the world, and it seemed that he only wanted to find someone to inherit his mantle so that he could completely hide in the mountain. Tianhe City was a megalopolis. In the past, there were countless gallant figures in Tianhe City, and all of them were proud of studying under the Sky River Great Elder's guidance. However, the catastrophic war turned Tianhe City into ruins, and it was only after so many years that it had recovered some vitality. Recently, shocking news came from Tianhe City. After so many years, the Sky River Great Elder finally accepted another disciple who was also his last disciple. The Sky River Great Elder personally announced that this disciple would inherit his mantle. The Tianhe realm was not a supreme realm, and the title of Sky River Great Elder was conferred by people of the realm. The Sky River Great Elder was absolutely the strongest person beyond compare. For many years, countless people had entered his door to seek the path, but no one succeeded, until now, the Sky River Great Elder found an inheritor of his mantle. One could imagine how shocking this news was in Tianhe City. Almost everyone was talking about this matter, and at the same time they were also talking about the inheritors of the Sky River Great Elder. Who was he? How could the Sky River Great Elder allow him to inherit his mantle? When countless people talked about it, in Tianhe City, a white-haired young man traveled in Tianhe City. This handsome white-haired young man, of course, was Yi Futian, who had left the mountain. The Great Elder asked him to go down the mountain, and he understood what he meant, so after a period of cultivation, he came to this giant city. On his way, many people noticed Yi Futian. His handsome face, white clothes, and white hair, plus his temperament, were quite noticeable in Tianhe City. Many people wondered if this person belonged to an important force. Yi Futian came in front of a restaurant. He looked up and stepped into the restaurant. He came to the top of the open-air building, asked for a pot of alcohol, several plates of appetizers, and sat quietly in a corner drinking by himself. Although he didn't speak, many people still noticed him. Yi Futian not only had an outstanding temperament, but he also gave people a mysterious feeling. "Are you alone, sir?" At this time, not far from Yi Futian's side, a girl in a long green dress sitting in front of a wine table looked at Yi Futian. Her smile was gentle and charming. Although her face was not stunning, she was definitely a beauty, and her charisma could endear her to many people. Yi Futian glanced at her, nodded gently, and didn't say anything. "I am Mu Qingyu of the Mu residence. May I ask you to have a drink?" the girl said with a smile. Many people in the restaurant were a little surprised. She was Qingyu of the Mu residence. The Mu residence was a family of Runhuang level, and Mu Qingyu was the lady of the Mu residence with excellent talent. Now, she had entered the Saint Plain and had a lot of quarters. Mu Qingyu noticed Yi Futian when he was outside the restaurant. She could tell this person's cultivation must be very high, and his temperament seemed to be in harmony with the world. He was so young and with an outstanding disposition. However, she did not know his name. "Thank you, but there is no need," Yi Futian said softly and looked out of the window. It seemed that he had no interest in this lady of Mu residence at all. This made many people in the restaurant show surprise, and they were even more curious about Yi Futian. Mu Qingyu was a bit shocked, and then she smiled again. "It's my fault to disturb you, sorry, sir." She didn't have much to say, and she didn't feel uncomfortable because of this. Since the man had no intention of knowing her, she would not make herself unwelcome in front of him, but she still had curiosity. Yi Futian was still drinking quietly. He was alone and seemed a bit lonely. Mu Qingyu glanced at him from time to time. Many people in the restaurant were talking about the news that the Sky River Great Elder had accepted a new disciple. The Sky River Great Elder once had 3,000 disciples, and among them, there were so many talents. Now that he had found the inheritor of his mantle. How strong is he? I really want to see how he fights. He doesn't have to be strong. Things are different from the past. At that time, even the Supreme Realm sent people to study under his guidance. Although he belonged to Tianhe Realm, how prestigious was the Sky River Great Elder's identity. He even married the lady of the Divine Clan. But now, the peerless young cultivators will not choose to be his disciples, and only people in Tianhe Realm. Someone whispered but didn't continue. Many people nodded secretly. They all knew the reason. Although the strength of the Sky River Great Elder was still there, after all, it was not the same as before. He had grudges with the Divine Clan, and some top characters were afraid to offend the Divine Clan of the upper realms. People chatted casually, and Yi Futian didn't cut in. It was as if it had nothing to do with him. After a long while, a group of people flashed in the distance, and their life forces were very unusual. Many people in the restaurant looked at that side, and not long after, outside the restaurant, a young man stood in the void sky and looked in the direction of the restaurant. His eyes were sharp. "It's him." Mu Qingyu looked at this person and murmured, apparently able to recognize this most prestigious figure in the young generation of the Tianhe realm, who had always wanted to become the Sky River Great Elder's disciple. Soon, more figures flickered over and came to the restaurant. Some of them stood on the top of other buildings and some stood in the void sky. Some people walked directly into the restaurant and sat down. The atmosphere instantly changed. Yi Futian naturally knew that they came for him. When he went down the mountain, He knew that some people were staring at him, presumably those who wanted to find out his identity. At this moment, people's gazes fell on him, but he did not take it seriously and kept drinking. Did they come for him? Mu Qingyu looked at Yi Futian and thought to herself. There was a slight wave in her heart. More and more people were approaching, and many were extraordinary cultivators. Yi Futian lowered his head as he drank. It was as if everything happening around him had nothing to do with him. Next to the tavern, a man walked in the void and came to him, and it was the one who sought apprenticeship under the mountain that day. The man's name was Ren Guangxing. He was a descendant of the noble family of Ren from Tianhe City. Besides his famous name, he was extremely talented, and he was now at the top of the Nirvana plane wanting to obtain the realm of Renhuang. Ren Guangxing, as his name suggested, was proud and impertinent. Still, he could afford to be flippant. The only thing he was never flippant about was that, for several years, he had often traveled to the cultivating place of the Sky River Great Elder and asked to be seen beneath the mountain, hoping to be accepted by the Elder as a disciple. He was always sincere, and he never showed any disrespect. Many people thought that Sky River Great Elder would be moved by Ren Guangxing's sincerity and accept him as a disciple. But before that day had come, they heard that Sky River Great Elder had found an heir to pass on all his crafts to and that he was no longer looking for any disciples. Then what was Ren Guangxing doing here now? Looking at the others, they were genius talents of the younger generation in Tianhe City. Many were from well-known families without exception. No one from the older generations was there. The reason for their attraction was very obvious. The heir of the Great Elder, many thought instinctively. After all, the entire Tianhe City had been discussing this matter recently. Many descendants of the famous families have appeared, and it seems that many of them want to be disciples under the Sky River Great Elder. Who did they come for? Many wondered. They turned their eyes slowly turned and finally landed on a place where all the gazes converged. Over yonder, the man with white hair sat there, drinking quietly. It was as if he was outside of this world. This man is the heir to the Great Elder? Many people secretly exclaimed. The man's temperament was indeed extraordinary. With his white clothes and white hair, he seemed to be one with the heavens and the earth. However, no one had ever seen him before. In Tianhe City, there had never been such an outstanding figure of the Saint Plane. Where did the Great Elder find his successor? Ren Guangxing of the noble family of Ren. Ren Guangxing stood in the void. His eyes landed on Yi Futian. He continued, I saw you that day under the mountain. I take it that you must be the successor of the Great Elder. Indeed, everyone's hearts trembled slightly. Some in the tavern were just talking about him not so long ago. They didn't expect that person to be sitting right there. Yi Futian put down the wine cup. He slowly raised his head to look at Ren Guangxing, saying, Is there something I can help you with? It's nothing really. It was just that I have wanted to cultivate under the Great Elder for a long time. After I saw you that day, and when I heard that the Great Elder had already found his successor, I wanted to meet you. Now that you are here, I've come to take a look, Ren Guangxing said. There is no difference except that my physique is better, Yi Futian whispered. He continued to drink by himself. Many people expressed a look of surprise. This guy was not the least bit humble. Next to him, Mu Qingyu smiled a little. She didn't expect that the disciple of the Great Elder would have a sense of humor, or that his physique was indeed very appealing. No, your temperament is also extraordinary. For many years, the Great Elder has not accepted any disciples. Since he chose you as his successor, we, naturally, would never doubt the decision of the Great Elder. Not because of Yi Futian, but because of Sky River Great Elder. Would the first person in Tianhe realm choose someone mediocre to inherit his crafts? No matter what other people had thought, at least he would not believe them. He had gone to visit many times before, but he was refused by the Great Elder. Didn't the Great Elder know his talent? Many people used to think that the Great Elder was not as picky about the disciples as before, and that he may not be able to select the ones that were too outstanding. However, upon hearing the words of Ren Guangxing, they were a little skeptical. After so many years, the decision to accept a disciple as a successor perhaps was not made lightly. This white-haired young man may be more than what meets the eye. It's just that, at this time, Ren Guangxing continued, the Great Elder is the first person of cultivation in Tianhe realm. Even though his decision is not to be questioned, I still want to see the heir he picked. I want to know, after for many years of not accepting any disciple, who is worthy of the Great Elder. Many people nodded when they heard this. Ren Guangxing was still Ren Guangxing, after all. So? Yifutian asked. So, a lot of people came, Ren Guangxing said. Indeed, many had come. There were cultivators all around the tavern. They were here for Yifutian, whose name had spread throughout Tianhe City as the heir of the Great Elder. Yifutian's right hand rested on the table, still holding the wine cup. He looked up at everyone and said, So, are you going to come up one by one? Or all together? Li Ku asked the successor of the Great Elder for advice. At this time, in another direction, a young man with a thin build spoke, and an extremely dangerous will of the way flowed from him. As do I. In another direction, someone also stepped forward. Suddenly, the vast world was shrouded in sword will, and the chiming sound of sword whistled between heaven and earth. In that direction, a young man, who carried 2 swords on his back, moved forward. There were a few strands of white hair at his temples, making him appear extremely captivating. The sword will increased a few degrees with every step he took. Many people in the tavern started to get up and move away from this place of strife. The entire tavern was shrouded by the will of the way, and this small tavern couldn't afford to get in the middle of those who had come here. Every one of them was an extraordinary figure in Tianhe realm, so if they got involved somehow, no one would care about their welfare. Above the sky, some people of the same plane stepped down. Many looked up, and some recognized the person and let out a surprised shout. It was the madman of the Wild Clan. Normally, it was unusual to see all these extraordinary people gathered in one place, and today they came for just one man. I also want to experience the strength of the successor of the Great Elder, said a rough voice from the void. The world was rocked by it. The tavern made a rumbling sound as if experiencing an earthquake. It seemed that it might collapse at any moment. Mississippi, several people around Mu Qingyu released the might of Saint Plain to protect her, cautioning her. Mu Qingyu nodded, then got up and backed away. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Yifutian, who was in the center of the storm. The wine table in front of him was trembling, but the hand that was holding the wine cup was as steady as ever. He sat there quietly as if nothing had happened. His calmness surprised many onlookers. Although he was the successor chosen by the Great Elder, everyone who had arrived was an extraordinary character. Each one of them was a genius character who could be ranked in Tianhe City, as they all had a great chance to enter Renhuang Plain. Under such circumstances, Yifutian's face-off with all of them would not be an easy task. Clink! A clear sound came out, and the wine glass in Yifutian's hand shattered under an invisible sword will, directly turning into dust. Yifutian's hand was suspended there, and then he slowly lowered it. Another sound came out. This time, the table in front of him was shattered and collapsed at his feet. Boom! Finally, the chair that Yifutian sat on was also shattered into nothingness, unable to withstand the pressure. Yifutian stood up in the center of the storm. His white robe fluttered as all the will of the way fell down, covering his body. Looking at people in all directions, countless more in the distance stared at the lone figure on top of the tavern, where only Yifutian was. At this time, the ancient characters around Yifutian shone brilliantly, and different characters surrounded the sky. Suddenly, the power of the great path between heaven and earth rushed madly into his body. His body turned into the divine furnace of the great path, refining the way of heaven and earth. What a powerful breath! All felt the breath of the great path within Yifutian's body. Everyone around him wore a grave countenance. They dared not to be careless. If you don't make a move again, you will not have a second chance, said a voice from the tavern, which surprised everyone. Even when facing such powerful cultivators, Yifutian still had such arrogant words for them. Bang! Diagonally, in the sky above, a figure stepped forward and rocked the void. A vast pressure of might pressed against Yi Futian's body as a giant vortex storm appeared above. There were mountain peaks within the storm, and in an instant, this extremely violent might of the wave frightened those who were in the distance. Rumbling sounds came out as the tavern began to collapse, and the ground was shaking. Buzz. The characters around Yi Futian's body were getting brighter and brighter, and they resonated with the great path. The character that signified heaven was now illuminated with radiant divine light. Boom! A dull sound was heard as the mountains of storm attacked downward, crushing a corner of the sky. Yi Futian raised his hand and pointed ahead, and the character of heaven flew out instantly, emitting a radiant divine light. It directly collided with that storm. Bang, bang, bang. The crowd saw that storm, and the mountains continuously exploded and were pulverized. The character that signified heaven directly penetrated both while continuing its way forward, attacking the man in the void who had made a move. Boom! Boundless great force blasted in front of the other, causing that cultivator to fly out. The character of heaven bloomed in gloriously divine light as other characters also flew high above the sky, revolving around the world, expanding their circumference with each rotation. The sky filled with a frightening storm of the great path, and Yi Futian was at its center. A holy illusion appeared upon Yi Futian's body, just like the divine body of the great path, gathering from the world. When the nearby cultivators saw this, they finally made their move. There was swordsmanship that cleaved through the sky, endless palm strikes, and also a great urn that slammed down from the sky. However, endless characters suddenly appeared around Yi Futian. This endless character transformed into a light screen. When all attacks descended, they were all being blocked outside. Deed of thorough comprehension. Those who were watching the battle from afar trembled in their hearts. On the successor of the Great Elder, the methods cultivated by the Great Elder and the deed of thorough comprehension burst forth in radiant glory. Yi Futian's body slowly levitated from above the tavern. With his body moving upward, the storm of the great path would cover an even stronger area until the glory of the characters was even more radiant. At this time, Yi Futian raised his arm, and when he had gathered the power of the infinite great path, he threw a punch directly in front of him. When this punch blasted out, those characters seemed to be transformed into the will of the fists, sweeping in all directions. In a short while, on the other side of the tavern, above the void, and on the streets in the distance, loud booming noises were heard. Those who had come to slaughter him seemed to have been penetrated by something, and their bodies were knocked away as they spat out blood. Ren Guangxing's body was constantly being blasted backward, and the vast world was covered by the might of the way. The suffocating pressure enveloped him as the giant characters pushed back everything. He groaned and started bleeding from the corners of his mouth. His breath vacillated violently. His eyes were focused on the white-haired figure standing in the void, and he was extremely shocked. It was not just him. At this time, in the vast area around the tavern, countless people were focused on Yi Futian. The divine light released by the deed of thorough comprehension was still dazzling beyond compare. One man, one hit. Everything was swept away. Of all the many extraordinary characters of Tianhe City, none was his equal. Mu Qingyu stared at that white-haired figure, and her heart was racing. He was so strong. If they were in the same nirvana plane, why was he so much stronger? Indeed, there was always someone better out there. Sky River Great Elder had not accepted any disciples for many years, but now he had finally chosen a successor, whose first battle had shocked the world. His realm was definitely already at the top of nirvana. His combat power was unlikely to find its equal from anyone below Renhuang Plain in all of Tianhe realm. Incredible strength. It seemed that the Great Elder's successor was not selected at random. The people in the distance shuddered. No wonder that the Great Elder wanted to live in seclusion. Perhaps it was because his heir was so outstanding that he wanted to pass on all his crafts to him, so he could completely dissociate himself from the outside world. In fact, in recent years, Sky River Great Elder had not involved himself much with the outside world, either. He had been concentrated on his cultivation in the mountains and did not seem to have completely gotten over the events that happened years ago. "The body of the Great Path," said a voice from the void. a figure stepped down from the sky. But this time it was an old man holding a sword in his hand. Sky Sword Elder. Everyone who saw the old man couldn't help but tremble inside. The Sky Sword Elder did not have any extraordinary talents like Ren Guangxing and the others did. He had cultivated for many years and yet was still unable to step into the realm of Renhuang. Many felt that he was limited by his talent and might not overcome that bottleneck. But the Sky Sword Elder was extremely persistent, and his state of mind was extraordinary. He was not willing to give up so easily, so he devoted himself to cultivation, exhausting all his efforts on the art of swords, continuously making progress, ever approaching the limit of Saint Path. He had stayed in nirvana for many years, and his sword was always improving. In the endless years he crafted the Sky Sword. Rumor had it that the Sky Sword could put an end to any cultivators under Renhuang. Even though those genius talents in Tianhe realm might possess superior gifts compared to the Sky Sword Elder, as far as cultivation and combat power went, they definitely were not his equal. Long ago, there was some talented person who challenged Sky Sword Elder but was wiped out by a single strike. Because it was an open duel of life and death, the opponent's family did not pursue the matter further. Heir to the Sky River Great Elder, please enlighten me. Sky Sword Elder's eyes were poignant. From a glance, it looked like an extremely fierce sword light came down from the sky, stabbing Yifutian's spiritual soul. A terrible storm of sword will manifested between heaven and earth, splitting the void. Countless sword light shone, and the Sky Sword Elder held the sword in his hand. It was as if his entire person had turned into a sword. Inside his body, the blood roiled in his veins as the will of Wei was flowing within. It was as if the body was no longer just simply flesh and blood but was now the body of the Sky Sword. Sky Sword Elder did not cultivate a very powerful technique of attack because he lacked the required powerful background. However, he relied on countless trials of life and death and countless perilous situations to temper his sword into the Sky Sword, which was extremely fast and extremely sharp. There was a saying in Tianhe City, "When the Sky Sword is unleashed, demons and gods will weep alike. Anyone beneath Renhuang will be executed." Yifutian looked up at the old man in the void. His white hair danced in the wind and asked lightly, "There is a murderous intent on you. Have I offended you?" "It has nothing to do with anything. It's just that I cultivate in swords," the old man responded. "I have cultivated in the swords for many years, and the Sky Sword had already reached its realm. There are few rivals under Renhuang, so there was no one with whom to try my sword on. You are the successor of the Sky River Great Elder and possess extraordinary fighting power, so I came because of it. When I unsheathed my sword, it would be hard to predicate life and death, so I advise you not to be merciful." Yifutian understood that the old man had been trapped in this realm for too many years and wanted to seek the way. Now that they had met today, he wanted to try his sword in seeking the way. This could be the strongest sword strike from the old man. "The elder chose the wrong person," Yifutian replied. "In reality, he came here for the same purpose as the old man, which was to seek the way." However, he was no longer the Yifutian who was undergoing the trail at the Divine Palace. Back when Li Daozi had chosen him to try the sword, the timing had been good. Now, there was no such opportunity for the Sky Sword Elder. "Right or wrong, my pursuit is the ultimate of the sword. One day, I will find the answer that I'm looking for," the old man said curtly. As his voice faded, an extremely sharp light pierced toward him like an invisible sword that chopped down from the sky. In the next moment he saw a beam of light. It was sword light. The old man had already disappeared. It was as if he had merged into the sword light, or rather, he had turned the way into a sword. "Pursue the ultimate of the Saint Plane," Yifutian said in his heart. He wanted to break the limit as a method to comprehend the way. His reasoning was not false, but it was not always useful. In the vast world, countless people looked at the sword, and at the moment when the sword light bloomed, cracks began to appear on the ground. Even those in the distance could feel that their spirit souls were being torn apart. His white hair flew about in the wind, but Yifutian was standing there without moving. The light of the deed of thorough comprehension bloomed like the divine furnace of the great path that would refine the way of heaven and earth into one. The spiritual will caught the sword light that came in for the kill, and as his palm raised, he pointed toward the sky. The dazzling sword light flooded the void. The sword was approaching, and the infinite sword light penetrated Yifutian's body like halos. But Yifutian stood there, motionless. His finger fell on the sword, and the force of that one finger was enough to stop the sword in its track. Clink! A clear sound came out, and countless path light poured into the sword. In the next moment, the sword flew back and forth twice, and the old man's figure appeared there. With a loud sound, he vomited a big mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his breath deteriorated quickly. He was greatly weakened. Everyone in the crowd was extremely shocked. How could he be so strong? The Sky Sword Elder was at the top limit of the Saint Plane, and he couldn't even stop the force exerted by one finger? Since when was his sword so feeble? They couldn't understand, and that included Ren Guangxing. But their hearts were filled with fear and shock. Such strength was so great that it made the others feel completely hopeless. Even between limits, there are degrees of separation. Seeing the old man looking down at him, Yifutian spoke. When the old man heard those words, he seemed to be deep in thought. He let out a long sigh, feeling a little bit sad. Indeed, even though he had dedicated his life to continuously surpassing his own limits, he had obtained some prestige in Tianhe City and won over many Nirvana-level geniuses. However, if those people had reached the same level as him, then perhaps he wouldn't be able to compete with them. Just as Yifutian had said, there were degrees of separation even between limits. It was as truthful as it was cold and indifferent. And this gap could not be bridged after the fact. There is no need for Elder to take this to heart. Presently, those who can best me under Renhuang realm are not of Tianhe City. Yifutian continued. He was being subtle when he said that Tianhe City did not have anyone who could beat him. Judging from his current state, it was indeed not an easy task to find someone in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path who could best him in the same realm. But even so, the people around him were still shocked by his cocky claims. There was no one in Tianhe City? How impertinent to include all of the cultivators of Tianhe realm in this category. However, having witnessed this battle, they, too, could not think of anyone under Renhuang realm who could beat Yifutian. Even at this moment, it was unknown just how much Yifutian's strength had expanded. This successor of Lord Tianhe was terribly powerful. The Sky Sword Elder gave Yifutian a long look. He held his hands together to bow. He said, "Thank you for your enlightenment." As he finished speaking, he walked away. Despite the words of consolation from Yifutian, he still felt disappointed. All the cultivation that he possessed was not enough to counter the power of one finger. What kind of gap was that? Even if the opponent was the successor of the Great Elder, this should not be how it ended. Who else wants to try? Yifutian surveyed the crowd, but no one spoke. Even Yifutian had claimed to be under the Renhuang plane, and no one could fight with him. Judging from this combat power, it was indeed difficult to find an opponent. His body drifted down and landed on top of the tavern. However, at this time, he saw rays of divine light descending from the sky, and a group of people appeared out of thin air as if they had shuttled over from a distance. This group of people possessed extraordinary temperament. The person in front was clad in a luxurious robe. He looked to be about 40 in age. Of course, his actual age must be far greater than that. He stood there, seeming to be one with the Great Path. He was definitely an existence of Renhuang realm. "Your Royal Highness." Ren Guangxing saw the comer and bowed slightly. Afterward, many of the people below turned to this Renhuang and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." Yifutian looked up at the newcomer. His Royal Highness? Did Tianhe realm, like the Crimson Dragon realm, have its own ruling royal principality? Before, he had heard Lord Taixian saying that the Sky River Elder ought to be the strongest person in Tianhe realm. There was indeed a royal family in Tianhe realm. The realm palace of Tianhe realm was now in Tianhe City. Tianhe City was the main city of Tianhe realm. The person who had just arrived was from the realm palace of Tianhe realm. He was the cultivator of the royal family, and he was in the realm of Renhuang. The eyes of that Renhuang landed on Yi Futian. With a smile on his face, he looked extremely gentle and comforting without any harshness of authority. Junior brother. That Renhuang looked at Yi Futian and called out to him with a smile, which stunned Yi Futian. Junior brother? A look of doubt flashed through his eyes. Was the Renhuang cultivator of Tianhe realm also a disciple of the Sky River Elder? No need to question. Our master had been in retreat for many years and never expected to accept another disciple after so many years. That Renhuang smiled and explained. He stepped down and came to Yi Futian without showing any superiority. Yi Futian understood when he heard his words that this man was a disciple of the same clan as his master. He might even be his uncle master. However, the great elder had not mentioned it to him but had only asked him to go down the mountain and walk around. He was rather speechless. Once upon a time, in the battle that destroyed the realms, how many of the 3,000 disciples did the great elder lose? If there were still some survivors, wouldn't they all be his brothers? Technically speaking? Moreover, this man was a member of the royal family of Tianhe realm. In the battle that destroyed the realms, did the royal family survive that catastrophe unharmed? At this moment, there were many thoughts flashing through in Yi Futian's mind. Yi Futian remained silent and continued to size up the other. That Renhuang walked in front of Yi Futian and smiled. Duan Qing of the Duan clan at the Realm Palace in Tianhe realm. My brother, you may address me as Senior Brother Duan. Duan clan at the Realm Palace in Tianhe realm. It seemed that it was really the ruling royal principality in Tianhe realm, and it held a supreme status in Tianhe realm. No wonder those descendants of Renhuang also bowed down to pay their respect and saluted him as their royal highness. Senior Brother Duan, Yi Futian said calmly, but without too much emotion. The other prince was so enthusiastic and was a respected brother of his master, so he wouldn't be so rude as to ignore him. Duan Qing nodded with a smile. Master has been in seclusion for many years, disinterested in outside affairs. How many excellent characters in Tianhe realm desired to be accepted as his disciple but did not get so much as a glance from him. I didn't expect that after so many years, Master would accept my brother as his successor. It is truly a rare occasion. However, when I saw my brother in battle, the reason couldn't be more obvious. Senior brother is too generous. It is just that my realm is a bit deeper, Yi Futian said. At present, his realm was indeed very deep. It was at the top of the Saint Plain. You are too humble. The Sky Sword Elder was defeated by my brother with one finger strike. With such strength, how many people of the Saint Plain in Tianhe realm could compare? Duan Qing continued. He glanced at the tavern below and said, When I learned that the master had chosen a successor, I thought we ought to drink a few rounds together. But the tavern here has collapsed, so why not go to the Realm Palace? There were many in the Realm Palace who were also master's disciples, and it will give them a chance to meet you. Yi Futian thought for a moment, a few reservations his heart. The news that the great elder had found a successor seemed to be widely circulated. The other was the prince of the Realm Palace. He should have already heard, yet he did not visit at the time. It seemed that his relationship might not be as close as expected, or he would have visited as soon as he had heard. Another thing was that the great elder asked him to go down the mountain to tell the world that he would be inherited from the great elder. The great elder, it seemed, had taken Duan Qing's appearance into account? If this was the case, then he may have to go with the flow. Sure. Yi Futian nodded after a moment of contemplation, ready to go with Duan Qing. He was not worried about being in danger. Sky River Great Elder was the mentor of Tianhe realm. He was their #1 cultivator. If he had asked him to come off the mountain to visit, nothing bad would happen. Duan Qing nodded with a smile. He looked at the people around him again. Ren Quangxing, Girly from Mu clan, and other geniuses of Tianhe realm, since you are all present, why not come with us to the palace and have a few drinks? It would a good way to celebrate with my junior brother. Thank you, Your Highness. In the distance, Mu Qingyu smiled and curtsied. Others also nodded one after the other. Naturally, they would not decline the invitation from the Realm Palace. The battle before had made them admire Yi Futian's strength, as it was not something with which they could compete. The realm palace of Tianhe realm was magnificent and awesome, full of solemn ancient halls served by throes of guards and cultivators alike, many of which were of Saint Plain existence themselves. This palace was like a city within a city, extremely vast. Duanqing, as the prince and a Renhuang existence himself, he possessed a complex of palaces of his own, known as the Prince's Palace. At this time, there was a grand banquet being held in the banquet square, and beautiful maids kept coming forth to serve precious wine and delicious food. Duanqing sat in the main position as the host, while Yi Futian sat directly opposite him as the honored guest. With such treatment, Duanqing showered him with enough prestige to raise his status tremendously. Today, I am fortunate to have met my brother, and my master was also fortunate to have such a successor. I will drink to my junior brother. Duanqing raised the glass. A maid knelt behind Yi Futian to serve drinks, especially for him. Yi Futian raised the glass and then drank up. As the wine poured down his throat, it was extremely fierce, like burning flames that actually refined his meridians, veins, and blood. What strong wine, Yi Futian said secretly to himself. There was whey hidden in the wine, which was the kind of fine wine that could only be served by extraordinary principalities. I heard my brother introduce himself as being from the Yi clan, yet there is no Yi clan in Tianhe realm. My brother is so talented that it only served to reason that you were born into a powerful family. Unless my brother is not from Tianhe realm? Duanqing asked. As a prince of the realm palace, Duanqing was well aware of all the great principalities of Tianhe realm, and there were no royal family principalities with the surname Yi. Well, Yi Futian nodded slightly. I came from another realm. Is that so? Duanqing revealed a rather interesting look. He continued, I'm just curious that since the master has been cultivating on the mountains and rarely went out in recent years, how was it that the master chose you as his disciple, and the successor who would inherit all his crafts, no less? Is he prying? Yi Futian thought. Instead, he smiled and replied, It was quite a bit of a coincidence, and I still don't know the reason why I was chosen by the master until today. Brother might want to find some time to go on the mountain and let master tell you himself. Naturally, he would not reveal the matter. If Duanqing asked no more questions for him and went to the mountains to visit the great elder, it wouldn't be too late to apologize to him. It's true that I haven't visited the master for quite a while. I will find some time to visit. Duanqing nodded slightly, and his eyes revealed nothing unusual. How long has my junior brother been cultivating the deed of thorough comprehension? And your achievement was quite astounding, Duanqing asked mindlessly. He seemed quite casual. Several months, Yi Futian replied. Several months. Duanqing looked at Yi Futian and said, Brother, stop joking with me. The deed of thorough comprehension is broad and profound, and it took me many years of cultivation to complete it. The power that was displayed previously could not have been achieved in a few months. Talent. Yi Futian smiled nonchalantly. He did lie this time. He had been cultivating the deed of thorough comprehension for many years. However, the time he had spent cultivating the deed of thorough comprehension when he came to Tianhe realm was a short, so it was a half-truth. Whether the other believed it or not, it didn't really matter. If my brother says it was due to talent, I will believe it, Duanqing replied with a smile. Unfortunately, it would be so much more interesting if junior brother entered the clan back in the day. You could have witnessed the grandeur of the disciples of the 3,000 great paths. Within the same clan, how many excellent characters were among us. Of course, with the talent of my brother, even in those days you would, no doubt, be the most outstanding. Father. At this time, two figures appeared at the same time, and everyone's eyes focused on them. It was a man and a woman, both of whom were extraordinary in temperament. The man was handsome, and there was a spirit between his brows that was similar to that of Duanqing. The woman was extremely beautiful. She was dressed in courtly clothes, which brought out her noble elegance to the fullest. These two were the progenies of Duanqing. Duanqing nodded and introduced them to Yi Futian. Brother, This is Duan Huan and Duan Yu. Huan Yu, the universe, Yi Futian thought. Duan Qing pointed to Yi Futian, who was next to him, and introduced, "This is your Uncle Master Yi." They both shifted their focus to Yi Futian. As descendants of the royal family, both of them had an air of arrogance, and Duan Huan faintly exuded a sense of majestic authority. He might not have been older than Yi Futian, and his cultivation was not any lesser than Yi Futian's. Now, he was also at the top of nirvana. Duan Yu was a little less. She was unblemished Saint Plain. They had also heard that Sky River Great Elder had accepted an heir, and it must be this was the Uncle Master in front of them. It's just that this uncle was so young and seemed to be the same age as them, so it was not so easy to address him. Little Uncle Master. Although Duan Huan found it hard to say, he didn't disobey Duan Qing's will and addressed Yi Futian as such. But his attitude was not so respectful. After all, they were from the same generation. Duan Yu had a strange expression on her face as she stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian also returned her gaze. Duan Yu's eyes seemed to point to something, but Yi Futian had no intention to cut her a break. He was unmoved by her look, which forced Duan Yu to address him, "Little Uncle Master." But her tone was rather chilly. Her eyes drifted to the others, and she saw some acquaintances who she did not expect to have been invited to the palace. "You are both too polite." Yi Futian had seen their attitude but did not take it to heart. How much respect could he have expected from the two descendants of the royal family who were his peers? Yi Futian's calm expression indicated that he could not afford to go easy on them. The Grandmaster hadn't accepted disciples for many years. Once I also requested a visit but was not able to go. Now, Grandmaster has accepted Little Uncle Master as his successor. So it must be that the Little Uncle Master has an extraordinary talent. Duan Huan's words attracted the attention of many people who were present. The Great Elder has excellent perception, and his chosen successor must be highly gifted with unparalleled talent. At this time, a voice was heard. As many people started walking together from outside, they came directly to the banquet, their eyes on Yi Futian. "Brother Yi, I told you before that in addition to the many disciples who had been accepted by the Master, there were also countless people in the Palace of the Mountain, including the royal family. What you see in front of you are seekers of instruction from the Master," Duan Qing said with a smile. Yi Futian nodded. Yi Futian greets all the elders. Although he was polite, he sat there without bothering to get up. They smiled and looked at Duan Huan, who had just spoken, asking, "So, do you want to test the perception of the Grandmaster?" "Precisely." Duan Huan nodded with a smile. "I just don't know if Little Uncle Master would be willing to enlighten me?" He was not completely aiming at Yi Futian. The Great Elder had said himself that this was the person to pass on his crafts to, so Duan Huan also wanted to give it a try. This Uncle Master had better not be a fraud. "You are not your Uncle Master's equal," Duan Qing said lightly. "How would Father know without me trying first?" Next to him, Duan Yu piped up. Duan Huan's body emitted a magnificent momentum, and he said, "Just asking Little Uncle Master to teach me." "Don't be rude," Duan Qing reprimanded. "It's quite all right. Since I'm his Uncle Master, instruction in cultivation was a matter of course," Yi Futian replied. He was unclear as to the real purpose of Duan Qing's invitation for him to come here. It's good to teach them a lesson, so that they know there is always someone better out there. Seeing Yi Futian speak, Duan Qing did not try to intervene again, but only made a comment very quietly. The moment his words fell, a breath of terror erupted in an instant and swept toward Duan Huan. Duan Huan frowned and glanced at Yi Futian. This Little Uncle Master didn't even stand up to make his move. He took a step forward, and the pressure of the great path exploded. In a moment, a heavy atmosphere enveloped heaven and earth. At the same time, the majestic might of the way from Yi Futian pressed toward him with incredible surging power. Bang! A dull, muffled sound came out, and an invisible storm of the great path was blowing around Duan Huan. He stopped abruptly, and he even backed up a few steps in succession. Psst! As footsteps rubbed against the ground, sharp and harsh sounds came out. Duan Huan shook his head as he seemed to be in a trance, during which time, His spirit soul was also suppressed and attacked. The expression on his face changed abruptly, and a shocking pressure of might broke out. The divine light of the great path flowed around his body, circulating around and protecting him and his spiritual soul within the divine light. The expressions of everyone else also changed. What an arrogant breath! However, those who had seen Yi Futian in battle before were not surprised. The strength of the Sky Sword Elder was already at the top of Nirvana, and there weren't many opponents under Ren Hunag. Even Duan Huan, who was a descendant of the royal family, would be hard-pressed to best the Sky Sword Elder. Previously, the Sky Sword Elder had lost to the power of a single finger strike. Duan Huan would not fare much better, and he could not possibly be Yi Futian's opponent. Regarding this, Duan Qing understood this very clearly in his heart. The majestic might of the Wei still roared, rolling out surprise attacks that suppressed Duan Huan. Yi Futian stood up and walked out of the banquet area. Under his absolute control, the power did not even leak outside to affect the banquet. Above the body, there were methods of the deed of thorough comprehension blooming. His body was like a great divine furnace of the great path, and his breath was strong and majestic. Just like a real divine body, it was incomparably radiant. He walked a few steps forward. His pace was very light, but with each step, an even stronger pressure swept out. Seeing the protective divine light about Duan Huan, he took a step as his fist landed on the protective light. Crystal clear sounds came out, and the protective divine light shattered and collapsed instantly. Traces of fist will rushed into Duan Huan's body after cleaving through the protective divine light. It greatly shook all his internal organs and seemed to crush them. Despite the abundant breath inside the body, the pain was still palpable. Boom! Finally, the domineering Duan Huan could no longer bear this extremely powerful might of the Wei. As his body continued sliding back, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath quickly weakened. Bang! After he slid back hundreds of meters, Duan Huan was able to stabilize himself. His face was pale, and he looked up at Yi Futian with some shock. This force was simply unstoppable. Little Uncle Master is indeed powerful, Duan Huan said while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Many people in the banquet narrowed their eyes slightly and looked at Yi Futian. This successor of the great elder was incredibly strong. They were quite clear about Duan Huan's strength, which was absolutely top-notch, yet he could not block a single punch. There are not many under Run Huang who can withstand my punch, so you need not take it to heart, Yi Futian said calmly. Although he was telling the truth, he was young, after all, and his tone was an elder lecturing someone younger. It was slightly outlandish for those who were not used to it. He was not the least bit humble. On the side, Duan Yu was also speechless. Her elder brother couldn't even block a single punch. Was it true that the successor of the Grandmaster was this powerful? Duan Yu had heard many of the stories about the Grandmaster since she was a child. He was definitely a legend, a young genius who was peerless in his days. After he had gained fame in Tianhe Realm, he traveled the world and married the daughter of the Lord of God clan in the Supreme Path Realm with no objection from the Lord himself. This demonstrated the renown of the Sky River Great Elder when he was young. However, he did not stay in the God clan. After traveling around the world, he returned to his homeland Tianhe Realm. He taught the world, and his students spread all over Tianhe Realm. He was worshipped by the people of Tianhe Realm, and his name became the symbol of Tianhe Realm, reigning high above all royal powers. Even the people of the royal family in the Realm Palace also sought to cultivate under his guidance. Her father, the Prince of Realm Palace, was sent very early on to cultivate under the tutelage of the Great Elder. She had also heard some gossip related to the past, saying that her grandfather, the master of the Realm Palace and supreme existence of Tianhe Realm, would bow and salute to the Sky River Great Elder without exception. She hadn't experienced those times and had no idea how prestigious the Sky River Great Elder used to be. She just knew that he was so very strong. He was the first man in Tianhe Realm. But living in the royal family of the Realm Palace, Duan Yu was also a proud person. The suggestion that the royal master had to salute to the Sky River Great Elder made her feel very uncomfortable. And now, even the heir of the Sky River Great Elder was also this impressive. Her brother had been crushed. She had not seen the Sky River Great Elder in action before, but now she had seen Yi Futian in action, and she was greatly discomforted by it. Moreover, her father treated him so politely. My son was accustomed to always look higher. Today, my brother had taught him a thing or two. It's something he ought to remember. Next to him, Duanqing smiled and continued, "Take a seat." Yi Futian returned to his seat as suggested. On this trip to the palace, although Duanqing was still kind to him, he could feel some subtlety in the atmosphere, which could be detected from Duan Huan's attitude and Duan Yu's eyes. These royalties were not as respectful to the Sky River Great Elder as imagined. If Duanqing regarded the Great Elder as a teacher, then his children should also be extremely respectful to the Great Elder because of his example, but this was not the feeling he got. It seemed that things were not as simple as they appeared. This time, Duanqing's invitation was probably a test. Duan Huan and Duan Yu also sat down but did not continue to provoke Yi Futian, sitting quietly aside. Yi Futian had been interacting rather casually without much thought, and Duanqing must have felt it. However, he didn't really care. Until he understood the relationship between Duanqing, the Great Elder, and the Master, he couldn't be too invested. If he was wrong, he could always apologize later. It's been a while since I've been out today. I should be getting back to cultivate. Mid-banquet, Yi Futian raised his cup to Duanqing and bid his goodbye. Duanqing nodded and toasted him in return. I will be visiting Master in a while, and we can get together again then. Very well. Yi Futian nodded. He drained the wine from the cup, then stood up and put his hands together to bid his goodbye. Everyone at the banquet also stood up to send him off. Goodbye, everyone. Yi Futian bowed to the crowd slightly. You two go ahead and send your Uncle Master off, Duanqing said to Duan Huan and Duan Yu. Please don't bother. As Yi Futian was replying, he turned to leave. Many people in Tianhe City also began to leave. Mu Qingyu wanted to go up, but when she saw those fluttering white hair, she hesitated. She didn't do it. She was in a position that could be exposed to many extraordinary talents, but there were still some who were difficult to approach. Undoubtedly, Yi Futian belonged to the latter. After Yi Futian left, Duanqing looked to Duan Huan and asked, "What do you think? At the top of St. Plain, and the body of the Great Path has been formed. He is stronger than anyone I have dealt with before in this realm, and he is an expert at attacking the spiritual soul," Duan Huan said. In Tianhe realm, you are one of the top characters, but the gap was still so great. If you go to the Supreme Realm in the future, how are you going to compete with those top figures? Probably just looking. So, get back and continue to cultivate, Duanqing concluded. At this time, most of the people at the banquet had left. Except for the three of them, there were only two others who remained. Father, after so many years, shouldn't we know some of the things that happened in the past? Duan Huan said. It's okay to let Duan Huan stay, a person next to him said. Duanqing thought for a moment and nodded, saying, The things of the past are very simple. For the future of the family, we made some necessary sacrifices. What sacrifice? Duan Huan asked. Ethics, conscience. Duanqing looked into Duan Huan's eyes, and Duan Huan was silent. The fact was, he had already guessed some things as the years had gone by. Even if no one had ever mentioned them, he could figure out a thing or two from the interactions of all parties. When the battle erupted to destroy the realm in the past, the Duan clan was outside of the royal family and had a deep relationship with the Sky River Great Elder. However, not only was it not destroyed in the crisis, but it became even stronger, which in itself was an extremely abnormal occurrence. Cultivation in itself is a cruel process. It's the same even for the royal family. If we had chosen ethics, the whole realm palace, the descendants of the royal family, and countless others would have been buried in the disaster. Sometimes, difficult choices have to be made, Duanqing continued. I can understand, Duan Huan nodded. Duanqing didn't say much. He looked at the two next to him and said, What do you think? This man's talent is so powerful, yet he is not from Tianhe realm. His origin is mysterious. But the Great Elder had chosen him as his heir, so there must be some unknown matters. One responded. A few months ago, there was a mysterious man who visited the master. Afterward, news came out that the master had chosen an heir, Duanqing said. Who? Someone asked. I don't know. Master was there, and I dare not snoop too much. Otherwise I would be found out, Duanqing continued. This has to be reported up. Reported up? Duan Huan whispered as he looked at his father. Duanqing pointed up, and Duan Huan immediately understood. However, it was as it should be, since the realm palace had forsaken ethics and conscience. Thus, their position was naturally that of the other, and no wonder the Grandmaster and realm palace coexisted in peace now. Because there was still someone above. There was an old house on the edge of Tianhe City. The house was not large and was a little dilapidated. Those who lived around them knew that the old house was occupied by a couple and their daughter. The couple was getting on in age and suffered from injuries that had not been fully healed for many years. The couple only had a daughter named Su Pingyan, which sounded like a man's name. But judging from the name, it was clear that the couple wanted nothing more than to have their daughter be safe and sound. At this moment, however, a battle was taking place outside the old house. A group of people stood haughtily above the void and looked indifferently toward a woman who had been injured. The woman looked to be about 20-something and was of the realm of noble plain. Although she dressed plainly, her beauty still could not be hidden. It was hard to imagine that the two older people in this old house had such a beautiful daughter. But, at this time, Su Pingyan didn't seem to feel at ease. Her lips were stained red with blood, and her beautiful face was pale. However, she still held firmly in her hand a rusty iron sword that was without luster. It did not appear to have any power. It was difficult to imagine that such a sword could be used in combat. Su Pingyan, are you going to return the thing that you borrowed from us? The speaker was a burly noble figure, and he sounded cold. He was middle-aged and had cultivated for many years, but he was still of noble plain. Maybe this realm was considered adequate with mere mortals, but in Tianhe City, the major city of Tianhe realm, it could only be regarded as being on the fringe, with no possibility to go higher at all. He had been cultivating for many years but was still in noble plane, unable to break through the threshold of sage plane. He lacked in the areas of mental state and talent. But now, he had forgotten about all that, and just wanted to be able to exist in a corner of Tianhe realm. His eyes fixed upon Su Pingyan, who was young, beautiful, and talented. He knew all the details about her better than most. If it was many years ago, someone like Su Pingyan was someone he wasn't even qualified to look up to. But now she was at his mercy. You set me up? Su Pingyan said coldly. What do you mean set up? If you borrowed something, don't you think you have to return it? The middle-aged man said coldly. Su Pingyan's eyes were cold, but there was perseverance in them. If you really can't, then you will pay back with your person. How about that? The middle-aged man said again, stepping forward, oppressing Su Pingyan. Get out of here. Su Pingyan's eyes were frosty. When the man heard her words, he narrowed his eyes slightly, then waved his hand. Immediately, a group of men stepped forward and approaching Su Pingyan. The breath from their bodies shrouded her. Pingyan, give the sword to them. At this time, an ancient voice was heard, and Su Pingyan turned her head. Two elderly people were walking over. The one who spoke was her father, Su Haoran, whose hair was white. His face was full of wrinkles, and even his eyes were slightly cloudy and not so bright. However, looking at the outline of the old man's face, one could still vaguely see the handsomeness of his youth, and even when he was this ancient, he still had an extraordinary temperament. Father! Su Pingyan turned her head to look at her father. Give it to them, Su Haoran said, and Su Pingyan seemed a little reluctant. That broken sword in her hand? The middle-aged man glanced at the rusty iron sword in Su Pingyan's hand, and a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. Old man, who are you kidding? Another said coldly. That is the sword left by my father. Do you want it or don't you? The old man said. Upon hearing his words, the pupils of the middle-aged man contracted slightly, and he nodded, yes. Moreover, his eyes were fixed at the sword with a strong sense of greed. Compared to the sword, beauty meant nothing. Pingyan, give it to him, the old man said. Su Pingyan's arm was trembling slightly, but after seeing her father's eyes, she finally threw the sword out, which the man immediately caught. He glanced at the sword, though still with some confusion. He turned around decisively and said, "Let's go." The group of people flickered away quickly, even intentionally avoiding others' attention. However, he was reluctant to put away the sword, still holding it in his hand. He seemed to want to unlock the mystery within the sword. Who is it? When they entered into an alley, suddenly, a sense of danger descended. As he raised his head to ask, when his voice faded, a sword chi directly pierced through his throat, leaving a bloody mark. It was not just him but all the others also. The surrounding sword will slash their throats, just like a silk sword. All those in the group were wide-eyed, filled with fear and despair, as if they had felt yet again the sorrow of being so insignificant that they didn't even know how they had died. A figure clad in simple clothes and wearing a hat came to the place where the sword had fallen and picked it up, holding it firmly in both hands. The person looked solemn, with reddened eyes. The hand holding the sword trembled slightly. In another direction, Su Pingyan and her parents returned to the old house. Su Pingyan looked at her parents and said in a low voice, "I was useless." Su Haoran turned around and held out his aged, quivering hands, stroking Su Pingyan's cheeks. "It's me who should apologize. I had wanted to maintain a bloodline for your grandfather so that before your mother's injury had a chance to completely deteriorate, she had you. This was a mistake, and it was me who brought you into this world to suffer." There was a strong sense of guilt in the eyes of the old man, and there was even a trace of tears at the corners of his eyes. "Father and mother, why haven't we left for so many years? Will they always keep tabs on us forever?" Su Pingyan looked at her parents and said, "Ping and many things seem to be accidental but were, in fact, inevitable. Some things we cannot escape. We only seek to survive in peace, but the troubles are endless, so there is no escape." Su Pingyan bowed her head in disappointment. Indeed, all these years, their family had never been able to get out of trouble. "Why not ask him for a favor?" Su Pingyan whispered. "It's useless. We are all in a bind. If you go to see the old man, it will only get worse." The old man shook his head. His heart was hurting as he watched his daughter helplessly. Su Pingyan's beauty and talent were both outstanding. At this age, she should have been enjoying the most wonderful years of her life, but instead, all they could only think about day and night was about how to survive. He had failed his daughter. Su Pingyan's head was also hanging. There was none of the innocence in her beautiful eyes like those of her peers. There was only sadness and strength. The sadness that she could not change anything and could not protect her father and mother. "Father, it doesn't matter. No matter what we face, we are together as a family." Su Pingyan looked up and smiled, especially radiant. Su Haoran nodded with emphasis. He held his daughter and looked up at the sky with a smile in his eyes. Although it was such a bleak life, if you asked him whether or not he regretted the past, he would say no because that was his father's choice. "Who is it?" At this moment, coldness flashed through Su Pingyan's beautiful eyes. As she turned around, a figure had already stepped into the yard. Her face was slightly pale. She wasn't even aware of the intruder until he had already come in. She turned around and fully released the breath of the realm of Noble Plane. There was a hint of desperation in her eyes. Would they still refuse to let them go? The man was wearing simple ordinary clothes and wearing a hat. He appeared extremely common. The rusty iron sword that was held in his hand was the sword that was relinquished by Su Pingyan before. "Who are you?" Su Pingyan asked. As the visitor removed his hat, he looked at Su Pingyan, with a kind gentleness in his eyes, which surprised Su Pingyan. This man did not seem to harbor malicious intent. Old man Su Haoran looked at the visitor, and his body shivered slightly. He wiped his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The visitor was Xianxia. He looked away from Su Pingyan, took a step forward, and came directly in front of the old man. He looked at that extremely weathered face in front of him, full of the wrinkles of the years, and there was the air of death already upon his body. Qi Shuangong's eyes were red. His hands stretched out to hold on to the old man's shoulders. He shivered and said in a low cry, "Howren." The old man also shivered slightly, and tears flowed out of his cloudy eyes. The old woman next to him also wept with her head lowered. Su Pingyan watched all this with a blank face. Who was he? "Uncle Master," the old man called out with a trembling voice. "Uncle Master." The old woman next to him also looked on with teary eyes and said. Tears flowed from Qi Xuangang's eyes. He had thought that he would never cry again. Once upon a time, these two were so on the top of their game. They were an envious couple. But now they were so advanced in age. After all, their cultivation had been destroyed. So how else could they withstand the erosion of time? "I thought you were all gone, that I had failed you all." Qi Xiangang stepped forward and gently hugged the old man, only to feel the pain in his core. He failed too many people. Too many people had perished because of things in the past that concerned him. Although he did not wish it, he was the cause. "Since Uncle Master is alive, why come back?" the old man asked. Qi Xiangang looked at him, and then looked at Su Pingyan behind him. "Some unfinished business that I must take care of." He had thought he would stay in Dali all his life, but because of Yi Futian his life path changed, and he went to the Supreme Realm. Now he should let go of everything. Some things had to be done. "Pingyan, come over and meet your grand-uncle Master," the old man said to Su Pingyan, who then walked in front of Qi Xiangang. Qi Xiangang looked at her, his eyes full of kind love, but also great sadness. He thought of Fei Xue, whose life previously was extremely bleak. However, he didn't think that Su Pingyan was also living a miserable and bleak life here. She was still so young, yet she had shouldered unbearable weight. "Grand Uncle Master," Su Pingyan called. Qi Xiangang noted with emphasis, and took Su Pingyan's hand to put the iron sword back in her palm. He whispered, "This is your grandfather's sword. Your grandfather often said that only when all the artifices have been washed away could one be qualified to use the sword. Your grandfather was full of righteousness and was a gentleman of the sword. He was the #1 swordsman in all of Tianhe realm." After he put the sword in Su Pingyan's palm, Qi Xiangang turned to face the sky and knelt on the ground. His head touched the ground 3 times. It was as if there was a peerless swordsman that had appeared above the sky. "Elder Senior Brother Master, I came back to see you." Qi Xuangang's voice was full of sadness, and Su Pingyan couldn't help but shed tears when she witnessed this scene. Su Pingyan was humble all her life, but her grandfather was a gentleman in the sword, the indisputable and widely recognized gentleman sword emperor in Tianhe realm, its #1 swordsman. Still, she had never seen her grandfather before. After Yi Futian left the realm palace, he returned to the mountains. Sky River Great Elder was still cultivating, so he did not ask much. However, the master must already have some idea about the matter. So, if the master did not start the conversation, he wouldn't ask any questions. He also went back to cavern residence to cultivate, and he continued to study the deed of thorough comprehension. The next day, on the mountain path below, a young and very beautiful woman came toward the mountain. She looked up at the mountain in front of her with lots of emotions in her heart. The woman was Su Pingyan. Yesterday, the Grand Uncle Master left soon after he appeared, but it touched her deeply. He had asked her to go up the mountain, so she was now making the trip. As she walked up the mountain, there was an old man standing there, waiting for her. The old man's hair was scattered and looked rugged. It was as if he had been through a lot in life. However, Su Pingyan knew that the man who stood in front of her was the legendary old man who had been imprinted in her memory, but she had never met. Su Ping looked at the old man and proceeded to kneel on the ground and bowed down to pay her respect. Disciple Su Pingyan greets the Grandmaster. "Get up." Somehow the old man appeared in front of her, holding her arm with both hands, helping her up. Su Pingyan looked at the kind gentleness in the old man's eyes, and her heart was filled with emotion. His name had been part of her life, and her parents had mentioned it countless times. They were all in Tianhe City, but this was the first time that she had really met this Grandmaster. The #1 cultivator in Tianhe realm, Sky River Great Elder, was also her grandfather's mentor, who had nurtured her grandfather into the first sword emperor of Tianhe realm. She would like to go back in time and experience that era it was and see for herself what a glorious past it was. Naturally, Sky River Great Elder knew of Su Pingyan. He had always known, and he had seen her, though not in person. He knew that the descendant of his eldest disciple Su Haoran had a daughter to continue theirs. Even Su Haoran's name was given by him. His father, the Gentleman Sword Emperor, was full of righteousness, hence the name. Once upon a time he had high hopes for the little guy. However, that once talented boy was now gray-haired and weakened by age. How sad it made him when he thought of it. "I'm sorry for not having taken care of your family." Sky River Great Elder sighed, and his voice was full of guilt. Su Pingyan bowed her head slightly. It was not her place to comment on matters between her elders. Her parents had never complained. All these were her grandfather's own choice. Her father had often said that even in the muddy world, they still need to be the bright light that would shine through it. "I have been waiting for you too," Sky River Great Elder said again. "I've always wanted to see the Grandmaster also, but father told me not to come and disturb your cultivation," Su Pingyan replied. "Your father was afraid of involving me," Sky River Great Elder smiled and replied. He knew better than anyone that although he survived from the ordeal back then, he was still a sinner in the eyes of the God Clan. This mountain was his prison. He was an invisible prisoner. Su Pingyan also understood. She knew many things. "Grandmaster, Uncle Master is back, and asked me to bring you a message," Su Pingyan said. Sky River Great Elder's arm twitched slightly. Even though he had many disciples, he knew who Pingyan meant as soon as she mentioned it. He had come back after all. And not long ago, Lord Taishian had also sent his disciple here. "Uncle Master wanted you to know that he regrets that he could not come see you," Su Pingyan said. "Indeed, it was regrettable." Sky River Great Elder's eyes looked into the distance. "Uncle Master also said that he had accepted several apprentices on your behalf, and that you have seen one of them already, and that he asked you to please take care of that apprentice." Sky River Great Elder did not speak. It seemed that he knew everything that had happened here, and knew them very well. The news of Sky River Great Elder had appointed a successor had been spread all over Tianhe City. Now that Qi Xiangang had arrived, it was impossible that he had not heard about it. "Anything else?" Sky River Great Elder asked. Su Pingyan was silent for a moment and then said, "Uncle Master said that there was one more thing, but that the Grandmaster would understand his intention after seeing me." Sky River Great Elder looked at Su Pingyan. Of course, he understood. This disciple of was indeed disobedient. Everything was arranged just for him. However, even without his instructions, would he do anything differently? "Lass, you will stay on the mountain to cultivate from now on," said the Sky River Great Elder. "And bring your parents here too." Su Pingyan was dumbfounded for a moment as she looked up at the Grandmaster, remembering the words she said before. She was a little confused before about what Grandmaster would understand when he saw her. Now she understood. The third thing Uncle Master had asked was to let the Grandmaster take care of her. When her thoughts turned to this, Su Ping's felt a little bitter but also was warmed by it. Her life had been miserable, and no one accepted that her parents had ever given her this feeling. But now, both Grand Uncle Master and the Grandmaster cared about her. "My father told me to go back after I relayed the message," Su Pingyan said while bowing her head. "If you have the heart to continue seeing your parents like this, then listen to your father," Sky River Great Elder said. Su Pingyan clenched her fists, then nodded decisively. Clearly, she had made a decision in her heart. "Grand Uncle Master also asked me to bring a message to Uncle Master," Su Pingyan said again. Sky River Great Elder nodded. Then Yi Futian, who was cultivating, heard his voice. Soon he came over and saw Su Pingyan. Yi Futian was a little puzzled and didn't know who Su Pingyan was. "This is Pingyan, the grandchild of my eldest disciple, who was also your older Uncle Master. He was the premier sword emperor of Tianhe realm, who perished in that battle. Pingyan's parents also had their cultivation destroyed, and Pingyan took care of them by herself," said the Sky River Great Elder. This short remark made a great impression on Yi Futian. It rendered him speechless for a moment. The Sky River Great Elder, in a few words, had told a thrilling but tragic story. And some, because of that battle and because of the things related to his teacher. Your master was there too and visited Pingyan and her parents, and asked Pingyan to give you a message. Sky River Great Elder continued. Yifutian's heart was troubled again. Had master arrived as well? Yifutian looked at Su Pingyan and saw that she was bowing slightly to him, saying, Uncle Master. In terms of seniority, Su Pingyan had to address Yifutian as Uncle Master. Yifutian replied. The master had visited them must be because he had great been affection for them, or else he would not risk so much. Back then, Master's senior brother, the premier sword emperor of Tianhe realm, gave his life because of the thing involving the master. The master must have felt guilty. Grand Uncle Master asked me to tell Uncle Master that from now on, you do not know him when you meet. Concentrate on cultivating, and don't forget the words he gave you. No matter when, where, or who you are facing, Su Pingyan said. Yifutian's expression suddenly changed. Those words gave him a very ominous feeling. It was as if he was giving his last testimony and will. As if he noticed Yifutian's expression, Sky River Great Elder asked Yifutian, what did he say? As heaven always moves strongly, the gentleman ought always improve himself. Yifutian looked at the Grandmaster. His face was a little gloomy. And then, Sky River Great Elder asked, Gentleman does not stand on an unstable wall, Yifutian replied. The master was telling me to completely sever the relationship with him, no matter when, where, or who I am facing. I am to deny that I knew him. When he heard Yifutian's words, Sky River Great Elder was silent. Naturally, he understood as well. Yifutian told him that Feishue could now concentrate on cultivating, so he had nothing to worry about. After all, he still came back. Grandmaster, what happened in the past? And what did my master intend to do? Yifutian asked. Some things are hard to resolve and some things must be faced sooner or later. Sky River Great Elder looked at Yifutian, but those murky eyes seemed unusually firm at the moment. So, I respect your master's choice. Yifutian's face was slightly pale. You go back with Pingyan and take her parents here. Very well. Yifutian nodded and looked at Su Pingyan. Let's go, he said. Yes. Su Pingyan nodded. She left with Yifutian to pick up Su Haoran and his wife. At the old house, Yifutian and Su Pingyan were coming over. Dad, Mom, Su Pingyan called out, but no one responded. Sensing that something was out of sorts, Yifutian's body flickered, and he headed toward the inside of the house. Su Pingyan seemed to feel it too. Her face changed as her figure flickered to enter the old house. Yifutian and Su Pingyan's footsteps suddenly stopped, and they could not move another step. Su Pingyan's body was shaking as were her legs. Looking at the two figures leaning quietly there, endless tears continued sliding down her cheeks. After what seemed to be a long time, she walked over next to the old man and knelt down, saying, Father and Mother, but why? In an instant, tears fell like rain. Yifutian also walked up quietly and looked at the elderly couple. They were his senior brother and sister-in-law, but they were so old. Suddenly he felt a pain in his heart. What had the master gone through? And what was he carrying in his heart? Su Pingyan was lying on top of the old couple, but Yifutian saw a letter next to them. He crouched down. Su Pingyan at this moment was so fragile like a powerless girl. They left peacefully and left you a letter, Yifutian whispered. They did not suffer but had left peacefully. Su Pingyan was sobbing. She picked up the letter, and her tears were falling on it. Pingyan, don't be sad. If it weren't because we wanted to spend more time with you, we would have left already. But we have been reluctant to let you go. You will understand the meaning of your Grand Uncle Master after you are at the mountain. Although we know it was selfish of us, we hope that you will stay with the Grandmaster so that at least you will be protected when you are in danger, not like when you were with us and we couldn't protect you. There are many other things in the letter, but they were all words of regret. As Su Pingyan was reading it, she couldn't stop crying. She had never complained about her destiny. Never. Pingyan, don't forget the words of your parents. Even if you are in the muddy world, still shine your light through it. We can't see your future, and our only wish is for you to be safe, always. The letter. The letter was soaked with tears that had blurred the handwriting. Yifutian felt bitterness in his heart. Master went far away for Feishua's sake. However, after Feishua's matter was resolved, the master followed him. Now he knew that Master was bearing such a heavy weight. That constant concern aside, he would accompany him to the upper realm. Same with Pingyin's parents. Yifutian knew very well that the old couple, because their cultivation had been destroyed, had relied on their daughter to take care of them all these years. Furthermore, Pingyin needed to seek medicine frequently in order to preserve their vitality. The incident yesterday was the result. Why Yifutian knew very well that the old couple, because their cultivation had been destroyed, had relied on their daughter to take care of them all these years. Furthermore, Pingyin needed to seek medicine frequently in order to preserve their vitality. The incident yesterday was the result. They didn't want to keep dragging Pingyin down, so they decided to depart this world peacefully. No matter what happened in the future, with Pingyin following the Great Elder, even if there was a dangerous situation, she would be far safer than she would with them. What happened yesterday was the reason for their choice. Yifutian brought the bodies of the old couple back to the mountain for burial. The old man had always regarded himself as a disciple of the Sky River Great Elder, and he believed this deeply. Although Yifutian had not personally had these experiences, he could deduce and draw many conclusions from the dialogues he heard and things that had happened. Pingyin's grandfather, the elder senior brother of the master, the eldest disciple of Sky River Great Elder, the gentleman's sword emperor, must have been admired by all. But he and his descendants ended like this. There was an additional tomb now on an area of the mountain. Aside from Yifutian and Pingyin, Sky River Great Elder was also present. He stood there quietly, and his ancient face appeared exceptionally calm. But he knew everything in his heart. This was the place where your grandfather cultivated, but it was abandoned later. Burying Howren and his wife here is the only thing I can do for them, Sky River Great Elder whispered. Pingyin, let the dead rest in peace and don't be too sad. Your parents must have suffered all these years, so they decided to leave this world in peace. Pingyin knelt in front of the graves. Her tears seemed to have run dry, but her eyes conveyed a firm resolution. She would live well, not for herself, but for her parents and for her grandfather, because she was the only one who would carry on the bloodline. From now on, you will follow me to cultivate. If you have any questions regarding cultivation, you can always ask your Uncle Master. Of course, you will address him as Uncle Master while on the mountain, but in the outside world, you have to address him as Grand Uncle Master, Sky River Great Elder advised. Pingyin nodded. When Grand Uncle Master deliberately asked her to bring the message to separate his relationship with Uncle Master, and that they were never to acknowledge one another whenever they met again, she understood the meaning behind it and how she should act. Futian, you should also remember your master's words, Sky River Great Elder added. Yifutian turned to look at the Great Elder, then nodded seriously. He knew that some things might happen in the future, but for the master it was an unbearable weight. There were some things the master needed to face himself. It was just that some things required him to make a choice, no matter the price. Just as the Grandmaster respected the choice of the master, he would respect it too. In the Realm Palace, where Duanqing resided, someone came with a message. Are you saying that someone killed the person who went to the Su residence to pick a fight, and then Su Howren and his wife committed suicide? Duanqing looked at the messenger. The messenger nodded, and Duanqing looked up into the distance, revealing a touch of sadness. Su Howren was considered his nephew in cultivation, someone whom many of their brothers watched growing up. After his cultivation was destroyed, there was, in fact, not much point to his life. Now that it was finally over, perhaps it was a relief of some sort. May you have a safe journey, Duanqing whispered. His oldest senior brother was unrivaled and full of righteousness, but because of it, he lost his life. His stubbornness had spelled the misery for his entire family. It was so unnecessarily painful. There was no need for many to die. Do you know who killed those people? Duanqing asked. The man shook his head. He left soon after the killing. It's been so many years, and we did not really follow Su Haoran much anymore. Indeed, it's been so many years. But somehow, I had a feeling that something was going to happen. Duanqing mumbled to himself. First, it was that his master had appointed a successor, and then it was the suicide of Su Haoran and his wife, and then their daughter was sent to the mountain to cultivate. Although these seemed to be common, trivial matters, the deaths of those unremarkable people made Duanqing feel a little uneasy. Who was the mysterious man that had killed them? Investigate carefully to see if there are any clues, Duanqing commanded. Yes, Your Highness. The man nodded, then bowed and left. Duanqing was still standing there, looking thoughtful. Although things had passed for a long time, as long as the master was still alive, it would be a hidden danger concerning the realm palace. The master's strength was too powerful, as the premier person in the Tianhe realm. Therefore, even though everything had passed by many years, they had always been watching the mountain. As soon as there was the slightest movement, they would know immediately and report to the top. He knew very well that the reason why his master did not die at the time was that someone above him was also protecting him. After all, he was the son-in-law of the God clan, and maybe it was all set up for the return of that descendant. Therefore, after the news that Sky River Great Elder had taken a successor, he decided to report to the top. Several days later, in the land above the realm palace, a bright ray of light suddenly fell from the sky dome. The entire realm palace was in shock, and countless eyes looked at the void above. Some frowned. Who dared to be so bold and appear directly above the realm palace? Some also faintly realized something. Their pupils contracted slightly, and they vaguely guessed what had happened. The divine light directly fell into the realm palace as if the entire palace was covered with a sacred glow. A group of people appeared directly above everyone. All of them were going in that one direction. Naturally, Duanqing was there too, leading everyone to the ground below that group of people. He raised his head slightly, looking at those figures that descended from the sky. The proud Renhuang of Realm Palace was now slightly bowing to pay their respects. Not only him, but many people in the Realm Palace were also paying homage at the same time. Their action alarmed those who did not quite realize it before, but finally, they understood just where these people were coming from. Supreme Realm, the God Clan. Although the Tianhe realm was regarded as a very powerful realm with many Renhuang existences, also in close proximity to the area of Supreme Realm and belonging to the extended interface of the Supreme Realm in front of the behemoth that was the God Clan of the Supreme Realm, it was still not worth mentioning. Once upon a time, when the God Clan had passed down its judgment, that vast and endless the Tianhe realm had faced the danger of extinction. It was on account of the mediation done by the Realm Palace and having chosen the right path that the Tianhe realm was able to continue standing until now. Otherwise, after that war, the Realm Palace of the Tianhe realm would very possibly cease to exist. Those who came were bathed in divine glory. The man who headed the delegation looked to be about 30 or 40 years of age. He was also a Renhuang existence with astonishing authority and power. Standing beside him was a young man with deep-set eyes that seemed to contain terrible divine aurora. When the two were standing together, they looked somewhat alike as father and son. On both sides of them, there were several elders, but the light emitted from them was far more restrained, and their breath was hardly detectable. However, Duanqing felt that these were actually the stronger characters, especially the old man standing in the very back. When his eyes glanced at Duanqing, it made Duanqing feel a sense of imminent danger. He was a Renhuang existence, which just accentuated how terrifying the old man's realm was. Clearly, this time, the delegation that was dispatched to come down to the bottom was very strong. Any matter concerning the Sky River Great Elder, no matter how great or small, would not be taken lightly by the God Clan. At this time, in the direction of the highest hall inside the Realm Palace, an old man came through the void. The old man was wearing a golden royal robe, and he was extremely majestic. Many people bowed down to worship, as the person who had arrived was the master of the Realm Palace of the Tianhe realm, Emperor of the Tianhe realm. Everyone came from the upper worlds. You must be tired. I have ordered a feast for you, the Realm Emperor said. Many were shocked to hear that the Realm Emperor had personally greeted these guests, and only those from the upper worlds could enjoy this treatment. The realm emperor is too kind. There is really no need. Let's get to business first, said the person who headed the delegation of the upper worlds, his eyes surveying the crowd. He asked, respectfully, Realm Emperor, who do we talk to regarding this business matter? Duan Qing. The Realm Emperor looked at Duan Qing just as Duan Qing took a step forward. Tell us everything in detail, the man said to Duan Qing. Duan Qing nodded and gave a detailed account of the recent events. The other looked calm after hearing it, and it was hard to tell how they felt. Uncle has not had any visitors in a long time. Let's visit Uncle since it's been many years. As the man spoke, he turned and walked directly toward the mountains where the Sky River Great Elder was cultivating. Uncle! Many people in the Realm Palace heard this appellation. With a quiver in their hearts, they thought that the Sky River Great Elder was indeed powerful. He was accepted by the God Clan. If he did not walk the wrong path, he would definitely be at the top of the Supreme Realm. Even for those prominent men from the God Clan, when they saw him, they still had to call him Uncle. Conversely, those at the Realm Palace trembled and shivered when they saw the people from the upper worlds. You go and see, the Emperor of Tianhe Realm said to Duan Qing. Duan Qing nodded and followed along, walking in that direction. On the mountain, before they even arrived, Sky River Great Elder had already sensed it. At this time, he and Yifutian were standing in front of the mountain while Su Ping'an stood quietly at the back, gazing into the distance. They are here, Sky River Great Elder whispered. Yifutian did not ask. He would know who was coming when he saw them. Sure enough, shortly after, radiant divine light descended, and a group of people seemed to cross the void and appear directly in front of the mountain, standing above the void. They stopped there with Duan Qing behind. When he saw this, Yifutian knew who was coming. The people of the upper worlds had arrived. The Sky River Great Elder also looked at those who came from the God Clan. His expression was indifferent, and he did not appear to be disturbed. He knew very well that even if the God Clan did not arrive here today, they had never stopped monitoring him. Once he walked out of Tianhe City, the God Clan would know immediately. At this time, the middle-aged Renhuang, who was the head of the God Clan, stepped forward and bowed in the direction of the Sky River Great Elder on the mountain, saying, Xianxia greets Uncle. This powerful clan that once almost destroyed Tianhe Realm had an extremely rare surname. With the surname Shen, otherwise known as God, they were therefore referred to as the God Clan. It stood above the 9 heavens, and even in the Supreme Realm it was a clan that stood above the clouds. Using God as a surname, Yifutian expressed a look of disbelief. Was this the true meaning of the God Clan? Unless a clan was incredibly confident in their own prowess, they would not use such a surname. All the other surnames, no matter how domineering, would be inconsequential in comparison. However, if a small clan used God as their surname, they would probably soon change it because such a name would bring disaster upon the clan. Sky River Great Elder glanced at him and said, Time passed so fast that you are already Renhuang. It's indeed gone by very quickly. At that time, I often followed Uncle and asked you to teach me about cultivation. In a blink of the eye, all that was before is gone. Xianxia looked up at Sky River Great Elder. There were indeed many emotions in his heart. The Sky River Great Elder was indeed a peerless figure. Even among the God Clan, there were few who were stronger than him. This uncle of his was also powerful in his teaching method and was well known because of it. He still remembered how he followed behind Sky River Great Elder and his aunt in seeking the art. But the past belonged to the past, and everything no longer existed and would never be again. Back then, that most treasured daughter, who was the light that was looked upon by countless people, his aunt, would never be the same either. I don't suppose you are here to reminisce about the good old days, Sky River Great Elder said, looking at Xianxia. I came to see how my uncle is doing, but also to let you know my father send you his regards, Xianxia replied. How is she now? Sky River Great Elder asked. Xianxia naturally knew of whom he spoke. Please understand that the God Clan specifically ordered that my aunt's condition is not to be divulged to Uncle. Please don't take it personally, Xianxia said. Sky River Great Elder didn't say much. He had no way of knowing any news from the God Clan, but presumably the God Clan would not be willing to kill her. It's just that it had been so many years. And how was she today? They had betrayed the God Clan and warred against them, so she was regarded as a traitor. She had been taken away heavily injured and then imprisoned. The fate of his beloved wife was unknown. Perhaps, as it had been for him, it had been very painful. Please tell her that she doesn't need to think about anything else. As long as she is well, it is enough for me. Sky River Great Elder looked at Xianxia and continued to ask, "Is there anything else besides seeing me? I heard that uncle has accepted another disciple to inherit your crafts, so I have come to take a look." Only now did Xianxia's attention turn to Yifutian, who was next to Sky River Great Elder. There were only 3 people on the mountain. Besides Yifutian, there was only Su Pingyan. It was very clear who the successor appointed by Sky River Great Elder was. It was naturally the young man with the white hair. Judging from his temperament, he was indeed extraordinary. It was said that his strength was also incredibly powerful. He was at the peak of Saint Plain and already obtained the body of the Great Path. Many genius talents of Tianhe realm were not his equal. They were not even at the same level. "Now you have seen him," Sky River Great Elder said. "I saw." Xianxia nodded slightly. "Why did uncle decide to accept a successor after so many years of cultivating in retreat? Can't I pass on my whole life's worth of cultivation?" Sky River Great Elder looked at Xianxia and asked. "He is only of Saint Plain. Even if the God Clan is worried about it, they wouldn't be acting up right now." Xianxia smiled and shook his head, saying, "Uncle thinks too much. The God Clan won't worry about uncle taking on a successor. Even if uncle had accepted disciples all these years, the God Clan would not have intervened. These things are not something worthy of God Clan to worry about. Even if your successor wanted to get revenge on uncle's behalf, they would not care." He wasn't lying. This was the pride of the God Clan. The mighty God Clan that had stood at the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had no need to fear the successor of the Sky River Great Elder. "If so, now that you have seen him, you can go back now." Sky River Great Elder spoke nonchalantly. Xianxia shook his head and continued, "After all these years, don't you understand the thoughts of the God Clan? Everything the descendants of the God Clan ever did was to enable the God Clan to stand at the peak for all generations and pass from one to another for all eternity. There was a time when the God Clan was willing to trust you and my aunt, as well as my younger sister. However, you have all failed that trust." Sky River Great Elder knew what the other was referring to, and that divine item was passed down from their branch. The so-called trust is based on absolute control and absolute obedience to the will of the God Clan. Such trust is not worth having, Sky River Great Elder said sarcastically. The God Clan was strong enough to believe that it could control everything. Therefore, they trusted them, and everything needed to follow the will of the God Clan. Until one day, they did not choose to do the will of the God Clan. Hence the storm of that year erupted. "The will of the God Clan is above everything," Xianxia said. "So, your coming here today is also because of the will of the God Clan?" Sky River Great Elder looked sharply at the other. "Naturally, we came by the will of the God Clan," Xianxia said. His attention then turned to Yifutian. "We need to bring him back to the God Clan. If there is no problem, we will send him back without any issue." When Yifutian heard this, he felt a chill run down his spine. This was the God Clan from the upper worlds. How arrogant were they to demand to take him to the God Clan? Just because the Sky River Great Elder wanted to pass on his craft to him as his successor, they wanted to take him. Was this a move to unveil all the secrets that he had? The God Clan wanted to know if he had anything to do with what happened in the past, and if it had anything to do with the disappearance of Qi Shengang. Yifutian knew very well that this was not because the God Clan had guessed anything, but that they wanted to find what was inside Feishua's body. They would not overlook any possibilities. His appearance was obviously suspicious to the God Clan. Therefore, they wanted to take him directly to the God Clan to verify things. There was no evidence. There wasn't even a need to guess, just the need to execute their will. That was all, clear and simple. But from this, one could detect just how overbearing and powerful the God Clan was. The God Clan would not take Su Ping'an away because they knew everything about Su Ping. Even though the Sky River Great Elder also instructed her in cultivation, the God Clan didn't really care. Xianxia's voice caused the space to fall into a short silence. No one spoke. All the cultivators of the God Clan also looked at Sky River Great Elder, as well as Duanqing and others behind them, who also stared at the Great Elder and Yifutian. Even though the master had aged, his status remained. And the God Clan, as always, was still so arrogant. All of this was brought on by real power. In contrast, the master of the Tianhe realm, the Realm Palace, appeared somewhat inconsequential, not at all like the real commander of the Tianhe realm. Sky River Great Elder looked up at the people from the God Clan. At the moment when his eyes swept past, an invisible will of the way flowed upon the mountain. The heaven and earth were changing, as was the sky, and a suffocating might of the great path spread between heaven and earth. Xianxiao raised his eyebrows slightly, only to hear the Sky River Great Elder say, "I don't trust you." In that incident in the past, among 3,000 disciples, how many died at the hands of the God Clan? Now, should I repeat the same mistake? At this moment, the long hair of Sky River Great Elder flew wildly, but he was standing straight. He proclaimed, "He will not follow you back to the God Clan." Feeling this coercion, the cultivators of the God Clan also released a strong breath to resist the coercion. Even after so many years had passed, the anger of the Sky River Great Elder was still enough to change the sky. This mountain range had already been covered by his will. Although this area looked to be extremely vast, for people like Sky River Great Elder, it could be covered easily with a simple command. "Uncle, why do you have to be as persistent as in the past?" Xianxiao asked Sky River Great Elder. "Since even my only successor is now in danger of being taken away from me, then you go back and invite him to come. The only way to take my disciple away is over my dead body." Sky River Great Elder sounded extremely determined. The he that he was referring to was naturally the most powerful man of the God Clan. In the battle that nearly exterminated the realm, it was this man who led the God Clan to come down to the lower worlds. Xianxiao had already guessed that the Sky River Great Elder would not easily let anyone take his person away. But still, he didn't expect such an extreme stance. Over his dead body. If so, although there were some extremely powerful cultivators that had come today to want to take someone from this uncle of his, it was still kind of impossible. As for that mighty man, he would not easily go to the lower world. It was impossible for him to attend to all the matters concerning the God Clan himself. Why does Uncle want to make the whole thing difficult? The God Clan just wants to see him. They won't do anything to him, Xianxiao said. You have already seen him. Sky River Great Elder's response was still domineering. Xianxiao fell silent. With the Sky River Great Elder there, it seemed that it was impossible he would make way for them. He had some understanding of his uncle's personality and knew that what happened in the past was not for no reason. He was too persistent in his own beliefs, unwilling to change in the slightest. Since Uncle won't let him go, can he come closer so I may take a better look at him? Xianxiao didn't continue to insist, for he knew it would go nowhere otherwise. No, Sky River Great Elder replied simply. Xianxiao frowned slightly. This was already as accommodating as he could be. If the Sky River Great Elder still would not agree, there is no harm in them taking a good look at me. Xianxiao found that the person who spoke was Yifutian himself, and he could not help but look astounded. At this moment, Yifutian was looking at Sky River Great Elder, who was also looking back at him. The master is here, so what if they take a good look at me? Yifutian smiled indifferently. With the Sky River Great Elder's watchful eyes, what could the cultivators of the God Clan do? Hearing Yifutian's words, Sky River Great Elder was silent for a moment. He nodded and said, "Then you can do as you wish." Yifutian stepped forward and came in front of all the cultivators from the God Clan, a faint smile on his handsome face. God Clan, how did it compare with power such as the Golden Divine Nation? Yifutian stood in front of Xianxiao, and in front of all the cultivators from God Clan. Traces of breaths fell on him as if trying to spy on his secrets. Xianxia's brow chakra seemed to be opened, sending out a terrible divine light. This divine light shrouded Yifutian's body in a moment, and Yifutian felt as if he was imprisoned by a divine light. Boom! An extremely sacred pressure of the great path descended, and suddenly Yifutian felt the oppressive force of suffocation. It was the pressure that came from the spirit soul. He felt as if his spirit would come out of his body and be bound and suppressed by the divine light. Yifutian felt that he was trapped in an illusion. In this wonderful world of illusion, his consciousness and the spiritual soul had separated from the body. Under the eyes of the sky, countless reflections of Xianxiao, like godly statues, rushed directly into his spiritual soul, asking to be let into his conscious to see his deepest secrets. This ability was incredibly terrifying. It could directly spy on the secrets of others. No wonder the Sky River Great Elder disallowed the God Clan from taking him away. At this moment, the Sky River Great Elder was focusing his attention on Yifutian. The pressure of might permeated from his body. As soon as Yifutian could no longer bear the weight of it, he would directly intervene by force. "Xianxiao, you have really grown up." Sky River Great Elder spoke lightly, and his voice was commanding without being arrogant. He dared to forcibly spy inside Yifutian in front of him. This was enough to prove that little fellow who had once followed behind him was now a Renhuang and the backbone of the God Clan. Certainly, having entered Renhuang, his style and manner of handling things were different. Gone was the childishness of yesteryears, and what was left now was the majesty and strength of Renhuang. Yifutian closely guarded his spirit, and at the same time, the power of the deed of thorough comprehension bloomed out, refining the way inside his body. Inside the spiritual soul, the ancient characters of the Great Path seemed to be surrounded to guard the will and blocking the forceful invasion of the other. Humph! Xianxiao snorted coldly. The divine light from his brow chakra grew even stronger. Miles of the radiant glory sprinkled down, and an infinite beam of light seemed to pierce directly toward Yifutian. At this moment, Yifutian appeared minuscule under that divine light. The man he was facing was not some ordinary cultivator of Renhuang Plain, but someone who came from a clan that ruled the upper worlds, Renhuang of the God Clan, its blood flowing in his body, and he belonged to the main branch of its bloodline. Sky River Great Elder was his uncle through marriage since his aunt was married to him. She had been the most coveted beauty at the time. For a person of such background and lineage, never mind someone from the Saint Plain, even Duan Qing from the Realm Palace of Tianhe Realm, the direct disciple of Sky River Great Elder, was hardly of enough weight to stand in front of him because they were simply not at the same level. At this time, Xianxiao was a little surprised. Normally, it was difficult for any ordinary Renhuang to defend against his divine eyes. But today, a man from Saint Plain was able to offer some resistance. It was no wonder his uncle had picked him as his successor. His talent was truly astounding. "Forgive me, uncle, since you refuse to let me take him back to the God Clan. This is what I have to do," Xianxiao said. The pressure of might was still getting stronger, and Yifutian's spirit soul was quivering slightly. The coercion from the Sky River Great Elder was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if it might bloom at any moment. At the same time, behind Xianxiao, several prominent figures of the God Clan stepped forward. All of them were releasing a terrible breath to take on the oppressive force meted out by the Sky River Great Elder. The entire mountain range was now in a state of suffocation, and many whose realms were weaker felt difficulty breathing, as they were greatly suppressed. "Your Highness." However, at this time, there seemed to be a very strong breath coming from afar. This breath came from a very distant place, the realm palace of the Tianhe realm. "Father!" Duan Qing raised his head and looked surprised when he sensed this breath. Why did his father, the emperor, suddenly appear now? What had happened? "Ha!" Xianxiao, the cultivator from the God Clan who was oppressing Yifutian at the moment, also frowned. The old man next to him asked, "What does the realm emperor mean by this?" "Qi Xiangang has returned," a voice said, and everyone perked up when they heard his words. Xianxiao's breath dissipated quickly from Yifutian's body, as the rest of the cultivators also withdrew their breath. They all concentrated their attention toward the sky. Duan Qing's heart was quivered. Qi Xiangang had returned? He didn't expect that he would actually come back. A trace of disturbance flashed across the face of Sky River Great Elder. He had come back after all. Yifutian's heart trembled. He tried hard to control his expression so that he appeared calm. On the side, Su Pingyan's face turned pale, and it was a detail not missed by Xinyao. Judging from the looks of it, when Duan Qing reported that someone had saved Su Pingyan, that someone must have been Qi Xiangang who had returned. He came back and had gone to see Su Pingyan's parents, but he didn't go up on the mountain. If so, then the white-haired young man may have nothing to do with Qi Xiangang. Where? Xinyao asked. Outside the Realm Palace, the voice said. He wants to see Duan Qing. Let's go back. Xinyao spoke lightly, then immediately turned around to leave. Not only him, but all the cultivators of God Clan and Duan Qing. All turned and stepped into the void to leave. Are you going? The Sky River Great Elder transmitted his voice to Yifutian and asked whether Yifutian would go there or not. Yifutian understood the meaning of the question. Since Master had chosen to appear, it meant that he had decided to face everything. If he went, could he control his emotions? I will go, Yifutian responded. And without saying anything more, the Sky River Great Elder nodded. The storm of the Great Path rolled toward Yifutian, and the two disappeared directly from the mountain. Grand Uncle Master. Su Pingyan's eyes looked toward somewhere far away, her face extremely pale. At this time, outside the Realm Palace of Tianhe Realm, a figure stood there quietly, and in front of him were great groups of mighty cultivators and even the Realm Emperor of Tianhe Realm. He stood there watching the figure that had appeared. Qi Xiangang had come back. He had arrived in such blunt fashion, standing in front of him like this, and he was also now a Renhuang. Having experienced the great upheaval that happened and having left with just a grievous injury, it was not easy for him to step into the Renhuang realm at all. It was no wonder Sky River Great Elder chose him for his daughter. In the distance, many people gathered together. Qi Xiangang was an unfamiliar name to the Tianhe realm today. But, once upon a time, the upheaval that was raised in Tianhe realm because of him was a near disaster that almost destroyed the realms. Therefore, until today, many still remembered him, disciple and son-in-law of the Sky River Great Elder. Qi Xiangang had taken off his hat now. He stood there calmly and with honest majesty. There was no anger or fear on his face, only indifference. It was the kind of indifference that was only possible when everything had been let go of. He didn't plan to appear so early or in this way. But once he knew that the God Clan was coming and had gone directly to the mountain, he decided to come out in advance. He would end it all in his own way. Above the sky, there was divine light descending, followed by the cultivators of the God Clan. They appeared directly at the top of the stairs, looking at Qi Xiangang. After Qi Xiangang was seriously injured back then, they had searched for him for many years, but they couldn't locate him. Perhaps Qi Xiangang had been wandering about, and perhaps he had gone to some very distant place. They had never expected that he would come back by himself. Then Duan Qing also appeared. His eyes fell on Qi Xiangang in an instant. This was outside of his expectations. After so many years, the man who had disappeared had come back by himself. He was not the descendant that they had guessed. Qi Xiangang watched the appearance of everyone quietly. It wasn't until the Sky River Great Elder came that his eyes seemed to come alive. He turned around and looked at the old man who appeared there. Qi Xiangang knelt down in the direction of Sky River Great Elder, touching his forehead to the ground. Since you have come back, why not go up the mountain and visit? This is already out in the open. Are you still worried that it will hurt me? The disciple was inconsiderate. Qi Xiangang looked up at the Sky River Great Elder, saying, For what happened then, the disciple could never make it up to Master and Masteress. How could I return to the mountain to see you? If you felt you couldn't come see me, why would you come back? Asked the Sky River Great Elder with a bit of coldness. Since you have already disappeared from this world, what can you do by coming back? There are some things that if I don't come back to solve, my heart will not be at peace, Qi Xiangang replied. Even though I did not visit Master on the mountain, I still have a glimmer of hope that I will see Master one more time. Sky River Great Elder looked at the figure, and he was speechless. At the time, he quite liked Qi Xiangang. Otherwise, he would not have accepted him as a son-in-law. Qi Xiangang possessed a calm state of mind. The intention of his heart was extraordinary, and their philosophy was in line with one another. If Qi Xiangang was given time, he could become a great cultivator who could inherit his crafts. Unfortunately, the upheaval of the past had destroyed everything. "You're quite the pupil," Sky River Great Elder responded with some displeasure. What was the price of a glance? Now that Qi Xiangang had appeared, the God Clan would take him away at all costs. His appearance meant that he could never leave again. Since junior brother is this thoughtful, why should Master be displeased? At this time, a voice came. It was Duan Qing. He looked at Sky River Great Elder and said, "Junior brother returned this time, presumably so that the Master may be freed from all this." Sky River Great Elder glanced at Duan Qing and said, "I do not have disciples who lie and cheat their teacher, seeking their destructions. You are not worthy of being my disciple." Duan Qing was stunned. Although what had happened was known by many back in the days, and everyone had guessed it somewhat, but it was always talked about in secret, never in public. Even Sky River Great Elder had never mentioned it. However, at this time, he was openly accusing him of cheating and seeking the destruction of his master. He understood that perhaps because of Qi Xuangang's return, everything would end, and the master no longer cared. "I have done nothing wrong," Duan Qing said to the Sky River Great Elder. Everyone was born with their own life and their own position. He did not think that he had done anything wrong. He was a person from the Realm Palace with the blood of the royal family in his veins. All descendants of the God Clan took the will of the God Clan as their own highest will, and he was no exception. The interest of the Realm Palace was the highest interest without question. It was impossible for Duan Qing to watch the Realm Palace go down with Qi Xiangang. He needed to protect the Realm Palace because this was his clan, and he had to do something so that the family would continue on and emerge from that upheaval. Therefore, he had no regrets and his conscience was clear. If he had to do it again, he would still choose to do the same. Yi Futian had been watching all this quietly, and his heart was extremely turbulent, but his face remained expressionless. Qi Xiangang had not looked at him from beginning to the end. It was as if they were really just two strangers. "You've done nothing wrong." Qi Xiangang turned to look at Duan Qing. His eyes showed chilling murderous intent. "Think about how our older senior brother treated you, like his own brother, and taught you as if he was a father to you. When the master had no time, it was he who led you in cultivation. When you had problems in cultivation, you also asked the older senior brother for instruction. Do you remember how you led the people from the God Clan to kill the senior older brother yourself? And you've done nothing wrong? Our older senior brother was the Gentleman's Sword Emperor. He lived his whole life in the light without deception, always full of righteousness. Whenever any of our junior brothers had the need, he had always lent a helping hand, and he was betrayed by his own junior brother. When the sword was broken, he did not look at anyone else but you and asked you why. Is this how you have done nothing wrong?" Qi Xuangang's voice was stern, and every word he said was full of condemnation. Duan Qing's expression changed, and countless people outside the Realm Palace had heard what Qi Xiangang had to say. They were greatly shocked. Although there were rumors circulating at the time, hearing Qi Xuangang's account of the events in public was still shocking. The Realm Palace had betrayed the Sky River Great Elder. "Do you remember how our 7th senior brother treated you? He had promised his own sister to you in marriage. And once in a dangerous situation outside, he lost an arm protecting you and almost lost his own life. Do you remember the way the 7th senior brother and his sister looked at you when they were dying? This is what you mean when you say have done nothing wrong." Qi Xiangang continued to interrogate him. At the time, many of them could have escaped, but all this was caused because of the traitor Duan Qing. None of them had thought that Duan Qing, who was fleeing with them and whom they regarded as one of their own, had secretly colluded with the God Clan and sold them out so that they were all wiped out. In the end, The masteress and the master fought at all costs and ended up on the verge of death. The masteress tried everything to send them away, but in the end, she sacrificed herself so that he and Feishue could escape. To him, that period of time was the darkest in his life. If it weren't for Feishue, he would have chosen to come back and die fighting alongside his wife. I needed to make a choice. Although it was difficult, I chose family, Duanqing said. Although he looked upset, his mind was unperturbed. It was true that the master and his brother were dear to him, and he was guilty of taking part in their deaths. But if he didn't make that choice, what would have become of his own family? What about the realm palace, then? Everything would have been destroyed. For the family? Qi Xiangang laughed sarcastically. Cowards can always find an excuse for their actions. What was the attitude of the realm emperor when he came to our master's door asking for your admission, calling the master the symbol of the Tianhe realm? All these many years of knowing each other, only to have you lie about fighting together. Feigning your disdain toward the God clan only to find out you are their lackey in secret. Is it really because all you wanted to do was to protect yourself? If this was the case, you could have openly ended the relationship to draw the land and stand on the side of the God clan. Would the God clan destroy the realm palace? Qi Xiangang looked at Duanqing and asked, "Is this what you meant by saying you did nothing wrong?" The sound of his voice rocked the void, sending shockwaves into everyone's mind. He had done nothing wrong? Because it was for the survival of his family? What a noble-sounding excuse. In truth, it was because the Sky River Great Elder was getting too powerful and had become the unofficial king of the Tianhe realm. Thus, the Realm Palace devised a plan of destroying the Sky River Great Elder by the hands of the God Clan, so that it would become the true ruler of the Tianhe realm. Qi Xiangang. A sonorous voice came out, and the robe that was upon the Realm Emperor was flying. His gaze was fixed on Qi Xiangang. He said loudly, "While you questioned the others, you didn't think that all this started with you?" Qi Xiangang looked at the Realm Emperor of Tianhe and said in a deep voice, "I am guilty. That's why I am back. Some things needed closure. Since you are back, come back with us to the God Clan." In another direction, the divine light that dazzled upon the body of Xianyao of the God Clan had now descended upon Qi Xiangang. But besides that, the breath of the other cultivators of the God Clan also fell upon Qi Xiangang, already locking onto him. Since Qi Xiangang had come back himself, he must be taken away today, even if the Sky River Great Elder could not intervene. The great ones of the God Clan would come here to take him away. The moment when Qi Xiangang appeared, everything was already determined, and no one could change it. "That's fine." Qi Xiangang looked at Xianyao and said, "But before that, I want to resolve this issue between Duanqing and me." The people from God Clan were watching him. The reason why they did not immediately act was that Sky River Great Elder was present, and they were still unclear about his position. "Master, the last thing I ask of you is that if anyone tries to intervene, no matter who it is, kill me directly, as if you are cleaning your house, and get rid of this undeserving disciple," Qi Xiangang said to the Sky River Great Elder. His voice contained a determination that alarmed those from the God Clan. Qi Xiangang did not ask Sky River Great Elder to stop them because Qi Xiangang did not want his master to directly engage the God Clan. He had asked Sky River Great Elder to kill him instead. "Very well." Sky River Great Elder nodded in agreement. A terrible might of the way shrouded the vast space, falling directly on Qi Xiangang as if he really would kill Qi Xiangang at a moment's notice. This caused those from the God Clan some concern. Since he demanded a fight, "Duanqing, you will fight." Xianyao looked at the people from the Realm Palace and said, "People from the Realm Palace are not to interfere." He was giving Qi Xiangang a chance to handle the grudge himself. But no matter how this was to end, Qi Xuanggang's fate would not change. The God Clan was determined to take him away. There was no other alternative. "Very well." Duanqing also nodded and took a step forward. "After so many years, I also want to see the result of your cultivation." The deed of thorough comprehension bloomed instantly on Qi Xuanggang's body. He stepped forward, and the void trembled violently, the divine light of the great path flowing about, covering Qi Xuanggang's body. In just a moment, His body transformed into the divine furnace of the great path, refining the way of the world. Did you feel any remorse when our older senior brother questioned you? When Qi Xiangang moved, a voice came out, reverberating between heaven and earth, booming in Duan Qing's mind. Likewise, there was also a magnificent might of Renhuang that bloomed upon Duan Qing. In an instant, as his robe fluttered, a brilliant golden glory enveloped his body. Its magnificent momentum was not any less than that of Qi Xiangang. Even people in the distance felt the powers of the two Renhuang and trembled inside. Some found the pressure hard to bear and stepped back in retreat, but the Sky River Great Elder and the cultivators of the God Clan still stood there without moving. Yifutian also stood there, behind Sky River Great Elder, watching his master battle. He knew that this might be his master's last battle. The endless glory of the great path radiated downward and descended on Qi Xiangang. The characters that signified heaven, earth, water, and fire surrounded his body and multiplied. Ancient characters filled and enshrouded the endless void. They moved around the firmament until countless characters also appeared to surround Duan Qing's body. The five elements of heaven and earth and the great path of heaven and earth, as if driven by some sort of exercise, formed a giant pattern with Qi Xuangang's body as its center. It was the diagram of the great path of heaven and earth. Inside the diagram, countless characters rotated, and inside Qi Xiangang it seemed that there was also a similar diagram like this, which was the divine wheel of the great path that resonated with the world. Our brothers died with unavenged sorrow. When they looked at you in their dying moments, did you ever feel any remorse? Qi Xiangang asked again. He continued to step forward. Under the operation of the divine wheel of the great path, different mites of the way appeared in the diagram, but all of them contained a majestic pressure that could destroy the world. At this moment, Duan Qing felt a pressure, but he wasn't too concerned. This junior brother of his was not a top-notch talent back in the days, but through self-cultivation, he had formed a system of his own, valued by their master. It seemed that he had made something of himself and that he was actually able to incorporate the deed of thorough comprehension into the divine wheel of the great path. However, Duan Qing was no weakling either. The power of the divine will erupted, and terrifying golden divine light swept across the land, struggling against the diagram of heaven and earth. There was a terrible sound of friction, sharp and harsh, as the two forces collided in the void. Qi Xiangang asked if he was remorseful. He was not. Even if the things he had done had hurt the others, he did nothing wrong. After all, there was a difference between master and family. If everyone was an individual, then the family was the entirety. When choosing between the family and the master, especially when the master was under siege, he made the best choice he could. When he looked into Duan Qing's eyes, he knew the answer. Under the deed of thorough comprehension, the divine furnace of the great path turned, and its divine light was even brighter. Sacred rays of light flowed toward the diagram of the great path from his brow chakra. They integrated into each ancient character. At this moment, he closed his eyes, and the countless characters seemed to contain the will of Qi Xiangang. The coercion was extremely terrifying, launching its attack at Duan Qing. Duan Qing's hands were forming the seal, and his body suddenly grew grander. Under the golden divine light, his body seemed to have turned into a statue of God. Facing the strong attack from Qi Xiangang, he had temporarily taken a defensive posture. Bang! Qi Xiangang took another step and went directly over the head of the statue. His eyes remained closed, but everything from the outside world could be seen in his mind. Qi Xiangang tilted his head up slightly. At this moment, his body seemed to be burning under the divine furnace, and his will was also burning. The ancient characters that surrounded the diagram of heaven and earth were breaking down again. Above the sky, countless characters of the great path appeared, seemingly without end, covering the sky. Qi Xiangang at this moment was like a god. His hands were forming a seal, and suddenly, all the infinite characters between heaven and earth came toward him, melting into his mind, into his body, and into the divine furnace. As endless divine light descended, Qi Xiangang, at the moment, seemed to be absorbing some incredible power. Blood came out of his closed eyes, which was shocking to behold. "No regrets," Qi Xiangang whispered, and the cultivators from the God clan in the sky frowned. One of them instantly emitted a strong breath, and Xianyao also felt something was not quite right. He said, "Stop him." However, at this moment, an incomparable divine light came down. It was as if Qi Xuangong's spiritual soul had come out of his body and came along the divine light that descended from the heavens. It landed directly in front of Duanqing, like the divine god, and with the drop of a finger, countless characters sprinkled down with it. In this instant, Duanqing's spiritual soul was penetrated by the divine light of the Great Path, and the penetration each time burst with madness. His face showed great fear. It was completely absent of all blood and color. "Now, do you regret it?" A voice came through Duanqing's destroyed spiritual soul, and his face turned terrified. At this moment, his life passed before his eyes, and he thought of the times when he had cultivated under the tutelage of the Sky River Great Elder. He also thought of his senior brothers and their despair before they died. Truly, no regret at all? Bang! The dazzling light came down, and Duanqing's body shivered. He then fell down from the sky. His soul and spirit scattered had evaporated. Duanqing, the prince of the Realm Palace, and a Renhuang-level cultivator had fallen here. The two of them were at the same level, and since Duanqing had reached that level earlier, his knowledge of it was deeper. He had already forged 3 wheels of the Great Path and reached the next, most powerful part of the Renhuang Plain. However, he had been wiped out by Qi Xiangang. His divine spirit had been destroyed, and his life force had been scattered. He had never been given a chance to surprise. Of course, Qi Xuangguang had used techniques that hurt himself in order to forcibly increase his power. At the same time he had killed Duanqing, he had needed to wound himself. This is what made the others look so worried. They did not care whether Duanqing lived or died. On the contrary, they cared more about Qi Xiangang. They couldn't let anything bad happen to him. He was the only one who still knew about the disappearance of the divine item. At the moment that Duanqing died, a burst of terrible energy pressed down on Qi Xiangang. His divine spirit returned to him in a flash, but it burned up in the furnace of the Great Path. Endless divine light from the sky still pierced his mind, and the countless characters of the Great Path exceeded the limit of what he could bear. His divine spirit and his body were bathed in divine fire. The burst of powerful energy began to dissipate. The endless light burst and shattered, and the will within his mind was burned away to nothingness. In a flash, his level decreased and he was no longer as strong as before. "What have you done?" Terrible divine light shot out of Xianyao's eyes as he looked at Qi Xiangang. He could feel Qi Xuangong's soul weakening. Previously, he had burned away his own soul in order to create will and forcibly use it in an attack. In addition to killing Duanqing, he had also destroyed a part of his own soul. Qi Xiangang opened his eyes and looked up at Xianyao. He looked incredibly calm. It was as if everything ended here with him. "You burned your own soul. Did you destroy a part of your memory?" The cultivator from the Xin clan strode forward, staring daggers at Qi Xiangang. But he no longer cared. He looked as if he was now free. He knew he had wiped away many of his own memories, and he had forgotten which ones they were. It was probably information about Feishue and about his escape. In this way, even though the Xin clan had powerful techniques, they would have no way to gain any valuable information from his mind about Feishue. He had wiped away these memories. So now Feishue must be safe, right? He did not know, as he no longer had those memories. He had forgotten, but he felt at peace. Jia Huang of Realm Palace walked over to Duanqing. He cradled the body in his arms and looked at Qi Xiangang, his eyes full of killing intent. Today, Qi Xiangang had returned, and before everyone's eyes had killed his son Duanqing. He was the heir who had made great contributions to the Realm Palace. He had created the palace's current prosperity with his own hands. But he had been slain by Qi Xiangang like this. However, he understood that the Xin clan would not allow him to take revenge. The Xin clan would not let Qi Xiangang die. "All his memories are fractured. They have been wiped away," said a powerful figure from the Xin clan. looking at Xianxia. There was an ugly look in Xianxia's eyes. He would never have thought that his uncle's disciple would be so fierce. It seemed that he had already thought of everything before he had returned and had cut it all away, removing all hope for the Xin clan. Although he had returned, he did not give them a chance. Qi Xiangang had returned just to put an end to this matter and to kill Duanqing. This is the way things are. So give him to me, came a voice. The one who had spoken was naturally the Sky River Great Elder. He walked forward towards Qi Xiangang. Xianxiao looked at the Sky River Great Elder and said, "He came here to bring matters to an end of his own free will. You should not worry about this anymore." He would naturally not doubt the Sky River Great Elder again. Qi Xiangang had come to bring matters to an end, so he could definitely not give the information to the Sky River Great Elder. That would be foolish. Would the Sky River Great Elder be in danger because of this? Judging by Qi Xuangang's present actions, this was impossible. By doing this, the Xin family could not get the information they wanted. Back when Qi Xiangang had just fled, the powerful figures of the Xin clan had searched through all of the Tianhe realm thoroughly. Then they had spent several years searching throughout the 3,000 realms of the Great Path for some trace of him. But they had not found him, so they had given up. Now he was here, which left only Feishue. And Feishue had been young when she had left. After so many years, her appearance and aura would be totally different. Even if they traveled through the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and covered them all with their spiritual will, they would not be able to recognize her. But they had to bring Qi Xiangang back with them to see if they could obtain any clues from him. The Sky River Great Elder's aura was terrible. It surged out from him, but Xianxiao stood in front of him calmly. Qi Xiangang turned his head with great difficulty to look back at the Sky River Great Elder and said, "Master, your disciple has not been filial. I can no longer remain by your side to take care of you, nor can I inherit your mantle." The Sky River Great Elder pointed at Yi Fuxian and said, "Your disciple can inherit my mantle, and your granddaughter is safe. I will teach her to cultivate." Qi Xiangang looked at Yi Fuxian and saw him step forward, up to the Sky River Great Elder. The people of the Xin clan had said that his master had ruined his own memory. It seemed that his memory of him had been wiped away as well. "Don't worry, brother. I will cultivate well and take care of master," said Yi Fuxian to Qi Xiangang. He bowed to him, but only him and the Sky River Great Elder understood the meaning behind the bow. Qi Xiangang nodded. His face was pale and his aura was growing weak. He looked up into the sky. He seemed to see a beautiful figure there. He should have already been with her. Why was he still alive? Qi Xiangang himself did not understand why he was not seeking death. He did not understand, but the Sky River Great Elder and Yi Fuxian did. "Bring him back to the Xin clan," said Xianxiao. Chains of the Great Path fell upon Qi Xiangang, binding him up and carrying him into the sky. "Take care, uncle," said Xianxiao to the Sky River Great Elder with a slight bow. Then he turned and flew up into the sky. Brilliant divine light flashed, and Qi Xiangang was pulled up into the sky. He grew more and more distant until, finally, he disappeared. Qi Xiangang looked down at his master as he was being pulled up with a calm smile. He seemed to be free from worry. He did not know why, but he felt very relaxed. He looked at Yi Fuxian as well. Why did this man look so familiar? It must be because he was another one of the master's disciples. The two of them had the same origin. From now on, the master would have to rely on this other disciple. "Come back to us?" whispered the elder as he watched the disappearing figure. Yi Fuxian nodded. The two of them turned and walked away as if nothing had happened. They seemed very calm, but there was some sorrow in their tranquility. The Sky River Great Elder was getting old. There were times when he felt powerless in the face of all this. If it had been in the past, he would have fought. He would not have allowed the Xin clan to take Qi Xiangang. But this time he had not fought, and he had seemed calm the whole time. Perhaps he was truly getting old. Many people were looking at Tianhe Palace and at the tall and mighty emperor, as well as the fallen Duanqing. It seemed that the emperor had sold out the Sky River Great Elder, resulting in his 3,000 disciples being killed. Perhaps he was numb due to the things that had happened back then, so numb that there was no passion left in him. 3,000 of his disciples had been killed, and now Qi Xiangang had been taken away. Would this incite him at all? Even Qi Xiangang had come back, willing to kill the traitors at any cost. He had questioned and killed Duan Qing outside the palace. The old man and the young man walked side by side. The elder's voice appeared in Yi Futian's mind. "Your master came here, seeking death." "I know," answered Yi Futian mentally. His master had not planned to leave here alive. He had come seeking death. His death would be beneficial for many people. Fei Xue was well taken care of, as she was set up in a supreme region. His master would not seek to drag her into any more trouble, and so he would have no contact with her. Thus, he had returned to the Tianhe realm alone. "But he did not die," said the elder. "It's because of me. As long as he is alive, the Shen clan's eyes will remain on him. No one will worry about the one who will inherit his mantle," said Yi Futian. Death would be easier for his master. He already had the will to die. But he had come to the Tianhe realm as well, which changed his master's plans. When he learned that the Shen clan was coming, he had appeared earlier, right outside the palace. He had cut off any road of retreat for himself. Moreover, he had destroyed his own memory. Life was harder than death for him. Life would be full of humiliation. The Shen clan would torture him, which was something he was not willing to undergo. But as long as he was alive, they would not pay any attention to Yi Futian. When the master was there, why would they pay attention to a disciple? As the two of them were talking, they reached the mountain. They stood there calmly, looking out into the distance. When she saw that they had returned, Ping'an calmed down. But she did not see Qi Xiangang, which made her sad. He thinks that his death will put an end to things. But it is not that simple. As the two of them descended upon the mountain, the Sky River Great Elder looked up into the sky. An end? How could it bring an end? Could killing the traitor Duan Qing and dying himself bring an end to things? It was too early. Yi Futian looked at the old man. It was not that simple. You should not leave the mountain again. You should stay here and cultivate. Then you will reach the Runhuang Plain faster, continued the Sky River Great Elder. Yi Futian nodded. The elder looked off into the distance and said Ping'an coming towards them. He smiled warmly when he saw her pretty face. "Ping'an," he said. "Teacher." Ping'an looked at him. She looked like she was going to say more, then stopped. She wanted to ask something, but she did not. "Do you want to live somewhere else? Find a spiritual partner? Give up everything and choose a different life?" asked the Sky River Great Elder. Ping'an looked up at him, and her eyes hardened. She shook her head. She did not say anything, but her answer was in her eyes. The elder nodded slightly. He reached out and gently patted her on the shoulder. He looked off into the distance. If she didn't want to, then she didn't have to. Things calmed down as the news of what had happened at the Realm Emperor's palace spread. Even after these things happened, the palace was still standing, and was, in fact, even more prosperous than before. Many people could faintly guess what was going on, but those who had actually been present for the events kept their lips sealed, and no one brought them up. The Sky River Great Elder did not ask about anything that had happened. He seemed to have been badly shocked, and gradually people stopped trying to guess what had happened to him. Moreover, since he did not ask about outside affairs, the Realm Emperor Palace soon became an invincible force within the Tianhe realm. But now the Realm Emperor Palace's power was called into question. Qi Xuangong's questioning voice still rang through everyone's ears. The Realm Emperor Palace had thoroughly sold out the Sky River Great Elder. By extremely despicable means they had been allied with him on the surface, while secretly working with the Shen clan in order to wipe out his disciples. Duan Qing had certainly deserved to die. He had done everything for the benefit of his family, but what about all those who had died as a result of his actions? However, winners wrote history books. Even though people knew of the Realm Emperor Palace's treachery, they still stood at the peak of the Tianhe realm, so no one dared to say anything. Presumably, they had always been afraid of the Sky River Great Elder. They had not done anything about Duan Qing's death. As time passed, fewer and fewer people were talking about these events. Yifutian spent his time cultivating on the mountain. The deed of thorough comprehension contained the will of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, making it extremely mystical. It even allowed one to use these powers in their own cultivation. This was incredibly useful to someone like Yifutian, who cultivated many different techniques. Moreover, the deed of thorough comprehension was connected to the worldly great path. Just like the people of the Tianhe realm wanted to become the Sky River Great Elder's disciples and get closer to him, the deed of thorough comprehension allowed one to get closer to successfully forging a spirit of the way and rush towards the Renhuang Plain. Yifutian cultivated day by day, and his understanding grew deeper and deeper. He felt that it would not be long before he reached the next level. His divine spirit was integrated into the worldly great path. He was one with the way. He had no personhood nor self, no possessions, nor self-image. He was the way. He was being raised to a higher level. This was why, although the next level seemed to be only a step away, it was a very difficult step to take. The 10,034th year of the divine prefecture calendar gradually drew to a close. Yifutian had been here for almost a year. It began to snow in Tianhe City, and for many days, the city was covered in a blanket of white, making it look magnificent. The mountain that Yifutian was on became snowy as well. The land and sky around him became even more ethereal. Upon the snowy mountain, an elderly man was training a woman in the art of cultivation. The two of them were very serious about this. Naturally, this was the Sky River Great Elder and Pinyin. She had been advancing very quickly under his tutelage. She was already very talented. After all, the blood of the foremost sword emperor of the Tianhe realm flowed through her veins. Thus, she was naturally skilled at swordsmanship. Su Pinyin was training with the sword amidst the snow. The Sky River Great Elder watched her calmly. His gaze gradually lifted into the sky. He whispered, "It's been almost 50 years. What has been almost 50 years, master?" came a voice. A white-haired figure strode towards him through the snow, leaving footprints behind him. He was dressed all in white. It was as if he was a part of the snow. Only his eyes were dark. Yifutian strode to the Sky River Great Elder's side, and the two of them watched Su Pinyin train. "How is your cultivation going?" The Sky River Great Elder did not answer Yifutian's question, instead asking a question of his own. "I will not need too much longer," said Yifutian. He had a feeling that he was not far away from full comprehension. "Ah, well, if you have an epiphany, don't rush yourself to break through to the next level. Don't become a Renhuang for the time being," said the elder. "Why?" A look of doubt came over Yifutian's face. What did he mean? He had told him to rush towards the Renhuang Plain, but not to actually enter it. "Didn't you ask what had been almost 50 years? Something is going to happen next year," said the Sky River Great Elder. Yifutian was silent for a moment, then nodded. He did not ask any more. "How old are you, Futian?" the Sky River Great Elder asked curiously. "I will be 50 this year," said Yifutian. "Exactly 50? asked the Sky River Great Elder. Yifutian nodded. Yes. Without realizing it, he had reached the age of 50. If he had been a normal person, he would already be old. "What a coincidence," said the Sky River Great Elder with a smile. He did not say anything else. Coincidence? Yifutian did not know what the Sky River Great Elder was speaking of. He did not say anything else, and Yifutian did not ask. Yifutian sat down, right on the snowy ground beside the Sky River Great Elder. He watched Pinyin training before them. Although she was at the noble level, she still seemed like a little girl in his eyes. This must have shown a change in his state of mind. In the past, he had looked at nobles as if they were so high above him. He thought they could be rulers of their own small countries. Now when he looked at them, they seemed like his juniors. He could not quite express the feeling this gave him, but it was only natural that this should happen. And in reality, he was only 50 years old. In the past, many nobles had been much older than that. This showed how his state of mind had gradually changed. Even though he was only 50, he had much more experience than most people his age. He had even lived a more colorful life than some people who were several hundred years old. 50 years of cultivation. He had come from the smallest mortal world all the way to the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, the Supreme Realm. Every step had been sure and steady, and he had experienced so much. His state of mind was probably better than those old men who were hundreds of years old. "You are still watching Pinyin cultivate," came the Sky River Great Elder's voice from behind him, bringing him back to the present. Yifutian nodded slightly. His gaze was still upon Pinyin, watching her train with the sword. His eyes softened. It was as if he was watching his own junior. Pinyin was indeed his junior. He knew that the master felt a great deal of guilt towards Pinyin. She was the last member of the former Sword Emperor of the Tianhe realm's bloodline. Snowflakes filled the air. Although her sword will was full of murderous intent, Yifutian could still feel the beauty of her swordsmanship. As she trained in the snow, her sword cut through flying snowflakes. Yifutian watched her, once again falling into distant memories. He thought of when he was young. The snowflakes that filled the air seemed to pull him back to decades long ago. When he was still young and cultivating at Qingzhou Academy, Yu Shang had been there, as well as Jieyu, Qin Yi, and Master Hua Fenglu. He would never forget that time. It seemed so wonderful when he remembered it now. He also thought of Donghai City, of the Kangyi Kingdom, of the Eastern Barren Territory, of Book Mountain, and of the cottage. More figures appeared in his mind. Yi Xiang, Yi Tianzi, Mr. Du, forming scenes from his memories. These memories were imprinted in his mind, and he would never forget them. Thinking back on them now, it was like they were happening right before his eyes. That was how beautiful they were. At this moment, Yifutian was very relaxed, more relaxed than he had ever been before. He had not felt like this since he had come to the Supreme Realm because he had so much on his plate and had experienced so much. Just this year, he had seen his master get taken away, and who knew what kind of effect that had had on him. He had been silent at the time, so only he knew what he had been feeling. The wind blew, and snowflakes fell upon Yifutian. He was still watching Pinyin train. She seemed to blur before his eyes. Gradually, her figure seemed to grow further and further away. She was no longer right in front of him. His consciousness seemed to fly to a faraway place. He was no longer standing on the ground but was high up in the sky. His consciousness became a snowflake in the wind. He danced in the air. He could see not only Pinyin but also the entire snowy mountain, then the entire mountain range. All of it was before his eyes. The snow grew deeper and deeper as he danced in the wind like a feather. He did not know how long he remained like that. Finally, the sword stopped, and the sword will dissipated. Pinyin had stopped cultivating. Previously, the snowflakes could not fall upon her due to the sword chi. But now that she had stopped, they began to land on her. She reached out and picked up a handful of snow. A bright, beautiful smile appeared on her face, as pure and unblemished as jade. What is wrong with him? A look of confusion came over her face when she saw that Yifutian was completely covered in snow, standing there as peacefully as a snowman. His breathing was even. Other than the snow that had been melted by the heat of his breath, the rest of him was covered in snow. He did not react when Pinyin stopped cultivating. A strange look came over her face. Could it be that he was cultivating? Thinking of this, she decided not to disturb him. She feared she would break his concentration. At that moment, a burst of wind blew over the mountain, sending snowflakes flying. The snow danced as it flew off of Yifutian. The wind blew on Pinyin as well, making her shiver. She seemed to feel something, but could not quite grasp it. It was a marvelous feeling. "What is this?" she whispered. As the wind blew, Yifutian opened his eyes and stood with a smile. "You're awake," said Pinyin. Yifutian nodded. "Yes," he said. "Pianjian, I have cultivated swordsmanship as well, and thus have some small understanding of it. Let me show you something. Perhaps it will be helpful." "All right," said Pinyin with a slight nod. Was Yifutian going to teach her some of his swordsmanship? He had taught her a little bit already, but not like this. At that moment, Yifutian's eyes became brilliant, and sword will seemed to swirl around them. "Do not resist," he said. He looked at Pinyin, and she felt spiritual will enter into her mind. She saw one sword at first, and then countless swords of the Great Path. Each word seemed to contain the essence of the great path. In a flash, her mind was filled with swords. All that was left in the world were swords. She had entered into a world of swords. Yifutian looked away quickly, and his eyes became calm again. The understanding of swordsmanship that he had gained over the years had been directly imprinted into Pingin's mind in a unique way. How her swordsmanship would develop from here depended on her. Yifutian turned and walked away through the snow. Snowflakes were still falling upon him. Pingin still stood there, as if she had frozen. Sword will flowed through her endlessly. After a while, her sword chi rose within her. Su Pingin had broken through to the next level. The snow continued at the end of the 10,034th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar for a while. The flying snowflakes dyed Xianxia City a silvery color. On the last day of the year, the city was very busy. Lantern light lit up the night sky until it was as bright as day. Every household had lit their lanterns, and people were walking and running through the streets. Within the realm palace of the Xianxia realm, many of the halls were lit up with brilliant divine light. The light shot out into the sky, lighting up the dark night with divine radiance. This was fated to be an extraordinary night. In Xianxia City, a little girl pulled at an elder's hand and asked, "Grandpa, why is it so lively tonight?" She was very curious. She was more than 10 years old and knew many things. She had seen New Year celebrations before but had never seen an atmosphere like this. It seemed as if Xianxia City was particularly looking forward to the coming year. Even the realm palace seemed different. It was taking this very seriously. The whole city was rejoicing together. "It's because this is going to be a special year," answered the old man. "A special year?" The girl did not understand. "Why is it special?" she asked. "You will understand when you are older." The old man patted her head with a smile, his eyes full of kindness. He looked up into the sky. Many years ago, the Xianxia realm had experienced a great storm. The chaos of the world seemed like it would never stop, but the contributions that they had made were invaluable in bringing an end to a dark and chaotic time. Up on the snowy mountain, Yifutian was seated in cultivation. He could sense the merriment in Xianxia City in his thoughts, and could not help but feel a little confused. Did Xianxia City really make such a big deal about the New Year? Over the years, he had found that the place he had felt had had the most New Year spirit was Qingzhou City, where he had started out. As he had come to more and more impressive cities and more powerful realms, he had found that the New Year's spirit weakened. The people were concerned with pursuing power and cultivating, and so they lacked some of the passion of the people of Qingzhou City. Now he was seeing such a marvelous sight here in Xianxia City. Could it be that this was some kind of tradition? At that moment, a figure walked to his side. She looked off into the distance, and her thoughts seemed to go out over there as well. She seemed to remember something, and a tear trickled down from the corner of her eye. "Pingin." Yifutian looked to the woman beside him and said softly, "Are you thinking of your parents?" "Yes." Pingin smiled slightly and nodded. She looked at Yifutian and said, "I must look like a fool to you. Their wish before they died was for you to live peacefully and happily." "Pingin, do not be sad," said Yifutian comfortingly. I'm just thinking of when I was with them." "It is not purely sadness," said Pingin with a smile. "Let's go out into the city and celebrate the new year with everyone." "All right," said Yifutian with a nod. The two of them smiled at each other, then stepped through the air down the mountain. Before long, they had come to Xianxia City. People walked on the roads in an endless stream. There were no conflicts between people on this day, and no one challenged anyone else to a fight. Everyone was very modest and accommodating. Even if there was friction between them, they had only to smile, and things would sort themselves out. Many people took their children out with them onto the streets to experience the friendly atmosphere. "It would be wonderful if the world was always like this," said Pingin with a smile as she watched this beautiful scene. Yifutian smiled and shook his head. This was definitely just a flight of fancy. They two of them wandered aimlessly. They were not headed anywhere in particular. They were just sightseeing. Perhaps Pingin wanted to walk on familiar roads, ones that she had trodden in New Year's past. "Do you have anyone that you miss?" Pingyan looked up at Yi Futian beside her. His white hair melded into the white snow, and it was impossible to tell them apart. With his handsome face and piercing eyes, he clearly had some stories to tell. He was refined and cultivated, handsome and kind, and had a great amount of talent. There must be many women chasing him. So why did he have white hair as a young man? He may have been 50, but for a cultivator at the peak of the saint level, this was quite young. Even if his cultivation did not advance at all, his face would still be unchanged after several hundred years. Of course, said Yi Futian with a smile. There are many people that I miss. Who? Asked Pingyan curiously. My love, my teachers, my friends, and my brothers. I miss many people, said Yi Futian. If you miss them, why don't you go and find them? Asked Pingyan. Her level was too low, so she had been unable to protect her parents. But Yi Futian was very powerful. He was at the peak of the Saint Plane, and there was no one below the Renhuang level who could match him. It is impossible to be satisfied in all aspects of life. Everyone has hardships. I want to be with them, and that is why I cultivate, said Yi Futian. Pingyan nodded. I understand. Was her own cultivation not also to protect her parents? Yi Futian must have his own stories as well. Is there a lake in Tianhe City? Asked Yi Futian. Pingyan nodded. Yes, there is. Do you want to go see it? Yi Futian nodded. Yes. Then I'll take you. Pingyan led the way. Before long, they had come to the edge of a lake. It was very busy here as well, with people sailing across the lake on small boats. Some of them were lighting lamps and making wishes. It was an incredibly familiar scene. A bright smile came over Yi Futian's face. He loved lakes, perhaps because all his best memories took place beside them. They were memories from his youth. At that moment, brilliant, beautiful light flashed in their eyes. Yi Futian looked up and saw that the sky was full of fireworks. At that moment, his memories seemed to overlap, and time seemed to flow backward. Many cheers rang out over the lake as the fireworks bloomed in the sky. The 10,035th year of the divine prefecture calendar had finally come. It's so beautiful, whispered Pingyan. She looked at Yi Futian. In the light from the fireworks, his handsome face looked even more extraordinary. A beautiful woman and a nobleman were perfectly matched for each other. Perhaps Yi Futian was just such a man. When he smiled like that, was he thinking of the person that he loved? This was fated to be an extraordinary night. The heavenly mandate realm and the higher heavens realm were both members of the 9 supreme realms. Thus, they stood at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. However, the strongest of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had no conflicts. It was the realm that stood at the center of the 9 supreme realms, the Imperial Realm. All of the 9 supreme realms acknowledged this without hesitation. The Shen clan was a power of the Imperial Realm. Thus, even the Tianhe realm, which was under their control, was very strong. Many powerful Renhuangs came from there, including the Sky River Great Elder. In the center of the Imperial Realm was a mighty divine palace, so tall that it reached into the sky and pierced through the clouds. It was holy and mighty. The palace was covered in endless divine light. Everyone who walked by it felt incredibly pious and bowed down before it. This was the symbol of the Imperial Realm Void Emperor Palace. It was said that this place was once the personal palace of Donghuang the Great. Now there was a statue of the Great Emperor within the palace. It was said that he had left some of his divine spirit within the image. At that moment, 9 clouds were floating above Void Emperor Palace. Incomparably holy divine light shone down from the sky, forming into 7 beams of light. All of the clouds in the vast, endless sky seemed to be surging. At that moment, a beam of divine light shone down from the high heavens upon the tall palace. Afterward, an invisible wave swept down from the heavens. Dong! The sound of a bell ringing spread throughout the sky. The sound melded into the world, becoming a formless rhythm. It sounded like thunder that pierced through the sky. There were many top powers, tall palaces, and mighty halls within the Imperial Realm. Many people were praying to heaven, and thousands of people knelt behind them. Dong! The bell rang again, and the people praying to heaven bowed as if they had known the sound of the bell would come. "The prophecy is coming, and we await it here," said a solemn elder up on the sacrificial platform. They were all waiting for a prophecy to come from Void Emperor Palace. The Shin clan was one of the top forces in the imperial realm. But at that moment, many members of the Shin clan were gathered together, looking off into the distance. Dong! The bell rang again, filling everyone's minds with its sound. And it was not only them. The imperial realm's seemingly endless land made it the largest of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. At that moment, countless souls heard the ringing of the bell. What was more, the bell was ringing throughout all the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It went out towards the heavenly mandate realm, the higher heavens realm, and all of the 9 supreme realms. It rang out in the divine palace of the higher heavens realm, in the golden divine nation, and on Taishan mountain. It rang out in the heavenly mandate dynasty in Brahma's pure sky, and in the violet heavenly palace. No one knew how to describe this sound. It was a miracle, truly the work of the gods. As the bell rang, a group of figures wearing identical clothing walked out of Void Emperor Palace. They flashed away in different directions. It seemed like they were heading to the 9 supreme realms. Far away in the Tianhe realm, Yi Futian and Ping'an had returned to the snowy mountain. Light bloomed in the sky, lighting up the clouds, and sunlight fell. As the 10,035th year of the divine prefecture calendar started, it seemed as if everything was starting anew. Dong! At that moment, the sound of the bell rang over the mountain. Yi Futian opened his eyes as he sat there cross-legged. He looked up into the sky, and his thoughts stretched out. A look of surprise came over his face. He felt the ringing sound descend from the sky. It was everywhere at once. It filled Tianhe City. Where is that sound coming from? His heart was in turmoil. He rose into the air, trying to find the source of that sound. An elder stepped out onto the snowy ground, looking up into the sky. "Master!" Yi Futian alighted beside the elder, a questioning look on his face. The old man was still looking into the sky. He said, "The 10,035th year of the divine prefecture calendar is the start of a new era. Dong Huang the Great unified the divine prefecture 350 years ago. If we count from this, we can also say that it is the 350th year of Dong Huang's calendar. It was the 350th year of the Dong Huang calendar. It had been 350 years since Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing unified the whole world." Yi Futian was moved when he heard what the elder said. It all seemed so far away from him, but he still felt that it was connected to him. He was 50 years old this year. He had been born 300 years after Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing had unified the divine prefecture. And it seemed that there had been nothing ordinary about his birth. Thus, it seemed that Tianhe City was not just lively because of the new year, but also because this year had special meaning. It was also a nice round number year for the divine prefecture. His own age was also at a nice round number. This clearly meant something. 100 years marked an era in the divine prefecture. 50 years would then be half an era. "Does anyone actually use the phrase Dong Huang calendar?" asked Yi Futian. "Some do," said the Sky River Great Elder with a nod. When Dong Huang the Great unified the world and the many realms of the divine prefecture became one, he and Emperor Yi Qing naturally had the right to make a new calendar. But they did not. Even so, many people still count time by the Dong Huang calendar. But since he didn't change it, people still mainly use the divine prefecture calendar. "Where is that bell coming from?" asked Yi Futian. The ringing sound was coming from the sky and sounding throughout Tianhe City. The elder looked up into the sky and said softly, "Every 50 years, a bell rings out from the empty imperial palace in the imperial realm, meaning that the prophecy is coming into the world. If I'm not wrong, divine messengers should be coming out of the empty imperial palace right now." The imperial realm. Yi Futian's heart trembled. Was this ringing coming from the impossibly distant imperial realm? Naturally, he knew of the imperial realm, the greatest of the 9 supreme realms of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The imperial realm was also known as the Central Emperor realm, and it was the head of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The other 8 supreme realms surrounded it, and the other realms of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path surrounded them. How could this ringing sound cross through so many realms? There's nothing strange about this. The bell ringing in the empty imperial palace announces the prophecy, and it rings at the great emperor's command. Its ringing goes out to the 9 supreme realms, and from there to all of the other realms. The Tianhe realm is within this area, and that is why we are able to hear it, explained the elder. What is the empty imperial palace? And what is the prophecy? Asked Yifutian. There were too many things that he did not understand. A single bell could be heard throughout countless realms. What kind of power would allow it to be heard throughout the 9 supreme realms? The empty imperial palace is the emblem of the imperial realm. It is the great emperor's home among the 3,000 realms of the divine path. If there is nothing special about this prophecy, it will be the same as always. It will speak of God's relic, explained the Sky River Great Elder. This is why I wanted you to temporarily delay becoming a Renhuang. I wanted you to go there. God's relic, whispered Yifutian. He understood. This relic of God would be different than the ones he had encountered before. The fact that it invoked the name God showed how extraordinary it was. The so-called God's relic was very likely real. Why is it the empty imperial palace, and not just the empty palace? Asked Yifutian softly. Where is Renhuang the Great if not in the imperial realm? He is there, and yet he is not there, answered the Sky River Great Elder. This world is not the true world. Then what about the true world? Is it the same there? Asked Yifutian. The Sky River Great Elder looked at him and said, If you are successful in the God's trials, you will have a chance to find this out for yourself. When will I go? Asked Yifutian. The prophecy is coming, and soon all the 9 supreme realms will receive it. At that time they will all send out their disciples. Then the God's relic will be open for a period of time. However, we can go early. The prophecy will not come to the Tianhe realm. Thus we need to find a power that will receive it and go with them, said the Sky River Great Elder. Can all of the 9 supreme realms take part in this? Asked Yifutian. Who is going to receive the prophecy? Technically, anyone in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path can take part. However, only those powers that receive the prophecy will be able to bring them there. Thus, if one wants to go to the God's relic, they must first receive the approval of one of the powers that received the prophecy. As for who will get the prophecy, the empty imperial palace have their own plans for that. If there are no mishaps, it will be the greatest forces in the 9 supreme reals, answered the Sky River Great Elder. In that case, Taishan Mountain will receive it as well, whispered Yifutian. If that was so, he could naturally go with them. If not, then the divine elephants from the heavenly mandate realm would work as well. If he wanted to take part, they would definitely let him. How strong are the people below the Renhuang level at Taishan Mountain? Asked the Sky River Great Elder. They are not that strong, said Yifutian. There was a great gap between the disciples of Taishan Mountain and those of the divine capital of Xiling. The only ones who could truly count were the 4 great disciples of Lord Taishan. The younger generation was not as good. When compared to the people from the vastness of the 9 supreme realms, they would be at a severe disadvantage, and would not be able to put up a fight. During the trip to the Divine Palace, the disciples of Taishan Mountain had all been clearly inferior, save for him. This time, it would not only be the top forces of the higher heavens realm but all the forces of the 9 supreme realms. And in reality, that meant the top forces of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. All of them would likely be there. The God's relic opened once every 50 years. It was the training that Donghuang the Great had prepared for them. Thus, it was obvious how prestigious this event was. It would naturally shake the 9 supreme realms, and even the entire world. The bell that was ringing throughout the 9 supreme realms was just the start. In that case, you need some allies. I will consider for a while, then send you to a force that will take you to the imperial realm and grant you success at God's relic, said the Sky River Great Elder. Yifutian saw that he had fallen into deep thought and did not disturb him. In reality, given his current level, even though the cultivators from the 9 supreme realms would gather like clouds, There were few who would be a match for him. Now, people like Li Daozi and Yi Tianyu were no longer a match for him. Only people like Huang Zhong of the Divine Temple would be able to challenge him, or people who were even stronger. Although Huang Zhong was said to be the most powerful person in the higher heavens realm below the Renhuang plane, there would certainly be other people in the 9 supreme realms who were stronger. The 9 supreme realms were so vast, and the imperial realm was at their center. There would certainly be many heroic figures. Empty Emperor Palace was at the center of the imperial realm. The Sky River Great Elder had known to tell him not to break through to the next level for the time being. Would the top figures of the Central Emperor realm know to do that as well? Certainly, some of them would suppress their level for this. This time, the cultivators would certainly gather like clouds. He did not say anything. His master was clearly thinking about things for him. As long as he could find him an ally, he didn't mind. "What time should I leave?" asked Yifutian. "How has your cultivation been going?" replied the Sky River Great Elder. "There have been no problems," said Yifutian. The Sky River Great Elder looked at him. In reality, he could already sense this. He nodded slightly, then turned to look at the woman cultivating in the distance. "Pingyan," he called. "Keep cultivating on the mountain. Do not go down. Yifutian and I are leaving for a while." Pingyan looked back at him. "All right," she answered. "Let's go," said the Sky River Great Elder to Yifutian. There was no need for him to stay in the Tianhe realm, so why not bring Yifutian to the Central Emperor realm a little early? Yifutian nodded. "All right." A burst of powerful will covered him. Then the two of them shot up into the air. This was the second time that Yifutian had been transported across realms. The first time was when Lord Taixian had brought him to the Tianhe realm. This time, he was going from the Tianhe realm to the center of the 9 supreme realms. Indeed, it was the center of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, the Imperial Realm. The Central Emperor Realm, the largest of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, had many powerful forces within it and endless cultivators. In this realm, when cultivators went outside, they did not dare be too arrogant. There were simply too many of them. Among those forces that stood at the top of the Central Emperor realm, any one of their names was enough to make it so that a common cultivator would find it hard to breathe. There were many ancient clans that had passed down their techniques since ancient times, as well as families that had weathered generations of hardships. All of them were powerful and had depths beyond measure. The most powerful forces of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were gathered here, as well as the most powerful figures. The greatest heroes of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were finally gathered together in one place. A member of the Shen clan walked out towards a magnificent palace. "What is it?" came a voice from within. "The Sky River Great Elder has left the Tianhe realm. He is likely already on the way to the Imperial Realm. It is probably because of the bell." The man answered with a bow. "I understand," came the voice from within the palace. "Should we do anything about it?" asked the man. "He is focused on the person who is going to inherit his mantle. For the time being, we don't need to do anything," answered the man within the palace. "Did we find out anything from Qi Shengang?" "Not yet." The man lowered his head. "Heal him. Help him recover his divine spirit and his memory," said the man within the palace. They had Qi Shengang in their hands, and so there was no more information that the Sky River Great Elder could provide them. Now all they could do was work hard to help Qi Shengang recover. Even if he only regained a little bit of his memory, it would be good. "Yes, sir." The man bowed, then turned to leave. While this was going on, the Shen clan was very busy. Many of them were preparing for the god's relic. And it was not only the Shen clan. The 9 realms had all heard the prophecy, and so they were all preparing for this. Other realms were even busier as they prepared for this magnificent time. When the bell rang, the 9 realms were thrown into turmoil. In a foggy place within the Imperial Realm, there was a magnificent divine mansion that reached into the clouds. Below it stretched many tall mountain peaks. They were like pillars that held up the mansion. In front of the mansion, there was a sky stairwell that went down from the sky, connecting it to a faraway place. As it went on, the sky stairwell reached the mansion, which was extremely spectacular. This was an extremely prestigious place within the imperial realm, the sky-reaching peaks. At that moment, two figures appeared before the sky stairwell. One was young and one was old. The old man was very noble, and the young man had white hair. The two of them had powerful auras. It was the Sky River Great Elder and Yi Futian. The Central Emperor realm had the most and the strongest forces. And the sky-reaching school occupied a place all its own. The divine mansion upon the sky-reaching peaks that the Sky River Great Elder and Yi Futian had arrived at was the sky-reaching school. The vice-hierophant of the sky-reaching school and I were once friends. The school's disciples were also once very powerful. If you go with them to the God's Relic, it will perhaps be a little easier for you, said the Sky River Great Elder. Countless cultivators would be going on this trip. All the heroes of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were gathered together for this chance given to them by the Great Emperor. Although Yi Futian was incredibly talented, it would be extremely difficult for him to do this by himself. A little carelessness would lead him to a dead end. However, the sky-reaching master is very proud, and his disciples all have a bit of that characteristic as well. I was friends with the vice-hierophant in the past, but things are different now and I might be refused. You should not get your hopes up too much, said the Sky River Great Elder. Yi Futian nodded slightly. It seemed like he had given this a lot of thought and had a clear view of the situation. He had once been a son-in-law of the Shin clan with great power and a bright future. Now things were different and it would be perfectly normal if he was refused. But he had come anyway, placing his honor on the line. He was the Sky River Great Elder, and so it was easy to imagine what kind of proud figure he had been in the past. The years had affected him greatly, and his personality had changed as well. The two of them ascended the sky stairwell. Yi Futian looked at the scene before him. Below the stairs was an endless abyss in addition to the huge mountain peaks that reached into the sky and supported the mansion. The abyss was filled with a frightening aura, and flames of the way danced within it while destructive lightning flashed. It was a terrible mixture of destructive power, and terrifying light shone upon the stair continuously. They could feel an incredibly threatening atmosphere at the top of the stairs. What was more frightening was that they could see figures cultivating down in that abyss of chaotic destruction. An infinite abyss was actually being used as a place for cultivation. The two of them walked up to the mansion. There was a huge gate in front of it with two guards outside. They looked at the two people coming towards them. At that moment, a figure walked out of the gate and bowed slightly to the Sky River Great Elder. The Vice-Hierophant knows you have come, and he ordered me to come and greet you. Please come in. The Sky River Great Elder nodded. Thank you. He did not feel like there was anything strange about this. They had just come up the sky stairwell, so it was only natural that someone would be waiting for them. The sky-reaching school was very large, like a real mansion. Walking into from the outside, they had to greatly increase their speed in order to reach a magnificent ancient temple within. A middle-aged man wearing a robe patterned with dark flames walked out to meet them. His jet-black hair hung down to his brow, and he had a dark beard. He was broad-shouldered and imposing. It has been many years, Sky River Great Elder. You have changed a lot, said the middle-aged man. His voice was like thunder, shaking in people's eardrums as he spoke. For someone at Yi Futian's level, hearing him talk shook his very state of mind. It was obvious that this was a powerful man. Moreover, he had not done this on purpose. He was naturally like this. I have indeed been most impolite, said the Sky River Great Elder with a smile. Futian, this is the Vice-Hierophant of the Sky-Reaching School. He is an old friend of mine. Greetings, Elder. My name is Yi Futian, said Yi Futian with a bow. He did not hide his identity. All the powerful cultivators of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were going on this trip, especially those from top forces. Thus, there was no point in hiding himself. Even though the people of the Central Emperor realm had heard of him, and most of them knew he had once been Lord Taishuan's disciple who was the Sky River Great Elder's good friend, the people of the higher heavens thought that he was still Lord Taishuan's disciple. The people of the Shin clan knew the truth that Lord Taishuan had sent him to the Tianhe realm, but they would not think too much of this. If his previous master had not shown up, the Shin clan would have investigated him. But since they had taken his previous master, They were not paying any attention to Yifutian. They had already taken Qi Xiangang, so why would they pay any more attention to his disciple? Master Qi Xiangang had really only appeared twice. The first time was at the Battle of Demon God Mountain, where few people knew him. The second time, more people had seen him. He had defeated Yi Tianyu, but no one heard his name. He did not care about people knowing about his name. The people of the Great Li Sacred Dynasty only knew him as the imperial advisor. If someone wanted to investigate him, they would see how talented his student Yifutian was. He had cultivated at the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, had once defeated Yi Tianyu, had cultivated at Taishan Mountain, and had defeated all opponents at the Divine Palace. Thus, people would have ignored Qi Xiangang. Thus, unless they thoroughly investigated everything about him from top to bottom, there was basically no chance of exposing the fact that they had been master and student. The Vice-Hierophant looked at Yifutian and said, "I would never have thought that the Sky River Great Elder would take another personal disciple. You must be incredibly talented." There were a few disciples by the Vice-Hierophant's side. Their eyes were like lightning, and their auras were magnificent as they looked at Yifutian. "I am getting old, and so, naturally, I wish to find someone who could inherit my mantle," said the Sky River Great Elder. "Futian is indeed incredibly talented. He is now at the peak of the Saint Plane. I brought him here to ask you a favor. Can he go to the God's Relic trials with the students of the Sky-Reaching School?" A deep look came into the Vice-Hierophant's eyes as he looked at Yifutian. He was silent for a while, then said, "Sky River Great Elder, you and I were once very close. Anything you ask, I will do for you. But you know, the God's Relic is incredibly important at this time, and we can't afford any mistakes. Even my master is paying close attention to it. If I let you disciple come with us, it might attract hostile attention from the Shin clan, and it might make them our enemies. This would not be a good thing for the Sky-Reaching School. Thus, I fear I have no power to do this for you." When he heard what the Vice-Hierophant was saying, the Sky River Great Elder nodded slightly and said, "I do not wish to trouble you any further, friend, so I will say no more. Farewell." "Won't you stay for a while?" asked the Vice-Hierophant. "I can't, I have to bring him to other places," said the Sky River Great Elder. "Very well, then I won't see you off." The Vice-Hierophant did not stay any longer, and so they said farewell and left. The two of them gradually faded in the distance, then disappeared from vision. The Vice-Hierophant sighed and said, "I never thought the Sky River Great Elder would come here begging for us to take his disciple to the God's Relic. He is indeed getting old. This is something that absolutely never would have happened in the past." He was the Sky River Great Elder. He had married a daughter of the Shin clan and dared to defy them. Now, his heroic days were long past. He only wanted to pass on his mantle. There will be many cultivators on this trip to the God's Relic, and the Sky River Great Elder is asking us to oppose the Shin clan for his disciple. "He thinks a little too highly of himself," said a youth beside him whose eyes shone with the light of thunder and fire. His voice was cold and mocking. He had no respect for an elder like the Sky River Great Elder. When the Sky River Great Elder had made a name for himself, he had not been born yet. The Vice-Hierophant smiled. The Sky River Great Elder had always regarded himself very highly. After all, back then he had the right to, but now things were different. It was said that not long ago, his wife had been taken away by the Shin clan. Now his last hope was to pass on his teachings to a disciple. But how could they get around an obstacle as huge as the Shin clan? Could he do so by teaching a new disciple? It was absolutely impossible. After the Sky River Great Elder brought Yifutian away, the two of them visited two more forces. Each time was the same. They were refused. Although everyone would greet him politely because he was the Sky River Great Elder, there was no enthusiasm in their greetings, and they were frankly refused. Who would offend one of the top forces for the sake of the Sky River Great Elder? Moreover, there was no benefit to them for bringing Yifutian along. They did not think they could gain anything from him. Even though he was the Sky River Great Elder's heir, not many people cared about that. As far as they were concerned, bringing him along was tantamount to directly defying the Shin clan. Wouldn't that just be an extra burden? At that moment, the Sky River Great Elder and Yifutian were traveling. Yifutian looked at his master and asked, "Are we going to visit another place?" They had already been refused 3 times in a row. Even the Sky River Great Elder was beginning to feel a bit humiliated. But he had said he did not care. Since his master still persisted, he would not complain. "No, those were the only people in the Imperial Realm who I am on good terms with," replied the Sky River Great Elder. "Then where are we going next?" asked Yifutian. "To the City of the Ruins, the entrance to the God's Relic," answered the Sky River Great Elder. "We will wait there for Taishian." Yifutian nodded slightly and said nothing. He looked at his master. In reality, he was starting to feel some doubts. At first, he had thought that his master really simply wanted to find a force for him to travel with, but had reminded him that there was little hope of this. But they had been refused 3 times in a row, so he no longer thought this. It was clear that they were going to be refused, but his master had still persisted. Seeing his master's attitude, Yifutian thought that he was doing this on purpose. Other people might not be able to see it clearly, but he was right by his master's side and could see what he was doing. He thought that his master was doing this to put on a show for someone. Could it be for the Shin clan? Then what was his master's goal in doing this? Did he want the Shin clan to underestimate him? Although Yifutian had his doubts, his master did not say anything, so he did not ask. The 2 of them continued on, rushing towards the City of the Ruins. They were not the only ones. At that moment, countless cultivators from the Central Emperor realm were rushing there. The news that the Sky River Great Elder had returned to the Imperial Realm gradually reached many people. Soon they all learned that he had visited 3 powerful forces and been refused by all of them. All of his former glory was gone. The people of the Imperial Realm all sighed. The hero had grown old. The Sky River Elder, he had once refused to lower his head under the pressure of the Shin clan, was now lowering his head for his heir. The City of the Ruins was not a grand ancient city. Although it was called a city, in reality, the City of the Ruins had long become an area of dilapidated ruins. It was an area that had been abandoned since ancient times. It appeared vast and endless. This area of ruins was the entrance to God's relic. Hence, the denizens of the Central Emperor realm called this endless place of rundown ruins the City of the Ruins. However, this area of ruins had now become the most prosperous area in the Central Emperor realm. Everyone from all the 9 realms and even the 3,000 realms of the Great Path went there. The usually abandoned City of the Ruins instantly became an area of bustling activity. This was a special event that occurred every 50 years. The dilapidated ruins turned into the center of the 9 realms. Restaurants and inns popped up in many areas. Some people served food and drinks to welcome those who came free of charge. Even so, the people coming to the City of the Ruins were extremely generous. Hence, the providers reaped huge gains. Among those who had arrived in advance, the daily topic of conversion was always which major force from the 9 realms had arrived. However, most of the people arriving there were from the Central Emperor realm. They were relatively more familiar with the top forces, as well as the prominent figures in the Central Emperor realm. They were not so familiar with powerful cultivators from other realms unless they specialized in reconnaissance and had investigated all the top forces, as well as the exceptionally prestigious people at and below the level of Renhuang throughout the entire 9 supreme regions. A lot of people were peddling information in the City of the Ruins. After all, many of the people who were entering God's relic needed such information. There was an exceptionally spacious open-air tavern that was rather shabby, but the customers there did not seem to mind the place and were very generous. To be able to witness the opening of God's relic, this grand event of the 9 realms that only occurs every 50 years, I can die content, someone said. It is just a pity that I cannot even tell the top forces of the 9 realms apart. Buzz! In the sky above, a gale swept past. A group of people was traversing the sky. Far off in the distance, Sword Chi whistled. A group of swordsmen wielding swords in the air was flying over the City of the Ruins. At a glance, such a scene was playing out everywhere else. The people in the tavern were used to it. When they heard a sound, they raised their heads and looked up with no surprise in their eyes. They had long grown accustomed to it. It had been like this every day for the past few days. Indeed, I cannot distinguish between them, another person beside the first teased. Even if a member of the top forces from the 9 realms sat down in front of me, I would not be able to recognize them. The members of the top forces all have an extraordinary temperament. Their auras are extremely powerful. Besides that, they are led by powerful figures. You can still recognize them from these traits, another person explained. Voices sounded in the tavern one after another as an elder and a young person walked in and sat down. These 2 people were Sky River Great Elder and Yifutian. No one noticed the 2 of them. Yifutian glanced at the silhouette of the person who had just spoken. Sky River Great Elder was a major figure, but the other party could not recognize him. Indeed, even if a prominent figure walked up to you and sat down next to you, you would not know who sat beside you, Yifutian thought. Such a situation was common in the city of the ruins. Grandmaster, if you have the time, can you check and see whether Lord Taixian has arrived? Yifutian transmitted his thoughts to Sky River Great Elder. If Lord Taixian had arrived, they would meet up with him. Taixian Mountain must have received a prophecy. Before this, Yifutian had been rejected by 3 major forces of the Central Emperor realm. He only followed along Taixian Mountain to enter God's relic. All right, Sky River Great Elder nodded in agreement. His will swept outward. Instantly, the people in the tavern felt a strange sensation. However, they did not know what was happening. In that instance, Sky River Great Elders will had swept past all of the people present. After a short while, Sky River Great Elder retracted his will and transmitted his thoughts to Yifutian, saying, I did not sense him. He is most likely behind us. Many powerful figures have also arrived. It is not too polite to sweep my will across like this. Other people's wills can also locate us. We should not use this method too frequently. As expected, Yifutian felt a strange sensation. It was as if someone was watching him. He knew that it was the will of a powerful person sweeping over him. We will wait a few more days then, Yifutian replied. Since he is coming from another realm, Lord Taixian would need some time to prepare and choose the disciples that will enter the ruins, Sky River Great Elder said. There might be some people who want to enter God's relic and will join various top forces to do so. If that is so, it may take Lord Taixian some time. Yifutian understood that prophecies were only bestowed upon the top forces. Ordinary cultivators never received prophecies. Only by joining the top forces was one able to receive the qualification to enter God's relic. There might have even been people from outside the 9 realms who wanted to seize such an opportunity. The 2 of them stayed at the tavern for some time before leaving. Yifutian prepared to find a place to continue cultivating in peace for a few days while waiting for God's relic to open. The members of Taixian Mountain were bound to arrive sooner or later. Even if Lord Taixian did not come, some powerful cultivators from the heavenly mandate realm would. The days passed by. The day that God's relic would open steadily approached. More and more cultivators also arrived. The various top forces in the 9 realms gradually arrived after receiving the prophecy. The top forces of the heavenly mandate realm also arrived. Some of the top forces had formed alliances before coming. For example, Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Violet Heavenly Palace arrived together due to their previous alliance. Overlord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty made an appearance as the commander. Violet Heavenly Palace's Palace Lord had not come. The 2 fellows from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were still out there. Both Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Violet Heavenly Palace still needed to be on their guard. Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was powerful and had exceedingly strong defenses, so they could still hold off the 2 fellows. Violet Heavenly Palace was somewhat at risk. Hence, their Palace Lord had stayed behind to hold the fort and had placed the members of Violet Heavenly Palace in the care of Overlord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Currently, the team formed from the alliance of those 2 powers had many powerful cultivators. They even had many Renhuang Plain cultivators. Zhan Yuan, the Violet Heavenly Palace's supreme body of the Great Path, was also there. However, Yi Tianyu was not among them. Yi Tianyu was set to arrive with members of Divine Palace from the higher heavens realm. In the city of the ruins, The members of the 9 realms had a mutual understanding that the members of each realm would each occupy a domain. After all, members of the same realm were familiar with each other, so it was relatively harder for conflict to arise between them. When the forces of the heavenly mandate realm arrived one after the other, be it consciously or subconsciously, they gathered together in a domain. Lady of Brahma's pure sky has arrived, Overlord of heavenly mandate dynasty said. Let's go for a walk. As he spoke, he immediately walked over to a spot. There, Lady of Brahma's pure sky led a group of cultivators. Juqian goddess and the various virgins had arrived. Among them, Virgin Qin, he was the leader. Her current level was extremely high, almost approaching the level of Renhuang. Some people from the heavenly mandate realm speculated that it was likely that Qin he could already reach the Renhuang plane but had stopped herself before ascending on the Great Path. Becoming a Renhuang was not easy. Achieving this plane was very difficult. Even geniuses usually broke through to the plane naturally and did not hold themselves back unless they had previously decided to enter God's relic. Most of the members of the Central Emperor realm had made such a choice. This was their home turf, so they were the most prepared to be chosen to enter God's relic. Among the people from other realms, only those with exceptionally outstanding talent and who were about to break through to a higher plane within the year suppressed themselves from having a breakthrough. In the end, everyone had to choose for themselves. Many people chose to not suppress themselves to enter the ruins. After all, this also posed a certain risk. Immediately reaching the level of Renhuang smoothly was in and of itself the goal of countless people. Brahma's pure queen, dynastic overlord, shouted out to her and asked, "Although we have had our differences before, when entering God's relic this time, why don't we, the forces from the heavenly mandate realm, stick together? We can look out for each other and let our juniors have a better chance. How about it? Is Yi Tianyu not around?" Lady of Brahma's pure sky swept a glance at the crowd. "He is with some friends from Divine Palace," dynastic overlord said. "Although the talents of the members of the heavenly mandate realm are not weak, it is different this time around. In the entire heavenly mandate realm, no one dares claim that they can walk out of God's relic alive. This time, not just the heavenly mandate realm was involved. The 9 realms were all involved. Among the 9 realms, the heavenly mandate realm was still considered one of the relatively weaker realms. Even the higher heavens realm was more powerful than the heavenly mandate realm. On top of that, there was the terrifying Central Emperor realm as well as other realms. Even Yi Tianyu was not confident that he could walk out of God's relic alive after learning that Yi Futian had entered Divine Palace. "There is no need for us to do so." The queen's figure was dazzling. Her sacredness could not be defiled. Even against Overlord, she nonchalantly said, "When we enter the ruins, even as fellow members of the heavenly mandate realm, there is no trust between us to speak of. Why should we bother with such an alliance? Since we are entering God's relic, we will bow to our own fates. Such an alliance was too volatile." "Such boldness from Brahma's pure queen," dynastic overlord calmly replied. He led his men and immediately left. He had already given her face by going over to greet her. Unfortunately, Brahma's pure sky didn't seem to appreciate the gesture. After they left, among Brahma's pure sky virgins, Qin He's gaze looked into the distance. She did not know whether he had come. Rumor had it that previously he was cultivating in Taishan Mountain of the higher heavens realm. Right now, she did not know where he was. The forces from the higher heavens realm arrived one after another. Divine Palace had the largest contingent, followed by Golden Divine Nation, which was brilliant and eye-catching. Taishan Mountain had also come. Lord Taishan led a group of powerful cultivators. However, there was still no hope for their Taishan Mountain this time around. He had come just to meet Yi Futian. The number of people in the city of the ruins increased at a terrifying rate. People were seen everywhere. Another 2 silhouettes walked into the city of the ruins. One was an aloof middle-aged figure, while another was a woman dressed in male clothes. The latter was very beautiful. Anyone was able to tell that she was a beauty at a glance. "There sure are a lot of powerful cultivators," the middle-aged figure said as he walked. His gaze swept from left to right. Cultivators at the Saint Plain were everywhere. As he walked, many were at his level, the Renhuang Plain. It should be so for such a grand event of the 9 realms, the woman beside him said. The Supreme Path realm truly is different. A place like our Emperor Xia's realm pales in comparison. We can only reside in our little corner. The middle-aged figure laughed and asked, "Are you certain that the brat will come?" It turned out that the Renhuang who arrived was actually Emperor Xia. The woman beside him was Xia Qingyuan. The members of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were all sent to different places. Xia Qingyuan was sent to the lower worlds. In a time like this, she was only able to get help from her father, the only person she could contact, Emperor Xia. Sky River Great Elder and Yi Futian cultivated in a corner of the City of the Ruins. Suddenly, Sky River Great Elder opened his eyes and looked into the distance. He said, "The party from Taishan Mountain has arrived." Yi Futian, who was next to him, gradually opened his eyes. He also looked into the distance. After waiting for a few days, the party from Taishan Mountain had finally arrived. The party from Taishan Mountain seems to be with some other forces from the higher heavens realm in a domain, Sky River Great Elder said. "Let's head over there now." "Sure." Yi Futian nodded his head. With a flash, their 2 figures headed in the same direction. The party from Taishan Mountain was gathered together. Lord Taishan was waiting. He was the one who had actively sought out Sky River Great Elder with his will and transmitted his thoughts over to the latter. Now, he knew that the other party was rushing over to meet them. Many cultivators from the higher heavens realm were in the surrounding domains. They also had their eyes on Lord Taishan. They had heard that Lord Taishan had made a trip before. After that, Yi Futian had not made an appearance for the past year. Among the members of Taishan Mountain on this trip, as expected, Yi Futian's silhouette was nowhere to be seen. Where had he gone off to? Divine Palace, Golden Divine Nation, and many other forces of the higher heavens realm were still concerned about Yi Futian's whereabouts. Yi Futian was someone who could reign supreme among a generation of cultivators. Among those below the Renhuang Plain in the higher heavens realm, he ranked among the top 3. Huang Zhong from Divine Palace Ancestral Lands was the only person who could suppress him. At the moment, many people looked up into the distance. They had sensed something and could not help but reveal bizarre looks. Yi Futian had appeared. However, he had appeared with another elder who was not Lord Taishan. They were headed in this direction to meet up with Lord Taishan. After a short while, in front of the members of Taishan Mountain, 2 silhouettes descended from the sky and appeared before the crowd. Lord Taishan. Yi Futian bowed slightly at Lord Taishan, who had sent him to the Tianhe realm. Although it was unintentional, it had allowed Yi Futian to learn about his master's situation. Otherwise, Yi Futian would have most likely not known that his master had been captured by the Shen clan. "How has your cultivation been this past year?" Lord Taishan asked. "After cultivating with master for a year, I have already approached the Great Path," Yi Futian replied. When Lord Taishan heard Yi Futian's reply, he smiled and nodded in approval. Sky River Great Elder's cultivation methods were suitable for reaching the Renhuang Plain. Sending Yi Futian over had not been a waste. Since Yi Futian claimed that he was approaching the Great Path, he was likely close to having a breakthrough. "I approached the Great Path a year ago. Until now, I have yet to have a breakthrough. From the looks of it, you will manage to catch up with me again." A silhouette from behind Lord Taishan said with a smile. It was Wan Shuyi, the cultivator from Taishan Mountain Sword Abyss. Back then, he had been aided by Yi Futian and gained insight in his swordsmanship. After returning to Taishan Mountain, he stumbled upon an opportunity and managed to approach the Great Path. This past year, he had spent almost all of his time cultivating, but he always seemed to be one step away. Although he had always felt that he was inferior to Yi Futian, he still believed that he would reach the Renhuang Plain first. However, from the looks of it now, even that was not certain. The speed at which this fellow improved his cultivation was too frightening. Wan Shui had truly been unable to break through to the next plane. He was not suppressing his cultivation. If he was able to break through to the next plane, he would not intentionally suppress his cultivation. He would have gone with the flow and stepped into the Renhuang Plain. Yi Futian smiled. Wan Shui's disposition was extremely good. When he heard Yifutian address Sky River as Master, Lord Taixian asked Sky River Great Elder with a smile, "Sky River, what do you think about the disciple I sent you?" For Sky River Great Elder to have accompanied Yifutian, Lord Taixian wondered whether he had overcome his previous trauma. Lord Taixian was unclear about the exact relationship between Yifutian and Sky River Great Elder. He did not know that the protagonist of the series of events back then was Yifutian's master. A chill suddenly descended upon them. In midair, a group of silhouettes walked over. They shone with divine light. Yifutian raised his head and looked in the direction of the silhouettes. He was greeted with blinding divine golden light. They were cultivators from Golden Divine Nation. Gai Shirshir was among them. The contingent of Golden Divine Nation was extremely powerful. This time around, it was only second to that of Divine Palace. The bodies of the Golden Divine Nation's Renhuangs radiated divine golden light that was blinding. Many Taixian mountain disciples shielded their eyes with their hands. Lord Taixian raised his head at the contingent of Golden Divine Nation and asked, "What business do you have with us?" "We saw that Lord Taixian was here, so we came to pay a visit," the Divine General of Golden Divine Nation said. His voice was calm. When his gaze swept over Yifutian, it was extremely sharp. Gai Shirshir kept staring at Yifutian. He was sure to pay back Yifutian for previously humiliating him. Gai Shirshir's cultivation had greatly improved, but he did not know what level Yifutian was at now. With the combat ability that Yifutian had previously revealed, it was rather difficult for Gai Shirshir to defeat him. "You are too kind," Lord Taixian replied. "I see that the Lord of the Golden Divine Nation has not come. Please extend my greetings to him." "Certainly," the Divine General responded. Both parties seemed to be speaking with no animosity. It was as though they were having a normal conversation and were extremely polite. However, everyone sensed the rivalry between them. Yifutian took the sigh of the Divine God from Gai Shirshir. This was the magnum opus of Golden Divine Nation. Now that it was in the hands of an outsider, how could they possibly be at ease? "Lord Taixian," another voice also called out. Another group of silhouettes approached. The leader was a powerful cultivator from Divine Palace. Yifutian saw many familiar faces. They were all prominent figures in Divine Palace. To the side of the Divine Palace members were members from Divine Swordly Family, Chongfeng Clan, and Sky-Burying God Clan. In the distance, behind this group of people, there were also cultivators from Divine Capital of Xiling. Old Demon Xiling led the group and stood at the very front. His gaze was deep and cold, causing others to be frightened of him. Prominent figures from all across the higher heavens realm had gathered there. Among the Divine Palace members, Yifutian even saw that Huang Zhong was present. 1 to 2 years ago, Huang Zhong had already qualified to break through to the Renhuang Plain. However, he wanted to hone his divine wheel of the Great Path. He sought perfection and wanted to exceed his limits. There was still another year before he would enter Divine Palace Ancestral Lands. Since Huang Zhong still had not broken through to the next plane, one could imagine how powerful he was at the Saint Plane. He was almost without equal. A person like Huang Zhong had long outgrown pursuing the lower Renhuang Plain. Yi Tianyu was also present. His gaze landed on Yifutian. When he discovered that Xinjing was Yifutian, he had been greatly affected. Now he had finally met Yifutian again. This time, Yifutian had already returned to his original appearance. His temperament was even more outstanding than back then in the Heavenly Mandate realm. "Are you the one who entered Ancestral Lands?" Huang Zhong asked as he looked at Yifutian. Before this, Huang Zhong had encountered Yifutian when he was disguised as Xinjing. "I am," Yifutian replied as he looked at Huang Zhong. When he sensed the aura on Yifutian's body, Huang Zhong muttered, "You have reached a higher cultivation plane. I wonder how much of an improvement you have made since the last time we met." Yifutian smiled. Yifutian and Divine Palace can be considered to have entwined destinies. "If you don't mind, after entering God's relic, you all can look out for one another," a senior of Divine Palace said. Yifutian had entered Divine Palace Ancestral Lands before. He was considered to have forged an unbreakable bond with Divine Palace. I do not need others to look out for me. After entering God's relic, I will not waste my time on them, Huang Zhong retorted. After he entered into God's relic, he would travel alone. Although they were from the same sect, his relationship with the other Divine Palace disciples was not close. He had no time to take care of others. This was God's relic. How could he waste time on other people? I was only offering a suggestion. As for how things turn out, suit yourselves. The senior from Divine Palace said. Divine Palace never meddled in the affairs of others. They were there was because they had also received the prophecy. Hence, they had brought their disciples. As for what would transpire after the disciples entered God's relic, the seniors could not and did not want to control it. Many people looked at Huang Zhong. He was renowned as the top existence below Renhuang in the higher heavens realm. As expected, he had some character. However, with Huang Zhong's might, he was likely highly ranked among the 9 realms. He could have even possibly been one of the top 10 existences in the 9 realms. On the outskirts of this domain, a lot of cultivators had gathered. They all knew that the people there were members of the top forces of the higher heavens realm. After receiving the prophecy, many people wanted to visit these forces and enter God's relic through them. Such a scene was very common. If they wanted to enter God's relic, many figures at the pinnacle of the Saint Plane without major backgrounds relied on the help of these top forces. Hence, near the outskirts of this domain, there were many cultivators standing guard. They sealed it off and forbid outsiders from simply stepping into the domain. Such a large contingent. Among the crowd, Emperor Xia looked around and found the place interesting. This contingent is too powerful. That fellow has found friends in such high places. Recalling the youth in the Emperor Xia's realm back then, Emperor Xia felt that this was somewhat surreal. Before this, he was lord of a realm. Here, the people around the outskirts of this domain were not weaker than him. There were quite a few Renhuangs. Emperor Xia felt somewhat disheartened. How was he going to keep his cool before Yi Futian from now on? Friend, I am looking for someone who is in the domain, Emperor Xia said to the person who was guarding the outskirts. However, the Renhuang before him swept an indifferent glance at him and ignored him. I truly am looking for someone, Emperor Xia continued saying. They all are. The Renhuang swept a glance at their surroundings. Emperor Xia glanced at the crowd. His face involuntarily turned red. Yi Futian, helpless, Emperor Xia could only shout out. In the distance, Yi Futian, who was with the contingent, heard Emperor Xia's voice. He turned his gaze toward Emperor Xia. When Yi Futian saw his silhouette, he subconsciously revealed a look of surprise. He dashed over in a flash. Seeing Yi Futian's actions, many powerful cultivators looked at him. They saw Yi Futian come up to Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan. Your Highness, Princess. When he saw the two of them, Yi Futian revealed a smile. He was naturally happy to see Xia Qingyuan safe and sound. Emperor Xia nodded as he smiled slightly, putting on the airs of a Renhuang who was lord of a realm. However, Emperor Xia saw that there was a group of people approaching them. Each of them had auras that were unfathomable. Someone merely glanced at him and he felt his heart tremble. Emperor Xia's previous aura instantly dwindled. The company that this fellow kept was too good. He had no place to show his face. Futian, who is this? Lord Taishan asked. Although Emperor Xia did not know what plane Lord Taishan was at, he could tell with just a glance that Lord Taishan was far more powerful than he was. They were not on the same level. Senior, Emperor Xia greeted as he bowed slightly. No need for formalities. Lord Taishan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. This is Emperor Xia, a senior of mine, Yi Futian said. And this is my good friend, Xia Qingyuan. So, they are your old friends, Lord Taishan said and nodded. Please continue with your conversation. As Lord Taishan spoke, he walked away. Yaya walked over and greeted. Emperor Xia, you are also here, Emperor Xia said when he saw Yaya. The two most powerful great swordsmen in Emperor Xia's realm might both be here. Swordmaster of Lihan has also arrived? Yi Futian asked. He should have, Emperor Xia replied. Not long after the events in the Emperor Li's realm were over, Swordmaster of Lihan abdicated Lihan Heaven and came to the palace to bid me farewell. He said that he wanted to go on a training journey and would be coming to the most powerful Central Emperor realm. It has been many years since then, so he should have arrived in the Central Emperor realm. If that's the case, it is possible that he will come here. Yifutian gently nodded. Swordmaster of Lihan had been very devoted back then. He only pursued swordsmanship. He finally decided to cast away his former shackles and leave Emperor Xia's realm. If he truly has come here, he should be finding ways to join some force to be qualified to enter God's relic, Emperor Xia said. Coincidentally, if you encounter him, you can lend him a hand. Naturally, Yifutian replied. Swordmaster of Lihan had been kind to him. If Yifutian encountered an old friend, he would undoubtedly help out as much as he could. Yifutian turned his gaze to Xianxia and asked, Princess, have you been doing well these past few years? During the battle at Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, the teleportation Grand Matrix had sent everyone away to different places. Yifutian was very happy that he was able to meet Xia Qingyuan again. Xia Qingyuan glanced at Yifutian but ignored him. Yifutian was confused. When had he offended this little princess again? Qingyuan was sent to the lower worlds, Emperor Xia said with a smile. After I took her home, she kept saying that she wanted to find out where you were. When she was in the Heavenly Mandate realm, she heard that you were in the Higher Heavens realm. After that, the bell sounded in the 9 realms, so Qingyuan guessed that you would come here. As expected, we found you here. A grown girl can't be kept at home. As her father, I have never experienced this treatment before. Emperor Xia was puzzled. What was this girl thinking? Didn't she notice the people who were now with Yifutian? Even as the lord of a realm, Emperor Xia could only shudder before these mighty figures. His girl was concerned about Yifutian, yet she acted cold when they finally met. Women, TSK. If she was unable to let go of her ego, she would suffer a great loss sooner or later. Upon hearing his words, Xia Qingyuan stared at Emperor Xia with an innocent face. Huh? What kind of father was this? He ratted her out so decisively. I have also been worrying about Princess these past few years, Yifutian replied with a smile. Now that I have seen you with His Highness, I can put my worries to rest. I believe you, Xia Qingyuan said to Yifutian. Her eyes locked on him. Upon studying her gaze, Yifutian felt uncomfortable. What was with her gaze? Would he lie to her? When I had my trial in Divine Palace, I obtained many items. These are for you. Yifutian took out a few fruits of the way, which emanated the rich will of way of life, and handed them over to Xia Qingyuan. Sensing the dense will from the fruits, Xia Qingyuan was momentarily stunned. She slightly raised her head to look at him. Her gaze had turned much gentler. Xia Qingyuan extended her hands and received the fruits without any hesitation. She quickly put them away. Her heart was warmed. Emperor Xia, who was standing beside them, felt somewhat helpless as he watched his daughter's antics. Even though she had a high plane of cultivation, her temperament was still that of a teenage girl. There was wisdom to the old saying that women were all fools when it came to certain aspects. I still have some of these fruits with me, however, Your Highness has no use for them, Yifutian said. If Swordmaster is here, he can benefit from the fruits. I will go and check whether or not Swordmaster is in the City of the Ruins. How will you check? Emperor Xia asked. I will ask for Lord Taishuan's help, Yifutian replied. He can do a quick sweep with his will and scan through the entire City of the Ruins. Emperor Xia revealed an embarrassed expression. This Emperor Xia's will could also cover a large area. However, there were now countless extremely powerful figures in the City of the Ruins. He didn't dare use his will to casually scan around their surroundings even though he was at the Renhuang plane. He was a lower-level Renhuang at the 3rd tier. If he used his will to scan those mighty cultivators, it might annoy them. If they attacked him with their will, could he stand against such attacks? Yifutian made it sound simple. That is a good idea. Emperor Xia solemnly nodded his head. He felt slightly embarrassed. Yifutian knew nothing about Emperor Xia's emotions. After all, Yi Futian was used to using that method of locating other people. However, Emperor Xia was lord of a realm. He had been pampered in the Emperor Xia's realm, where his word was law. Although he was keenly aware that there were many people in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path who were stronger than he was, he still needed time to adjust after seeing so many of them gathered together. Then, let's head over there. As he spoke, Yi Futian turned and headed in the direction of Lord Taishuan's location. He said, "Lord Taishuan, I would like to request your help in finding someone and seeing whether he is in the city of the ruins." Grandmaster Sky River Great Elder was at a lower cultivation plane than Lord Taishuan. Hence, it was more suitable for Lord Taishuan to carry out a sweep search. Even if his will swept past other top figures, such a meager incident couldn't cause any trouble. After all, both of them were top existences. However, it was different for a lower-level Renhuang like Emperor Xia. If one was scanned by another person of the same level or a higher level, one could pretend that nothing had happened. How could one let a person who was at a lower level scan them as they pleased? If Emperor Xia scanned over a cultivator who was ill-tempered, they could immediately attack him from a distance. For such powerful figures, such a distance was insignificant. They were able to attack anywhere their will covered. Hence, ordinary Renhuang did not dare to simply scan around. Even upper-level Renhuang needed to think twice before doing so, such as how Sky River Great Elder had before. "Very well. Show me his appearance," Lord Taishuan said. Yi Futian's will emanated from his glabella and entered into Lord Taishuan's eyes. "That will suffice." Lord Taishuan nodded. His powerful will instantly expanded outward and enveloped the entire city of the ruins within itself. Soon, he found the person Yi Futian was looking for in a corner of the city of the ruins. The person had indeed arrived in the city. Among the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, the 9 supreme imperial realms were situated at the center of the 3,000 realms. 8 of the 9 supreme imperial realms revolved around the central emperor realm. They were the Heavenly Mandate Realm, Higher Heavens Realm, Emperor Star Realm, Mountain Realm, Myriad Realm, Solar Realm, Shadow Realm, and Hidden Land Realm. The 9 realms were the absolute center of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Each realm had top forces. To be considered one of the top forces of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, a realm needed to have at least a powerful upper-level Renhuang at the 7th tier of the Divine Wheel to hold the fort. In reality, just having an upper-level Renhuang at the 7th tier of the Divine Wheel was insufficient to rank among the top forces. A realm needed at least an upper-level Renhuang at the 8th tier of the Divine Wheel as the lead and another upper-level Renhuang at the 7th tier of the Divine Wheel to act as support. Most top forces had a powerful figure at the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel as the lead, along with another at the 7th or 8th tier of the Divine Wheel as support. Back then, Yi Tianyu from the Heavenly Mandate Realm, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty's dynastic overlord, and Lord Taishuan were all above the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel. Renhuangs were divided into 3 levels: upper level, middle level, and lower level. Each level was divided according to strength. For instance, even cultivators that were both from the Nirvana plane had different levels of ability. At the Renhuang plane, such differences were huge depending on the cultivator's depth of cultivation. Thus, each level was further divided into 3 smaller tiers according to the strength of the cultivator's divine wheel of the Great Path. Upper-level Renhuangs were categorized into the 7th, 8th, and 9th tier of the divine wheel, with the 9th tier of the divine wheel being the strongest. The Myriad Realm also had many top forces. There was one extremely powerful force known as Heavenly Sword Hall. Heavenly Sword Hall was a legendary Myriad Realm swordsmanship force. The most powerful swordsmen from the Myriad Realm were mostly from Heavenly Sword Hall. Heavenly Sword Hall was even heralded in the Myriad Realm as the top swordsmanship force among the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Heavenly Sword Hall had a unique cultivation method, which was different from many other swordsmanship forces. Those who wished to become the disciples of Heavenly Sword Hall had to fulfill one requirement. They had to possess a sword spirit. People with only life spirits were not destined to practice swordsmanship. Even those who had practiced swordsmanship before were not accepted into Heavenly Sword Hall. Their cultivation method focused on cultivating their sword spirits. They focused less on sword techniques. Their goal was to refine their sword spirits until they reached their utmost limit, converting their sword spirits into their natal implements. Thus, they strived to master the ultimate swordsmanship. Besides that, there was another benefit to this cultivation method. The cultivators had more advantages when they broke through to the Sword Emperor plane. Their sword spirits were better at merging with the great path of all things. Moreover, sword spirits that had been cultivated for years nurtured the physical bodies of their owners. In Heavenly Sword Hall, the members prioritized the practice of sword spirits. In comparison, sword techniques and sword madra were not as important. Heavenly Sword Hall's cultivation method was extremely harsh and difficult. The threshold was very high. Many people had trained their sword spirits to the point of crippling their sword spirits. However, they also managed to cultivate a group of powerful swordsmen. God's Relic was opening soon, so Heavenly Sword Hall would not miss the opportunity. In the domain where the cultivators from the Myriad Realm were gathered, many cultivators from Heavenly Sword Hall had arrived. Combat had also erupted in this domain. In a huge empty space in the City of the Ruins, Heavenly Sword Hall constructed a tall platform. Many cultivators stood on the platform and looked upon the battles. Before them, there was a battle between swordsmen. Around them, many cultivators had gathered to spectate. Many of them were members of other forces from the Myriad Realm. They knew that many people had come to the City of the Ruins wanting to gain the qualification to enter God's Relic by going through the top forces. However, most of the top forces were not lacking in numbers. Similarly, many swordsmen had come seeking Heavenly Sword Hall. Unlike other forces, Heavenly Sword Hall did not directly reject these people. Instead, they offered them an opportunity. Those who sought them out would battle against the swordsmen of Heavenly Sword Hall. As long as the other swordsmen won, Heavenly Sword Hall would take them into God's Relic. The swordsmen were even able to join Heavenly Sword Hall to practice swordsmanship. Many people understood that this was just a form of training for the disciples of Heavenly Sword Hall before entering God's Relic. They used these swordsmen to train their disciples' swordsmanship, slightly improving their abilities before entering into God's Relic. Those who accepted the battles understood that fact but still wanted to give it a go. To this end, many paid with their lives. The battles between swordsmen were perilous. The swordsmen of Heavenly Sword Hall had exceptionally powerful attacks. Once they sent out a killing blow, they could not retract it. Even so, there were still people who wanted to try. Swordmaster of Lihin was one of them. Out of the two swordsmen who were currently exchanging blows on the battlefield, one of them was Swordmaster of Lihin from Emperor Xia's realm. In the battlefield, endless sword will surrounded Swordmaster of Lihin. Countless sword flashes crisscrossed in mid-air, attempting to tear the space apart. However, the swords were suppressed by the opponent's swords, which were hanging in mid-air with their tips pointing down. Each of the opponent's swords was broader than normal swords, and they were engraved with runes of thunder. The swords emanated terrifying lightning. The lightning was blinding. Swordmaster of Lihin raised his head to stare at the myriad of swords of blitzing thunder. Runes of thunder lit up on every sword. The gigantic sword of blitzing thunder in the middle spanned across the sky. Its tip pointed down as it frenziedly absorbed way of thunder from the surrounding. This might was unfathomable. Sensing the domineering sword might, Swordmaster of Lihin was well aware that this attack might take his life. However, his gaze remained calm. He had traveled through many realms years ago. His swordsmanship had reached a plateau in Emperor Xia's realm. No one in Emperor Li's realm was a threat to him. Finally, he decided to venture out to explore the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and the legendary Central Emperor realm. As expected, he still had a long way to go. He was revered by all in Emperor Xia's realm as Swordmaster of Lihin. However, he was unable to defeat a disciple from Heavenly Sword Hall. His opponent's sword spirit was far more powerful than his sword spirit. His opponent's sword spirit was forged over countless battles with the power of the Great Path. Swordmaster of Lihin felt a pang of regret. He should have ventured out into the realms when he was much younger. Back then, his potential was greater. He would have had a lot more room for improvement, even though it was more dangerous. Actually, Swordmaster of Lihin had misunderstood. The disciples who were chosen by Heavenly Sword Hall to enter God's relic were all very outstanding. Even though Swordmaster of Lihen was from Emperor Xia's realm, he had exceptional comprehension in swordsmanship since he had immersed himself in cultivating the art for years. For him to be qualified to fight with a swordsman of Heavenly Sword Hall was already an achievement. The Swordmaster of Lihen executed Sword Madra with both hands. His gaze was calm and determined as he looked up in the void. The worldly sword will coalesce. A sword appeared gradually in his body. The fierce sound of a vibrating sword resounded everywhere. Countless swords emerged and flew towards the gap in the sky, fast as lightning. In midair, the cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall cast a glance downward. His finger pointed towards the ground. The swords of blitzing thunder enveloped the space, blocking all the other swords and shattering them directly. Did he still intend to resist? At the same time, Swordmaster of Lihen's figure disappeared, leaving behind a dazzling trail in the sky. The trail transformed into a sword. Shadows of swords took shape among the innumerable swords of blitzing thunder. Both the sword and the shadows were materialized by the Swordmaster of Lihen. Bam! 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 One by one, the swords of blitzing thunder turned to dust. The sword flash tore apart the empty space, causing the cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall to feel slightly threatened. He felt that his body was going to be mangled and that his spiritual soul was going to be cleaved into two, as though there were legions of sword chi entangling him. This sword embodied the sorrow of farewell. Many shadows appeared around his body. They were all shadows of the Swordmaster of Lihen. The sword spirit of the cultivator of the Heavenly Sword Hall floated in front of him. The cultivator's finger stroked the sword. In an instant, many gleaming swords of blitzing thunder surrounded his body, forming a protective barrier of swords. Those swords of blitzing thunder surrounded him at the center of the barrier. Each sword unleashed an astonishing divine being of the great path, annihilating everything. At the same time, the shadows approached the cultivator. It was as though there were many images of Swordmaster of Lihen attacking all at once, but the attacks were shut off by the swords surrounding the cultivator. Your ability is not bad. The cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall glanced at the shadows. In the sky, myriads of swords plunged downwards and sealed off the space. Everything was sliced into pieces by the swords. The shadows were obliterated too. Soon, only the actual body of the Swordmaster of Lihen was left standing. His sword was still stabbing into the protective barrier of the cultivator, unable to pierce through. The sword flickered, and the Swordmaster of Lihen tried to retreat. However, the opponent would not give him the chance to do so. The sword spirit plummeted and pursued its prey. The Swordmaster of Lihen had no choice but to receive this attack head-on. Boom! Numerous divine beams of light poured out from the sword spirit of the cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall, crashing into the sword spirit of the Swordmaster of Lihen. Cracks appeared on the sword spirit of the latter. Even the body of the Swordmaster of Lihen was engulfed by the swords of blitzing thunder. The light of runes surged into his body. Go! The opponent did not cease attacking. His finger pointed forward, and the thunder sword spirit slashed forward and kept ravaging the body of the Swordmaster of Lihen. Even if he were spared from death, he would be crippled. Show mercy! A voice sounded from afar. The swordsman in training from the Heavenly Sword Hall took a quick look in the distance, but he did not stop attacking. His sword continued to slash downwards. The Swordmaster of Lihen tanked the continuous attacks of the Great Path with his physical body and spiritual soul, but his sword did not break. Both man and sword were one. When the sword broke, the person would also perish. Buzz! The light of Runhuang shone, and a lotus flower descended, wrapping the body of the Swordmaster of Lihen within. The lotus flower emanated a rich life will. At the same time, the petals unleashed authority of the way, forming innumerable catastrophe swords, which then blocked the incoming sword spirit. The sword spirit returned to its master. The cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall raised his head and saw a group of people descending from the sky. The group of people then landed among the crowd below. Emperor Xia was the first to step forward. The lotus flower coiled around the body of the swordmaster of Lihin, while the life will healed the injuries on his body. That was close, Emperor Xia exclaimed. Fortunately, Yi Futian had asked the Lord to take a look at the situation here. Otherwise, Lihin would be in danger. The swordmaster of Lihin landed on the ground. He arched his back slightly and spat out a mouthful of blood. Sensing the life will in his body, he turned around and looked at the people who had arrived. "Your Highness," he greeted, slightly surprised. Not only did he see Emperor Xia, but he even saw Yi Futian as well as Xia Qingyuan soon after. He instantly understood everything. It seemed that the white-haired youth from back then had reached his level. Hence, he had also come here. "Everyone," a chilly voice said before the swordmaster of Lihin could catch up with the people who just arrived. Standing on the platform, the cultivator of the Heavenly Sword Hall, who was a Renhuang, stared at them while asking, "What do you mean? These people seem to be very powerful. They might be from the top forces as well." Moreover, there were more and more people coming. They were cultivators who followed Yi Futian here, including those from the Divine Palace and the Divine Swordly family. However, the intruders irritated the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall. A disciple of their Heavenly Sword Hall was exchanging blows with someone. So many powerful cultivators had come. What was their intention? "Junior's name is Yi Futian. This is a senior of mine. Since the battle has concluded, please show mercy," Yi Futian said to the cultivator of the Heavenly Sword Hall as he walked towards the swordmaster of Lihin. "Didn't you see that the battle has yet to end?" In midair, the youth who defeated the swordmaster of Lihin seemed annoyed. This was not a major issue. However, for so many powerful cultivators to come over, and for all of them to be from powerful forces from other realms, this made the cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Hall feel dissatisfied. Why did it seem as though these people had come over to threaten them? The victor has been determined. "Friend, why must we fight to the death?" Yi Futian asked as he raised his head. It was his choice to do so. "How does this concern you?" The youth in midair had a sharp gaze as he looked straight at Yi Futian down below. "I owe Senior Lihin a debt of gratitude for instructing me in the past. His matters indeed concern me." Yi Futian then suggested, "Sir, if you insist on fighting to the death, what if I battle you in his stead?" "Even to the death?" the youth in midair asked. "That is fine." Yi Futian nodded. "All right," the youth agreed. Yi Futian looked towards the swordmaster of Lihin and said, "Swordmaster, please rest at the side for a while. Be careful. His sword spirit is very powerful." The swordmaster of Lihin whispered. "I know." Yi Futian nodded in response. Only then did swordmaster of Lihin move to the side and secretly transmit his voice to Emperor Xia, asking, "Your Highness, is he confident in winning?" "You should take care of your wounds first," Emperor Xia replied. Seeing that Emperor Xia looked calm, the swordmaster of Lihin said nothing more and turned his attention to the battle. In the sky above, countless swords of blitzing thunder appeared. Upon each divine sword, there were bright runic lines. These runes emanated an astonishing authority of the way. Yi Futian had a sense of déjà vu. Back then, Bai Luli cultivated the life spirit carving spell scroll. If Bai Luli had cultivated it to such a level, it should be similar to the other party's cultivators. Such an attack would be even more domineering. "Descend." The cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall's gaze swept downward like a sharp sword. He pointed his finger downward, and countless swords of blitzing thunder shot downwards in an instant. The swords of blitzing thunder destroyed everything in their path. Lightning flooded the space. The members of the Divine Palace, the members of the Divine Swordly family, as well as many other powerful cultivators looked towards Yi Futian. They were all more concerned as to what level of ability Yi Futian had currently reached. There would be no suspense to this battle. Although the Heavenly Sword Hall of all creations was renowned as the top swordsmanship force in the 9 realms, how could this disciple have any chance of winning against Yi Futian in battle? If his opponent knew of Yi Futian's battle records in the Divine Palace, he would not have agreed to this battle. Seeing the countless swords of blitzing thunder descending upon him, Yi Futian raised a finger and pointed it to the sky. Beams of divine light radiated. With a crackling sound, the countless swords of blitzing thunder were directly shattered and turned to dust. Yifutian did not continue to attack. He merely raised his head and looked at the cultivator of the heavenly sword hall in midair, asking, "Will this be enough?" He did not attack. Before entering God's relic, he did not want to offend a top force here. He had only come over to bring the swordmaster of Lihin away. As he looked at the disappearing swords of blitzing thunder, the cultivator of heavenly sword hall in midair was stunned. His attack was destroyed in just one blow. He extended both hands. His expression was solemn. He had turned much more serious. Before this, Yifutian regarded the swordmaster of Lihin as his senior, so the cultivator of heavenly sword hall did not take him seriously. He even belittled Yifutian. However, from their brief encounter just now, he could tell that the swordsmanship of this white-haired youth was very profound. His sword spirit let out a thunderous wail. Streaks of lightning flashed past. In the sky, countless gigantic swords of blitzing thunder appeared, covering the sun. Runes of great path were imprinted on every single gigantic sword. The intense sword will seem to want to destroy the entire space. When countless swords appeared in midair at the same time, their destructive power was startling. Boom! A brilliant divine sword appeared on top of Yifutian. The great path in his body resonated and transformed into a furnace, forging a divine sword, which became one with his body. When the cultivator of heavenly sword hall in midair saw this scene, he pointed his finger downwards. In the sky, endless destructive swords of blitzing thunder descended from above. This attack was even wilder and fiercer than the previous attack. Boom! 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 In an instant, myriads of swords fell from the sky and crashed down towards Yifutian. The swords did not even have an organized attack pattern. More and more swords filled the space, burying Yifutian within. However, everyone could see that the sword that enveloped Yifutian's body was still shimmering with dazzling divine beings. Endless will of great path surged and fueled the divine beings, causing them to be indestructible. When the myriads of swords closed in on Yifutian, the light of runes of great path transformed into a destructive power, but it could not cleave Yifutian's sword veil. Yifutian did not attack. He merely remained on guard. However, the opponent could not break through his defense. The expression of the youth standing in midair changed. The scene before him made him doubt his own swords. The swordmaster of Lihin was dumbfounded, too, when he saw what happened. Then, he was emotional and lamented, "I'm old." He still remembered the adamant youth who intruded Lihin Heaven and challenged the disciples of Lihin Heaven to a battle. The youth used to be young and presumptuous. Now the youth had changed. A shocking sword flash erupted from the sword forged by the furnace in Yifutian, destroying all the gigantic swords of blitzing thunder, which had closed in on him. However, Yifutian's sword disappeared along with the opponent's swords. "Your attacks are extraordinary. I am honored to have experienced them," Yifutian commented as he stared at the cultivator of heavenly sword hall. "Why don't we stop here?" The corner of the cultivator's mouth twitched as he was at a loss for words. The surrounding onlookers were speechless as well. Extraordinary attacks. The cultivator of the heavenly sword hall did not even break through Yifutian's defense barrier. Could the former's skill really be called extraordinary? However, Yifutian clearly had no intention to fight. Otherwise, he would not have just defended passively. At this moment, everyone could tell that this white-haired youth was very strong. At the very least, he was stronger than the cultivator of heavenly sword hall. He might even be more powerful. The battle here attracted the attention of many people. One by one, many cultivators of all creations gathered. Was the swordsman in training of the heavenly sword hall in conflict with a swordsman in training from another realm? Could it be that someone was here to challenge the heavenly sword hall? From the looks of it, the cultivator of heavenly sword hall was being suppressed. The swordsman temple cultivator could naturally also see that the disciple who attacked was not an equivalent opponent of Yifutian. Moreover, this person was also a swordsman in training. "Where do you train?" The cultivator of the heavenly sword hall looked at Yifutian and asked. The junior practiced swordsmanship for a while in Taishan Mountain of the higher heavens realm, and also practiced swordsmanship in the divine palace, Yifutian responded. Although the heavenly sword hall was a force with the power of all, how could the name of the divine palace be something that he had never heard of? The higher heavens realm had the Holy Land, and the divine palace in the 9 realms belonged to the more famous force. In contrast, although Taishan Mountain was a known entity, its presence was not as strong as the divine palace. However, according to rumors, Taishan Mountain's Lord Taishan had broken through the Renhuang's 9 realms. Well, amongst those who came and stood behind Yifutian, there should be the cultivators of Taishan Mountain and the divine palace. They would have come from the forces of the higher heavens realm. The previous matter ends here. The heavenly sword hall is not going to investigate in the previous battle, the cultivator of the heavenly sword hall said. In fact, he was no longer investigating the matter involving the swordmaster of Lihan, as it was a small matter. However, it was a mere issue of pride. In reality, they didn't care too much about the life and death matter of the swordmaster of Lihan. However, if you also practice swordsmanship, you can discuss swordsmanship with the people that practice within the heavenly sword hall. The other party continued to talk big, from sword cultivation from the upper realm to giving no qualms about the swordmaster of Lihan leaving. He took on a position that made the heavenly sword hall appear feeble. Even on the eve of entering the relics, the heavenly sword hall entered the relics with defeat, so it was certainly not very nice. Alas, things did not turn out the way they wanted. They were unable to compete with the other forces in the relics. Everyone who heard this statement understood the intentions of the heavenly sword hall. Such a defeat would end here. The pride of the number 1 force of swordsmanship force within the 9 realms had to be maintained. This junior swordsmanship is still shallow, and naturally, it is not as good as the heavenly sword hall. I, therefore, believe we no longer have to compete further, Yifutian said. It was not a fear of a battle, but he just did not want any trouble. If the heavenly sword hall truly got involved, could he guarantee his win? Even if he managed to sweep through the entire force, after today, the matter would not come to an end either. Excessive self-humility is rude, the strong swordsman said coldly, as Yifutian was far better than the disciple lost but said that his opponent's swordsmanship was extraordinary. Instead, he chose not to carry on the fight. What was he trying to do? Was he expressing disdain to fight with the disciples from the heavenly sword hall? Yifutian pondered for a moment, then saw a figure stepped forward from behind him. He said, I am from the higher heavens realm, divine sword Li family's Li Sun. I am currently a disciple of the higher heavens realm swordsmanship. I have long heard of your famous name. To meet you today, why don't I instead test your swordsmanship? What do you think? The swordsman cultivator glanced at Li Sun, the divine sword Li family of the higher heavens realm. A family of swordsmen. It was unexpected that he would step forward. The people around showed a hint of anticipation. Heavenly sword hall versus the divine sword Li family. Would this be a showdown in this holy land? Elders, let me, your disciple, take on the challenge. Amongst the cultivators of the heavenly sword halls, a figure walked and paid his respects to the leaders of the heavenly sword hall. The divine sword Li family's reputation had long been heard and talked about. With this opportunity, it would be an exceedingly rare opportunity to go against the divine sword Li family. Okay. The leader of the heavenly sword hall nodded. The swordsman in training took a step forward and landed on the void. Sword will roared around him. Li Sun did the same and walked forward. His sword spirit exploded in a flash and enveloped the heavens. A violent swordsmanship aura was formed around the body of the two people. In the city of relics, many people in the distance could felt the battle happening. They looked towards the battlefield. Everyone flicked towards it and moved closer. Among them, there were many people with top forces. The heavenly sword hall's representative had a sword soul that was like a meteorite sword, albeit it being a really huge sword and extremely heavy. When the sword strikes, the world was engulfed in a massive roar that spread far and wide. Countless meteorites fell from the sky, and it made people feel extreme pressure on their bodies. Li Sun also summoned the spirit of his sword. A divine sword fell down from the sky above. It was an extremely overbearing sword. As both swords interlocked and battled one another, they both did not compete in a way that suggested that this was an exchange of skills. It seemed more like an actual battle instead. Boom! Two terrifying sword wills approached each other. When the soul of the sword locked on, countless meteorites fell from the sky once again. The meteorite sword was extremely heavy, suffocating the space, and suppressed the broken void. Li Sun's sword counteracted against them as it shattered the falling meteorites that were falling. The sky was turned into a doomsday scene, and it looked extremely terrible. The suffocating pressure in the air turned into a violent storm. The two cultivators stood in the middle of the storm. Their swords collided with each other. Yi Futian glanced up at the land above him and saw that two were still emitting extraordinary amounts of swordsmanship from their bodies. There seemed to be an imaginary sword shadow emerging, and there was a spiritual soul blending into the swords. The sword's aura was stronger and stronger, tearing everything in the void. The great path shattered and collapsed, and a brilliant light curtain caused by the swordsmanship swept outwards, smoothing out all existence. The endless falling meteorites were smashed into nothingness, with the countering swordsmanship also annihilated in the void. The two quickly retreated at the same time and returned to their original positions on both ends. Li Sun groaned, and his body felt a little heavy. On the mouth of the Heavenly Sword Hall's cultivator, blood seeped out. He was apparently injured as well. It seemed that the Heavenly Sword Hall still hadn't been able to restore their lost pride from the previous battle. It was obvious that this battle was not in their favor as well. However, in Yi Futian's view, the Divine Swordly family gained no advantage in this battle. This was, after all, a swordsmanship family home. The number of cultivators was limited. Li Sun was already the core figure of the family, and there should be more disciples within the Heavenly Sword Hall who were definitely more powerful. They did not participate as they probably were preparing for God's relic instead. The Heavenly Sword Hall's swordsmanship quenches the soul of the sword. Sure enough, there is something unique about it, and I have learned much. Li Sun did not have a proud look and gestured at the other. Why not? Is this the end of this exchange? Let's stop here. Over on the Heavenly Sword Hall's side, a few figures walked forward. Stop here? 2 defeats, and that was not good at all. Today, it felt like people were coming over to smash their reputation. This trip was originally for the relics. Any further battle for a higher ranking must happen after the relics, for it doesn't make much sense right now. If the Heavenly Sword Hall wants to redeem itself and defeat Yi Futian, it may not be that easy. After all, at the Battle of the Divine Palace, he was the one that defeated the proud sons of heaven from the higher heavens realm. If the Heavenly Sword Hall must fight, I am afraid that only your strongest disciples will stand a chance against him. Li Sun spoke, and his words made the glances of the Heavenly Sword Hall's cultivators stagnate. Then, their eyes turned around, and they looked at Yi Futian once again. In the Battle of the Divine Palace, he defeated the proud sons of heaven from the higher heavens realm? Hearing the tone from Li Sun's speech, he was likely one of them who was defeated. However, though he lost to Yi Futian, he was nevertheless highly respectful toward him. This meant that he indeed deliberately suppressed his own strength and did not give it his all against the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hall. The search for the God's relics. Hidden treasures indeed. The senior cultivators in the Heavenly Sword Hall looked at Yi Futian and said, "A junior who appeared by accident actually turned out to be one of the top cultivators in the world. In this case, your collision shall then be left here within God's relics." These elders would not participate in the fight. However, they still wanted a collision to happen. The battlefield within God's relic. The Heavenly Sword Hall will just leave it like that? Why did the cultivator hail as the next-in-line leader of the Heavenly Sword Hall not participate? A voice came out from nowhere. It was from a distant figure standing above the void. He gave off a weird but wonderful vibe, albeit rather illusory. He appeared to be there, yet not there, all at the same time. The Heavenly Sword Hall cultivators looked towards him. One of the top forces in Wanxiang Realm, Illusion Island. They were naturally familiar. If your disciples from the Illusion Island want to see him fight, you will see it in the relics. a heavenly sword hall cultivator said. This is not necessarily the case. Some of the others here will most likely want to go and challenge him right now. The person from the Illusion Island smiled and looked at the others. Amongst them, there was also another top force, also from the Wanxiang realm. This person standing above the void gave off a strong sense of killing intentions. No strangers should be able to enter this space. No one should be able to get close to them within a radius of their lands. If they did, a killing gas field around the space would be activated. It was an extremely terrible setup. People who got too close to it would feel a shortness of breath, feeling like they could die at any time. There was, however, a special area in Wanxiang realm, which was called the Slaughtering World. Those people who come from the slaughtering had strong killing intentions and were generally viewed as extremely dangerous. When they enter the relics, they will set off a storm of blood, kill off the 9 realms, and carry out a mass massacre. The cultivator of the Heavenly Sword Hall looked at them, and the people in the slaughtering world were indeed a headache. However, when they entered God's relics, it would only be the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hall who would face the practitioners of the slaughtering world. All from the 9 realms would face them together. The others and I shall bid farewell. Yifutian retreated as he paid his respects to the people from the Heavenly Sword Hall. When he left, he looked at Illusion Island and the cultivator in the slaughtering world. From both forces he felt it. There was a very unusual atmosphere surrounding them. It was as if the people in Illusion Island were unreal, and the people in the slaughtering world were dangerous. They were merely one of the few top forces in Wanxiang realm. There were also the Solar Realm, Shadow Realm, Emperor Star Realm, Hidden Land Realm, Mountain Realm, and the strongest of them all, the Central Emperor Realm. One could only imagine how bloody this tour of God's relics would be. How does the Swordmaster feel? Yifutian asked the Swordmaster of Lihin as they left. I'm okay. Nothing of the matter, Swordmaster of Lihin said with deep emotions in his heart. After so many years, he had cultivated himself and reached new heights. Li Sun was also now a proud son of heaven. One could only imagine how glorious it was to be in his position, with a few strong cultivators around him, walking alongside him. Here I have 2 fruits of the way. The Swordmaster can take it, and can also be used to impact the Runhuang Plain. Yifutian took out 2 fruit of the way, namely the sword and the life fruit of the way. The Swordmaster of Lihin looked at Yifutian. He was different from Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan and Yifutian had experienced a lot together. Naturally, there was no need to be polite with one another, but this fruit was especially precious to him. I have a lot of them, Yifutian said with a smile. Swordmaster of Lihin said nothing and then took it. Swordmaster's cultivation is already very high, but there are some shortcomings in some aspects. The fruit of the way can make up for it. If there is a chance in the relics, I will also help the Swordmaster, Yifutian said. The Swordmaster of Lihin had helped him before, so he would try his best to help the Swordmaster of Lihin make a breakthrough in his realm and cultivate to become a Renhuang. Cultivators from all walks of life in the City of the Ruins continued to converge here, and Yifutian was still there. At the time of the Battle of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, everyone dispersed and were sent to different regions by the Divine Matrix, so that everyone was separated from those that they knew. This time it was an opportunity to gather together again. The bell resounded through the 9 realms, and even the 3,000 realms of the Great Path would know of the news. This once-in-50 years feast would attract all those who were interested. At least it was possible that Yushang would be here. He had been cultivating at the Dragon Clan, and there was no way of knowing how he was in his cultivation. The demonic clan in the Heavenly Mandate realm had not yet arrived. In addition, Yifutian had to wait for the little condor. Their minds were linked. In fact, Yifutian had always known the circumstances of the little condor, but the two were very far apart, and one was sent to one of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. What was more interesting was that this bastard actually got himself into a Renhuang family and hung out with their daughter day and night. According to the little condor, once he had become a demon beast companion, the others viewed him with great importance. Of course, this was all according to his own account. And now, that family was also on its way to the Central Imperial Realm and was almost there, but there was still some time before they arrived. Yi Futian seriously suspected that that jerk of a little condor was deliberately being untruthful. He could perceive that the distance between the little condor and him kept getting closer. He wondered if Wuxian would show up or not. He knew of all the news regarding Yushang and little condor, but he didn't worry about them. He didn't know where Yi Wuxian was at the moment, but, being guarded by the sword morphed by the Sword Emperor of Hanzhou, he should have no problem taking care of himself. Then there were his older senior brother and third senior brother. He had no idea how they were doing. On this day, many demonic tribes in the heavenly mandate realm had arrived one after another. Many demonic tribes such as the dragon gods, the divine elephants, and the sky demon court seemed to come together. Their united front was awesome to behold, almost a little terrifying. The mighty throngs of cultivators had arrived and found the encampment of the heavenly mandate realm. Although they had some issues with the human cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm, now with all 9 realms converging, comparatively speaking, they were closer to their human compadres than with any other party. This time, with the convergence of a countless number of forces and countless prominent characters, there would be a great storm in the 9 realms. Among the dragon gods, there were many pure-blooded dragon cultivators at the peak of Saint Realm. Among them, Long Chun was its unquestioned leader, as his strength had reached the peak of the Demon Saint. He was only a step away from being Demon Emperor. After this expedition, he would become the Demon Emperor. Many cultivators of the dragon gods followed behind him, but there was a figure that seemed out of place. He stood with a Demon Emperor of the dragon gods. The young man was clad in something pitch black. It was as if he was covered by a dark armor. His build was hefty and full of domineering spirit. Just that temperament alone was enough to stop one's breath. "I'm going out," the youth said. "Are you going to find him?" The Demon Emperor of the dragon gods next to him looked at the youth. The young man nodded. He had heard from the people of the dragon gods claiming that he was now cultivating at Taishan Mountain in the upper heavens realm, and that he had had an adventure at the Divine Palace. If he went over to Taishan Mountain's camp area, he should be able to find out some news about him. "You don't plan to stay with us?" asked the Demon Emperor of the dragon gods. This guy was truly loyal to Yi Futian. After following the demonic dragon in cultivation for so long, his relationship with the dragon gods still seemed less than familiar. The youth was, obviously, Yushang. He did not respond. "Come on. I'll take you," the Demon Emperor of the dragon gods said. It seemed that he was worried about Yushang's safety. However, it was because of Yi Futian's behest that he took Yushang to cultivate with the dragon gods. At the time, Yi Futian and Gu Donglu were considered to be the 2 most likely to change the political landscape of the heavenly mandate realm. So the dragon gods were glad to grant this one favor to Yi Futian. In addition, Yushang was extremely powerful, so he was greatly valued by the demon dragon, who had been teaching him cultivation deep in Longyuan. Compared with the time when he first entered Longyuan, Yushang was not the person he once was. Sometimes it seemed that he was a little different than he was before, but as for the specifics, he could not really say. It was just a curious feeling in general. Together, a group of people came toward this way. The Demon Emperor of the Dragon Gods looked up and saw it was the group led by Zhu Yan, the Demon Emperor. His son Zhu Zhao was also there. They, too, had dealings with Yi Futian, and Zhu Yan, the Demon Emperor, had helped Yi Futian before. "Good idea." The Demon Emperor of the Dragon Gods nodded and then flickered away. On the other side, other cultivators came along as well, and they were the cultivators of the Sky Demon Court. The Peacock Demon Emperor was also among them. He was followed by Kong Xian. On the way there, they encountered the cultivators of the Divine Elephants, which made quite an impression on the Demon Emperor of the Dragon Gods. It seemed that Yi Futian had an extensive network in the demonic realm, and he was acquainted with many parties. At this time, where Yi Futian was located, Lord Taishan opened his eyes and said to Yi Futian, who was a distance away, "Many demon tribes from the heavenly mandate realm are coming. I think they are coming for you." Yi Futian, who was cultivating, stood up and looked up into the distance. Soon he saw a mighty group of people coming this way. There were many parties with all sorts of cultivators, and he saw many familiar faces. Yushang, Kong Xian, Zhu Zhao, and many elders had all arrived. Yushang stepped out and walked directly toward Yifutian. He towered over Yifutian, who had to raise his head slightly to meet his eyes. Stepping forward, Yifutian reached out and slapped Yushang on the shoulders. But Yushang's body was firmly rooted like a tower. It didn't move even a little bit. "How have you been these few years cultivating at the Dragon Gods?" Yifutian asked with a smile. "Do you want to try?" Yushang asked. Yifutian's smile froze, looking confused. He looked at Yushang and spat out, "Get the hell away." Yushang then grinned and said to Yifutian, "I've made great progress these few years. I've already stepped into nirvana. You think your wings are strong now." Yifutian glared at Yushang, knowing that he had teased him in jest, but still he would like to punch him. However, whether or not he could succeed in hitting him was questionable. Yushang could take quite a beating in a fight. Yifutian hadn't seen anyone who could take a beating like Yushang, and he was absolutely unmoved when he took the beating. However, if Yushang caught someone, it would be something quite serious. This had happened many times before and was a proven fact. Now, no one knew just to what extent had his physical body had evolved. Those who were following behind watched the interactions of the two, secretly exclaiming that the friendship between these two was extraordinary. Yifutian looked at the people behind Yushang and said, "It's been a long time since I have seen you, elders. I heard that you are out of control in the upper heavens realm." The demon emperor of the dragon gods said. The news of the atrocities committed by Yifutian at the divine palace had already reached the heavenly mandate realm, so they all knew. "What realm are you now?" The cultivators of the divine elephants asked. Yifutian and the divine elephants had an unusual relationship. Even now in his body was the imperial bones of their ancestor, the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. "Nirvana," Yifutian said with a smile. "I know. I was asking, how far are you from Renhuang?" "Should be soon." Yifutian smiled while everyone looked at him, speechless. His cultivation was faster than most. Kong Xian was a little flabbergasted. Was he almost Renhuang? The speed of his cultivation had far surpassed hers, leaving her behind. "Peacock Demon Emperor, you are here too." Emperor Xia walked over, looking rather surprised when he saw the Peacock Demon Emperor. They were old neighbors, but they did not expect to see each other here. "Aren't you here to join in the fun too?" The Peacock Demon Emperor responded. "Well, we can keep each other company. I was fretting about being bored," Emperor Xia said with a smile. "Elders, please sit down," Yifutian greeted. With so many people around, he didn't know who to talk to first. "No, Yushang wanted to come over, so we walked with him here. Afterward, when you enter the God's Relic, you might have to face powerful opponents from all sides. If the need arises, we could join forces to form a united front against the others. Of course, if there are conflicts between us, remember to be merciful," said the demon emperor of the dragon gods. After all, once they entered the God's Relic, anything could happen. "I understand." Yifutian nodded. "Well, we will go over there first." The cultivators of the dragon gods left, and many others nodded slightly toward Yifutian. They soon left one after another. In the central imperial realm, there was another large group traveling. On the journey, they frequently met up with others who were also going in the same direction, the city of the ruins. At this time, in the middle of this vast crowd, there was a woman with outstanding beauty, whose spirit was hard not to take notice. Her eyes were closed as if cultivating. Sitting beneath her was a giant black-winged condor, whose wings spread out to cover the sky, shielding the sun and sailing with the wind. "We are almost at the city of the ruins," Black-winged Condor said, his eyes shining. "How do you know?" the woman asked, her eyes still closed. She didn't think he had ever been to the Central Imperial Realm. "I told you, my mind is linked with my master. Presently, he is in the city of the ruins." "You only have one master, me," the woman said coldly. Black-winged Condor wanted to speak some more, but it saw the woman open her eyes, and then a faint murderous intent enveloped the black-winged condor. "There was once a woman as arrogant and unreasonable as you, and she was a princess," the black-winged condor said. "And?" the woman asked nonchalantly. "And she was particularly well behaved in front of my master," the black-winged condor replied. Xianxia, who was far away at the city of the ruins, sneezed. Then, what do you want to say? The murderous intent shrouded the black-winged condor. This bastard was really asking for it now. Without his daily beating, he soon returned to be the punk that he was. My master looks amazing, and countless women are crazy about him. He is greatly talented, and no one can match him. Those genius guys you are talking about are not even worthy of polishing shoes for my master. His light is more dazzling than the sun. Wherever he walks, legends about him spread. In short, you better fix your relationship with me now, like offer an apology or admit a mistake. Otherwise, after you see my master, you will not be able to extricate yourself, and I will not be there to help you, the black-winged condor said. He proudly raised his head. The woman, green in the face, said coldly, You are so shameless. Does your master know? Black-winged condor said indignantly. There was once a demon princess, beautiful and proud, just like you, and later, bang. He hadn't even finished speaking when the woman finally lost her patience and hit him on the head with a punch. So the black-winged condor glided freely in the air. In the city of the ruins, cultivators were still coming one after another. At the moment, a group of people entered the city of the ruins. They were from the Yuanyang realm, one of the realms belonging to the outer region of the imperial realm. Similar to the Tianhe realm, it was not too far away from the central imperial realm and was covered within the boundary of the central imperial realm. One could have said that the Yuanyang realm was actually a branch of the superpower that was the imperial realm. Many years ago, a super-powerful pillar of a figure emerged from the Yuanyang realm, who was its region lord. Later, he was not satisfied with the Yuanyang realm alone, so he warred and conquered all that was in his sight. He eventually arrived at the central imperial realm. Once there, he was a force to be reckoned with. He was the founder of the Yuanyang clan, which was now the top clan of the central imperial realm. It dominated the area. When the family first came from the lower worlds, they did not have great numbers. Thus, Emperor Yuanyang absorbed cultivators from the lower world but still did not abandon his control over the Yuanyang realm. He continued to absorb cultivators from the Yuanyang clan. Now, many years later, the Yuanyang clan had grown into a superpower in the central imperial realm. Bamboo Emperor was a Renhuang from the Yuanyang realm. He had started his own clan in Yuanyang realm. They had also come to the city of ruins to fight for an opportunity for their younger progeny. The daughter of the Bamboo Emperor, Zhu, was greatly gifted with talent. While she was cultivating in the Yuanyang realm, she was already well known. She once cultivated at Yuanyang Palace. The palace lord of Yuanyang Palace was from the Yuanyang clan in the imperial realm. Here we are. In front of the group, the Bamboo Emperor said, Yuanyang Palace should have already arrived, so let's go there. As long as they were in contact with Yuanyang Palace, the Yuanyang clan would send someone to bring some of them into God's relic. Many cultivators had their own ways of entering God's relic. The Bamboo Emperor from the Yuanyang realm was no exception. Everyone nodded. The group continued to sail across the void, heading toward the city of the ruins. Are they going to Yuanyang Palace? In the crowd, Black-winged Condor's eyes were swollen. He blinked and said, My master is already in the city of the ruins and knows that I am coming. If my master takes you into the ruins, and you serve my master well, he will make you as happy as a lark. The woman glanced down at Black-winged Condor and said, It seems that I was too easy on you. There will be many other cultivators on this trip into the city of the ruins. It would be useless to keep you around. It's much better if we just roast you and eat you for a meal. The Black-winged Condor shrunk his head and whispered, How cold. After all, we have been kind of intimate. Don't think I'm reluctant to kill you. A murderous intention permeated throughout Zhu Qi's body. When that bastard met her, he was accustomed to talking trash. He often teased and flirted with her, so she tamed him and made him her mount. The indisputable truth was that the Black-winged Condor was very powerful. Even though his state was not superior to hers, he had some extremely unusual means. She was from a higher realm, but he often made her suffer loss and was much more battle-worthy than even the pure-blooded dragon. So, She let the Black Wind Condor be her training partner to sharpen her combat power. The Black Wind Condor was indeed competent and showed his power. The only issues were that trashy mouth of his, and he seemed to ask for a beating all the time. Now, she had found out he had a master. This bastard was so shameless. So how serious could his master be? He also dared to call himself as handsome beyond word and talented without a match. He was truly shameless. As you please. I will wait for my master to pick me up. After you get to know my master, try to control yourself and don't get too deep into it. If you ask me for help, you'll lose face. Unable to escape, the Black Wind Condor could only grumble and admit defeat for the time being. But he had already informed Yifutian. The two were connected psychically. Yifutian knew his location and would come pick him up. It didn't take long for the Bamboo Emperor to find the place where the cultivators from the Yuanyang realm had gathered. The Palace Lord of Yuanyang Palace had come in person. Many of the cultivators from the Yuanyang realm converged in one area. This area was most closely tied to the superpower behind the Yuanyang realm, the Yuanyang clan. The Yuanyang clan naturally had received the prophecy. Any principalities that had received the prophecy could take its people into God's relic. There was no limit to the number of people who could enter, as long as their realm was below Renhuang. If one wanted to bring a legion, they could, but all the principalities kept good control over the number of people and allotted some spaces for their direct reports. The Yuanyang clan naturally gave the Yuanyang realm many spaces and allowed Yuanyang Palace to choose their people. At this time, the group led by the Bamboo Emperor descended. Many people acknowledged their arrival. The Bamboo Emperor has arrived. Everyone came here so quickly. The Bamboo Emperor saw the presence of several Renhuang from the Yuanyang realm. All of them were top figures in the Yuanyang realm. Now, they were here with the best of the Saint Plains from their respective forces. Zhu Qi. Several youths looked at Zhu Qi. They had followed Zhu Qi to cultivate in Yuanyang Palace, so they knew each other. Let's go there and let them know first, the Bamboo Emperor said. He kept going forward. Because of the large number of people, a temporary palace was built. It was also the current location of the Palace Lord of Unhanging Palace. Black Wind Condor followed quietly behind, but there was some excitement in his heart. His master was already there. He had not seen his master for years and greatly missed him. He also did not know what had happened to Little Princess and Little Peacock. Was the Little Princess's temper still foul? He didn't know if Master Yu had arrived or not. Yifutian had come after having received the intention from Little Condor. This time, he didn't bother Lord Taixian or Sky River Great Elder. He had been troubling both of them in various matters before, but not this time. They were now with Emperor Xia and Peacock Demon Emperor. Peacock Demon Emperor had previously looked over Little Condor. When he heard that he was coming, they decided to come along. In the direction of the temporary palace, Bamboo Emperor was chatting with other Renhuangs. Zhu Qi and Black Wind Condor stood to the side. Black Wind Condor said, "My master is here to pick me up. I have to go." Zhu Qi turned her head to look at him. Could it be that this jerk was not lying? Does he really have a master and it was not just some figment of his imagination? "I know you will miss me, but I already have a master," Black Wind Condor said. "Is that so?" Zhu Qi gave him a cold look. "I want to see what kind of master can raise such a shameless beast like you." Black Wind Condor blinked his eyes and replied, "Okay, but don't regret it, and control yourself." As he was speaking, he swaggered his way toward the periphery. His head was raised high up on his neck. He felt quite majestic. Zhu Qi sneered at him, but she followed behind Black Wind Condor. She wanted to see for herself. They soon arrived at the periphery. In the distance, they saw a group of people waiting in front. The one leading the group had a head of white hair like snow and was striking in appearance. He looked gentle and elegant. Zhu Qi was shocked by what she saw. The man was truly stunning with an eye-catching appearance. "The man with white hair, isn't he beautiful? Did I lie to you?" Black Wind Condor looked at Zhu Qi, who was next to him. Zhu Qi snorted. Although he looked good, the kind of servant he had reflected the kind of master he was. This beast was shameless. How much better could his master be? Black-winged condor flapped its wings and created a gorgeous arc as he came in front of Yi Futian. He said, "Master, I have missed you to death all these years." As he was speaking, he made a gesture as if to pounce upon him. "Get away." Yi Futian violently shuddered. He hadn't seen him for quite a few years, so there was no telling what he was playing at. Black-winged condor stopped in his tracks and shakily smiled. He looked at Yi Futian's side and asked, "Is the second master also here?" "Princess Peacock and Princess Qingyuan, both of your majesties are here." Black-winged condor wanted to say something more. When he saw Emperor Xia and Peacock Demon Emperor, he didn't dare talk flippantly. He just stood there on his best behavior. "You are still alive," Xia Qingyuan coldly remarked. Black-winged condor's wings stiffened. His large eyes looked at Xia Qingyuan while sneaking a glance at Emperor Xia, who was beside her. He decided to keep quiet for the time being. Yi Futian's eyes went past Black-winged condor and looked at Zhu Qi, who was behind him. This woman was likely the one Black-winged condor was talking about. He put his hands together and bowed slightly. "Thank you for taking care of little Condor these past few years. I am here to take him back." "Is he your beast?" Zhu Qi asked Yi Futian. Although she had formed a prejudice against him because of Black-winged condor, he seemed to be polite enough. Perhaps it was carefully disguised. Yi Futian nodded. Zhu Qi looked at Yi Futian and said, "Black-winged condor once disrespected me. He was subdued by me and surrendered to me. Now I am his rightful master." It seemed that she did not want to return Black-winged condor so easily. This was also the real reason why Black-winged condor asked Yi Futian to take him home. The woman refused to release the condor. Yi Futian glared at Black-winged condor. It seemed that he had greatly exaggerated their relationship as partners. "You jest, my friend. Little Condor and I are linked with our minds. Otherwise, I would not have known that he was here." Yi Futian said, "If he has offended you in the past few years, I would very much like to compensate you for your trouble." "No party lasts forever," Black-winged condor said, looking at Zhu Qi. "On the account that we have been acquainted, do you want to leave with me and enter the ruins for trial with my master?" "Did I say you could leave?" Zhu Qi swept a glance at the Black-winged condor and looked back at Yi Futian. "This beast has offended me way too many times. I can't let him leave like this." Yi Futian frowned and cast a glance at Black-winged condor. He bowed slightly at Zhu Qi and said, "If little Condor has offended you, I'm here to apologize for him." After he saluted, he looked at the Black-winged condor and said, "Let's go." As he was speaking, he turned and started to walk away. "Hey, where do you think this place is?" Several figures came from the void. All of them were from Yuanyang Palace. Their momentum was astonishing. They raced toward Yi Futian to shroud him within. Yi Futian stopped to reply, "I didn't intend to start a dispute, but this beast is my partner. I have to take him with me." He continued to walk away, saying, "Goodbye." Humph! There was a cold snort sound heard. Several figures walked toward Yi Futian at the same time. Zhu Qi also released the breath from her body. She wanted to see for herself the true strength of Black-winged condor's master. The strapping young man in black armor next to Yi Futian suddenly moved. He turned around, took a step forward, raised his fist, and threw a punch across the air. The whole space instantly seemed to solidify. The few people who were walking toward Yi Futian came to an abrupt stop as an unparalleled punch descended from the air. Boom! The space seemed to be shattered by the suppression. Several people grunted. Their bodies flew straight back. Their faces were pale. The violent wind, likewise, shocked Zhu Qi backward as well. She was horrified. The man in black indifferently turned around and continued to follow the person in front of him, as if he had done nothing at all. "How powerful!" Zhu Qi secretly remarked as she looked at the back of the man clad in black. Under the fist will, the entire void had been suppressed. The people on their side who had acted were all top cultivators at Yuanyang Palace. "Who dared to be so rude?" An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. A group of people was walking from the side where the palace was located. Zhu Qi and the others turned their attention in that direction. It was the young palace lord of Yuanyang Palace, who was also the leader of the Yuanyang realm. It was said that he would cultivate at Yuanyang clan in the future, and his combat power was extremely fierce. The moment his words faded, a pattern appeared in the void where Yifutian and the others stood off in the distance. A brilliant light sprinkled down. Large stone pillars descended from the sky, suppressing the void and blocking their way forward. At the same time, he stepped forward. His appearance seemed indifferent. When the young man in black had dealt that blow from afar, he had already felt its great shocking power. However, Yifutian and his group still moved forward. It was as if they didn't see any of his movements and continued their way out of there. The young palace lord of Yuanyang Palace took another step forward. More radiant patterns appeared above the sky. They were like sharp thorns hanging above them. The young man in black turned around and glanced at him. Bang! With a violent stump of the foot, the earth quaked. The young man in black walked over. Rumbling noises were heard. Every step seemed to shatter the void. The patterns collapsed and were pulverized. The face of the young palace lord suddenly changed. It only took the young man in black a few steps to walk in front of him. He raised his fist and blasted it out again without any fancy moves. A huge roar was heard as the fist suddenly morphed into a dark demonic dragon. Containing the power of the dragon god, it crushed through the void. A brilliant pattern appeared in front of the young palace lord of Yuanyang Palace. He tried to block the attack of the dark demonic dragon. However, broken crackling sounds were continuously heard as the fist will penetrated it. Boom! With a loud bang, the young palace lord of Yuanyang Palace was shocked by the force and flew backward. He groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. His breath was shallow, and his face was pale. The people around him were shocked by what they saw. Could he be that strong? The strength of the young palace lord was well known to them. In Yuanyang realm, he was known as the perfection existence below Renhuang. However, he had been knocked backward by a single blow and had no strength to resist. How aggressive was this power? As Renhuang will of the way descended, the Yuanyang Palace Renhuang cultivators stepped forward. They wanted to approach, but the young palace lord raised his hand and stopped them. He said, "Let them go." Several Renhuang stopped and did not continue the chase. The city of the ruins is filled with strong cultivators. In comparison, our Yuanyang realm is insignificant. The other party has no intention of picking a fight, the young palace lord of Yuanyang Palace said as he looked at the figure in black that was walking away. With such powerful fighting power, he was not some small character without renown. They were all city of the ruins for God's relic. Although he was the young palace lord of Yuanyang Palace that controlled the lower worlds, he knew his limit. The top forces of the upper worlds were a lot stronger than them. Strictly speaking, their reason for being there was merely the fact that they were from the Yuanyang clan of the imperial realm. Therefore, he didn't want to escalate the matter. Yifutian and his group moved further away. They soon disappeared and could no longer be seen. Zhu Qi looked at the disappearing figures. Took her a long time to regain her calmness. The young man in black was strong. In fact, he was the strongest person in St. Plain that she had ever seen. The young palace lord was blasted away by a single punch. Previously, the Black Wind Condor had called the man in black second master. Since there was a second, there had to be a first. Who could that be? It was likely the man at the center and the master of the Black Wind Condor. It was the young man with white hair. Because of the trash-talking by the Black Wind Condor, her initial impression of Yifutian had not great. To have such a demonic beast, the master was probably not someone of great quality. The moment she thought of it, Yifutian had been polite and not rude at all. He appeared elegant. Judging from the dominance of the young man in black, one could imagine that his talent was very strong. Could it be that the shameless bragging of Black Wind Condor was true? Just who was his master? When Yifutian and his men returned to their station, he turned around to look at the Black Wind Condor. Seeing Yifutian's smiling eyes, Black Wind Condor shrunk his head. Speaking in an extremely obsequious tone, he said, "Master, what do you command?" "I'm thinking that it's about time to find a new demonic beast to serve me," Yifutian whispered. "Don't, master," Black Wind Condor is loyal and honest. Although I've been outside, I always thought of returning to Master all the time. Black Wind Condor had been away for a few years. Not only had he not been degraded, but he had also increased its power. Cultivation was for Ascension. His spiritual intelligence was fully opened. He thought it was no different from human beings. He was no longer the little demon from before. In the words of the Black Wind Condor, he was already a demonic saint, a big demon beast. You were bullied outside but still thought about coming back. Yifutian looked at him and considered Zhu Qi's attitude. This guy had not lost his sharp tongue, and Zhu Qi's eyes didn't look right. Presumably, she was dragged by this guy. Yifutian had every reason to believe that Black Wind Condor said a lot of things that should not be said. In the future, if I get wind of you tarnishing my reputation, you will be handed over to Qingyuan for discipline, Yifutian said as he stared sternly at him. Ah? Black Wind Condor let out a sigh and weakly glanced at Xia Qingyuan, who was beside him. He saw Xia Qingyuan look at him with a smile. Black Wind Condor felt a tingling in his scalp. That woman was too aggressive. He never wanted to fall into her hands. Enough of that, Yifutian said. Many days have passed, and the day of the opening of God's relic draws near. We should make all the necessary preparations and try not to cause any trouble. Everyone had arrived. He had already met up with many people there, which made him happy. Now all of their focus needed to be directed at the God's relic. The relic was under the control of Donghuang the Great. It only opened up once every 50 years, so it was the event of the 9 realms that affected the cultivators of all of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Many notable figures had converged upon the city of the ruins, which was not considered a large city. Everyone was waiting for the opening of God's relic. Without a doubt, once everyone had entered the relic, there would be bloody fights. Once the top cultivators of the 9 realms were in one place inside God's relic, it was easy to determine what would happen. Moreover, many principalities did not come by themselves. They also brought with them ruling forces from other realms. Some of those who had more people with them entered like a large army. For instance, among the forces that had recently arrived, the force that was closest to Yifutian, as far as he knew, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, had brought with them many cultivators. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty ruled all the surrounding imperial dynastic forces. All the top cultivators of the Saint Plane among those principalities were called together to enter God's relic. Among all the cultivators, Yi Tianyu was the strongest. As they waited, Yifutian quietly cultivated and continued to make preparations to enter God's relic. This time, he was about to face his peers, who were those cultivators at the peak of their power in all of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Yifutian was not alone in his preparation. The other cultivators from all sides were doing the same. In an area of the city of the ruins occupied by the cultivators from the solar realm, there was a mountain. It was possessed by a force from the solar realm. The entire mountain had been transformed into the color of flames. Solar palaces had been cast upon the mountain. On the edge of the mountain, a group of people was standing and gazing at the movement of the people in the distant city of the ruins. Divine light from the sun was released from the bodies of those who were standing there. Even their eyes were like the eyes of the sun. They released the burning fire of the sun as the sun's crown dazzled above their heads. Legend had it that the solar realm was transformed by a divine item and could illuminate everything in the world. Those who were born in the solar realm inherently possessed extremely strong flame attributes. In the solar realm, some were from the bloodline of the legendary sun god. This time, after God's relic is opened, there will be cultivators from everywhere, such as the Imperial Realm, Mountain Realm, Ziwei Realm, and Solar Realm, as well as many other extraordinary principalities. The man in the middle of the group said, "After entering God's relic, we should avoid catching too much attention. Of course, whatever is necessary for us to fight and get it must be done. This is an extremely important opportunity for all of you who had come." "Yes." The people next to him slightly nodded. They were the most famous from this generation of the solar realm. Normally, their peers were nothing to them, but this time it was different. Those who were entering the relic were similar to them. In another area, inside a forged great hall, A middle-aged man wearing a starry robe looked down at the crowd below. He wore a crown. He was like an emperor on earth, majestic and regal. The people there were the cultivators from the top forces of the Ziwei realm. In the past, several outings to God's relic were the most violent battlefields, with many proud geniuses from all realms losing their lives there. The man with the crown, who was like an emperor in the midst of them, said to the cultivators, "Therefore, the journey to God's relics is also a battlefield where geniuses perish. Of course, your strength is unquestionable, but you will do well to remember that what you will be facing the existence of equal strength from all 9 realms. Thus, you are not allowed to treat this with any slightness or negligence. Any enemy who stands in front of you is worthy of your most serious attention." The people gathered there were all the best of the best. Yet, among them, many were going to perish in God's relic. That was an unquestioned fact. Even so, they still had to progress, but he also had to remind them of the hidden danger. All major principalities were making final preparations for God's relic. Gradually, the once lively city of the ruins started to sober up and become somewhat oppressed. Everyone understood that they would be facing the most brutal trial in their lives, which could be said as the most severe trial within all of the 9 realms. The day had finally arrived. In the area above the city of the ruins, a mesmerizing divine light cascaded down from the sky. Sacred figures stood high above the sky. They were clad in armor and as magnificent as divine generals. They were from the empty imperial palace, known as the divine priests, and commanded by Donghuang the Great. A divine priest descended. A series of horrific divine will shrouded the vast expanse of the void, covering the entire city of the ruins within. A divine priest made the announcement. When God's relic is opened, those of you who have received the prophecy, please present the prophecy to bless the people you have chosen to enter the relic. Those who have not been blessed by the prophecy must leave the city of the ruins within the hour. Any offenders will be without exception. Immediately, those who were in charge came out and took out the prophecies they had received. They were golden scrolls with pictures. The light of the prophecy bloomed to cover those cultivators who were to be blessed. Suddenly, those who had not received the blessings all went away. There had been quite a few among them who were outstanding. However, if no one was willing to help them, they could only leave in disappointment. Of course, many of those who had come found opportunities. Yi Futian and his group had been blessed by Lord Taixian. The cultivators not sheltered by the prophecy scrolls successively left. Before too long, they had all walked out of the city of the ruins. Brilliant lights shone brightly on the divine priests. After watching those who were departing, another divine priest stepped forward. He looked down from the sky and said, "Those who are Renhuang must leave the city of the ruins within 5 minutes." The announcement was heard throughout the city of the ruins. Instantly, breaths of horror bloomed. Many figures quickly started walking to leave the city of the ruins. "Be careful," Emperor Xia said to Yi Futian. "Look after Qing Yuan." "Yes." Yi Futian slightly nodded. "Safety first in everything," Sky River Great Elder reminded Yi Futian. Lord Taixian also gave them advice. All the elders flickered away after relayed their concerns. They quickly disappeared. In the city of the ruins, everyone left realized how many cultivators of Renhuang had converged here. Of course, all the Renhuang in the city of the ruins were from the 9 realms. One was easily able to imagine what a grand occasion it was. Aside from the opening of God's relic, there was almost no chance for such a grand occasion to repeat itself. Yi Futian and the others felt that solemn atmosphere. Looking up at the divine priests above the firmament, no one dared to disobey their will. The divine priests from the empty imperial palace were doing the biddings of Donghuang the Great. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, none dared to rebel against the will of Donghuang the Great. Although Donghuang the Great did not reside in the empty imperial palace, it was rumored that Donghuang the Great monitored the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Everything was within his field of vision. Whatever he wanted to do was done in a single command. Therefore, no one dared to chance it. All the Renhuang evacuated, not wanting to violate his command. Once the 5-minute time limit was up, There were no longer any Runhuang cultivators remaining inside the city of the ruins. The only ones left were from the Saint Plain. A majority of them were at the pinnacle of the Saint Plain. Once God's relic is opened, all consequences after entering the relic are at your own risk. You must have already deduced some of the things that might happen. Here, Runhuang are not allowed to step inside God's relic. Once you enter the relic, you are no longer bound by any rules or restrictions. It is somewhere we are unable to go. In the void, a divine priest had spoken. As everyone looked up at the void, they all understood that there were no rules of engagement for God's relic, which only opened once every 50 years. It was merely the realm of entry that was restricted. All others entered once the relic was opened. After that, whether one lived or died was up to fate. Because of that, those who were in the top forces regarded God's relic as the most dangerous trial. It was a burial ground where talented geniuses perish. No trial in the 9 realms was quite like that of God's relic. Although it was dangerous, there were great opportunities to be had. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for the top principalities to send their descendants there, and it would not have caused such a sensation in the 9 realms. Moreover, the powerful figures from these top principalities vaguely knew something about God's relic. Even just a sliver of the truth was enough to shock them. Open the door to the relic. In the void, a divine priest's loud voice was heard. Suddenly, divine light fell, descending upon the entire city of the ruins. An indescribable, terrifying breath reached up to the sky. Above the sky, it seemed that divine lights fell inside the city of the ruins. In the next moment, it was as if something within the city of the ruins had been awakened. Countless lights and patterns were emanating everywhere. The whole city seemed to come alive. This is... Yifutian looked at the scene in front of him in complete shock. He saw the city of the ruins was lit up with unparalleled light. At the moment, they only felt the previous city of the ruins had been an existence of nothingness. These countless light patterns had constructed a new world to replace the city of the ruins. A booming and rumbling noise was heard as the earth roared. Under the endless divine light, the void gates appeared inside the city of the ruins. The divine doors stood in the void, bordering heaven and earth. They contained an unparalleled sense of spatial will. It was as if they could send them to another world. Spectacular! Xianxia looked at an elusive divine gate that appeared in the void. Like all the others inside the city of the ruins, she was quite shocked. It turned out that this was the true meaning of the entrance to God's relic. The entrance to God's relic was directly overlaid on top of the city of the ruins. The divine gates wrapped the city of the ruins within. The divine priests in the void quietly looked on. Finally, one of them said, "Once you have stepped into the gates of the void, you may enter God's relic. You cannot exit until the gates of the void appear again inside God's relic." As soon as his voice faded, someone walked through the void's doors. It was as if they could no longer wait. One by one, they walked through the air, continually heading toward the gates of the void. They successively entered the gates. Once they went through the doors, they immediately disappeared like they were entering into another world. Yifutian and his group were not taking any action. They were all waiting on Yifutian. Many of the cultivators from the demonic clans flickered and walked toward the gate of the relic and entered. "Let's go," Yifutian said when he saw that more and more cultivators had entered. He was not too anxious. There was no need to fight for that little bit of a time difference. God's relic was not going to be so simple. For them, there was no advantage to have gone in moments earlier. When he finished speaking, he started walking toward one of the void's doors. Behind him, many others, such as Xianxia and Xianxia, followed him. They walked through the same door of the void with him. They hoped that when they reached God's relic, they would all still be together. Soon, Yifutian's figure disappeared. In the next few moments, everyone disappeared one after another. The massive number of cultivators in the city of the ruins disappeared without leaving a single person behind. They left an empty city in dead silence. Only the divine lights remained. Soon, the spatial doors closed and disappeared. The shining light beams inside the city of the ruins also gradually disappeared. When everything calmed down, the divine priests walked away to return to the imperial empty palace. Outside the city of the ruins, powerful figures stood above the void, glancing at the empty city. Each of them turned to leave as well. Of course, some stayed to wait. What happened next depended on their fortunes. In God's relic, Yi Futian's figure appeared in another place. He had an extremely curious feeling when he passed through the door. In just a moment, he had come across and entered into another world. Naturally, he was no longer in the city of the ruins. After that, figures quickly appeared one after another. Just as they had guessed, after passing through the same door to enter the city of the ruins, they appeared in the same place. Yi Futian felt greatly relieved that he didn't have to go looking for his people everywhere. It would have been troublesome and dangerous. But a strong breath suddenly came from afar. Yi Futian and the others froze. As they lifted their eyes to look in the distance, they saw the sky above the area where the noise had come was changing. The will of the great path fell. The sacred golden radiance sprinkled on one of the figures. They could vaguely feel a breath of Renhuang. Boom! The sacred brilliance surged upward and spread out toward the distance. It appeared extremely radiant. Seeing this, Yi Futian was momentarily stunned. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. It was not just him. Everyone else was also stunned. They looked on in amazement at what was happening in front of them. Is this allowed? Yi Futian murmured. He had not anticipated this. It seemed that he was still too naive. Awesome! The eyes of the black wind condor also focused there. This was something quite possibly more awesome than himself. A man was casting the divine wheel of the great path and had broken into the Renhuang realm. This is to suppress the realm right at the point of breakthrough, Swordmaster Li Hin said. Despite the limit of a breakthrough being reached, they delayed until this moment. Once they entered God's relic, the breakthrough immediately happened. Yi Futian nodded. The rule of God's relic was that those from the Renhuang plane were not allowed to set foot in it, but there were no other rules. Nothing was said about not being able to break through into Renhuang after entering. Those who were at the peak were obviously far more experienced. Boom! In another direction, a massively dominant will of the way emitted. It was the breath of the great path of Renhuang. Yi Futian and the others turned their focus and looked in another direction. In the distance, there was a similar divine glory that surged upward and turned into one storm of the great path. Obviously, there was more than one person who had this plan in mind. Boom! 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 To their shock, Yi Futian and his group found the same scene playing out in at least 10 other locations, and that was just what they could see. There might have been many others happening in other places that they could not see. This was also within expectation. A great number of cultivators had entered into God's relic. The top forces of the 9 realms brought tens of thousands of people into God's relic. Among those cultivators, there must have been some people who had suppressed their realm at a critical point. As soon as they entered the relic, the breakthrough into Renhuang took place. Watching all this glory of Renhuang, Yi Futian and the others felt a touch of pressure. It seemed that they would also be facing more than just the top geniuses at the peak of the Saint Plane. In just a little time, perhaps there would still be more Renhuang being produced. Is there anyone who needs to break through? Yi Futian looked at those around him. Everyone looked at him without saying a word. Could anyone break through at will? Yi Futian rubbed between his eyebrows and said rather depressingly, "It looks like we have to keep it on the down low." It was a pity that although his realm was almost there, he hadn't reached that critical point and couldn't break through at will. He needed more time or an opportunity to cultivate there in peace for a while. In God's relic, could anyone cultivate in peace? Yi Futian seriously looked at his surroundings. The white sky had no clouds. The dull wind gave off a heavy sense of depression. The aura was somewhat curious. It was ancient and solemn. However, Yi Futian felt the omnipresent aura between heaven and earth, as well as the breath of the great path. It was as if they permeated every corner of the world. When they quieted down and observed their surroundings, everyone felt how different it was there. It was not like a closed-off world of ruins. It was more like a vast expanse of space that was not too much different from the outside world. Of course, the area might have been so vast that the boundaries of the relic were impossible to detect. God's relic? Are there really gods in this world? Yifutian whispered. In the world of cultivation, gods were nothing more than a respectful title for powerful cultivators. Just like fairies, Buddha, or demons, there were all kinds of titles. Gods only signified a kind of power that was beyond imagination. Perhaps the imperial realm above Renhuang was godlike. I asked the Grandmaster before I came, and he mentioned some things about God's relic. According to his knowledge, there is a little-known term for God's relic, said a woman next to him. It was the daughter of the city lord of Taishan, Luoyue. This time, Yi Futian and the others joined up with the disciples of Taishan Mountain to enter God's relic. The disciples of Taishan Mountain also had trust in Yi Futian's cultivation strength. What's it called? Yi Futian asked. Tombs of the Gods, Luoyue replied. Yi Futian shuddered at the thought of the tombs of the gods. Had God's relic buried all of the gods? If so, the origin of God's relic was terrifying. By the order of Donghuang the Great, the prophecy was given to open God's relic, which shocked the 9 realms and brought the cultivators together. Yi Futian knew that God's relic was extraordinary. When he heard that title, he still felt his insides shudder. Tombs of the Gods. Doesn't that mean that this ruin was the burial place of the gods? In that case, how terrible was it? Where had they gone to? This place was perhaps not the simple ruin they had imagined. No matter how terrible the origin of God's relic was, they had not time to spend thinking about such things. Although they were not in a hurry, they couldn't keep standing there waiting and chatting. Follow me, Yi Futian said as he started walking away. Everyone nodded and followed Yi Futian. They gathered together and headed in the same direction. They didn't know where Yi Futian was going, or why he had picked that particular direction. They didn't ask any questions. This was clearly a demonstration of absolute trust. Yushang transmitted his voice to Yi Futian. We have a small number of people. If we have to take care of them and battle at the same time, we will be in trouble. We may not be able to take care of them. Yi Futian's strength was not a concern, but the people inside God's relic were not simpletons. Many of them were standing at the peak of the 9 realms. Now, some were breaking into the realm of Renhuang. If there were conflicts, even if he had no confidence of winning, it would be more complicated having to take care of the others. We need someone to lead the way, Yi Futian said. Yusheng was puzzled when he heard Yi Futian's words, but he didn't ask any more questions. Since Yi Futian had a plan, he just needed to follow. Boss, where are we going? Black-winged Condor's eyes were shining with excitement. After being servile for so long, he was finally getting a chance to show off. Yi Futian was in no mood to answer him. He continued to move forward at a very fast pace. The cultivators had entered from different entrances into God's relic. Yi Futian came in later because he was observing those around him to see which entrance they used. After entering God's relic, he deliberately observed the location of those people and whether or not they were consistent with the location of the gates they had used outside. Although the distance was much farther than before, the locations did correspond. Therefore, he walked toward the west. That direction was the previous location of the cultivators of all the principalities from the heavenly mandate realm. All the top forces from the heavenly mandate realm had arrived, and the same was true with the demonic realm. Many from the demon realm arrived together, but some forces still preferred to move alone. It seemed that this was the same relationship they had with other demon clans. For example, although it had become the top power among the demonic clans, the Purple Gold Rat clan still felt that it was not respected by the other demonic clans. The Purple Gold Rat clan called itself the Purple Gold Divine Rat. The leader who took them inside God's relic was the grandson of the Purple Gold Rat Emperor, Shu Huangsun, whose strength was also very dominant. He had come out for the occasion after spending many years in seclusion. Through sheer hard work, the founder of the clan had created the glory of the Purple Gold Rat clan. To continue to expand that glory, they needed the concerted efforts of every generation of Rat clan's descendants to work harder than other demonic clans. After all, the talents they were born with were still much more inferior than the demonic clans of the Real Dragon, Divine Phoenix, and Kuanping. Therefore, they had saved their strength to come to God's relic. If they had a great opportunity this time, they could potentially maintain the status of the Purple Gold Rat Clan and continue to expand their glory in the future. Although the appearance of Shu Huangsun was consistent with that of the rat family, his thieving face landed slightly on the ugly side. Yet his temperament was quite extraordinary. The Vajra shining upon his body gave him an unusual stature. It suggested power that commanded some noble dignity. They went forward, rushing in one direction. They were ready to discover the treasures in the relic. The Purple Gold Rat Clan was an expert at this. It was a talent that belonged to them, so they did not want to partner with others. Furthermore, the Purple Gold Rat Clan kept a low profile under the leadership of Shu Huangsun. Instead of traveling by air, they shuttled on the ground and maintained a steady speed to avoid attracting the attention of others. The Purple Gold Rat Clan was not considered superior in the demonic realm of the Heavenly Mandate realm. It was regarded as strange and alien by many other more noble demonic clans. In the entire 9 realms, it had no strong position to speak of. Thus, it worked better for them to keep a low profile. Ha! Shu Huangsun suddenly seemed to have felt something. He stopped and turned to look around. He faintly felt that someone was peeping at them with divine will and still approaching. "Go and see," he said. Behind him, 2 rat demons levitated. The golden lights on their bodies shimmered as they headed toward the sky. Their eyes turned golden. It was as if they could penetrate the void directly and look into a very distant place. Their golden pupils pierced through the space. A white-haired figure traveled through the air with incredible speed. It was coming toward them. At the same time, the white-haired figure was condensing a seal in both hands. Suddenly, numerous currents of swordsmanship appeared around him. In the distant void, countless divine wills suddenly appeared to resonate with the divine swords. A strong sword will burst out. They soon saw the bright and sparkling eyes of the white-haired youth. He seemed to be smiling at them. In the next moment, the sword came directly through the void. "Watch out!" the 2 shouted. As their voices faded, the radiant sword light appeared as countless divine swords manifested above the sky. 2 of the swords sliced through the void and headed toward the 2 men. Pest! It was almost too fast for them to react. The swords penetrated through, carrying with them the will of the great path of space. The 2 demon saints of the Purple Gold Rat Clan looked pale. Why were they so fast? Wherever the divine will turned, it instantly landed. Sword chi raged in their bodies. More swords descended from the sky, piercing through their bodies and killing the 2 demons. When they saw the swords descending from the sky, the rest of the demonic beasts of the Purple Golden Rat Clan were appalled. Many rat demons escaped and fled beneath the ground. In the blink of an eye, countless divine swords rained down. The sounds of bodies being stabbed continued. The divine swords seemed to be alive as they pierced the ground and continued to chase. Fresh blood leaked spread on the ground. Growl! A terrifying angry roar was heard. Shu Huangsun's face was extremely gloomy as he witnessed the scene in front of him. His real nature manifested itself. He turned into a giant purple gold rat demon. He opened the great basin of his golden mouth and devoured the incoming divine swords. He ferociously chewed them up. They had just entered God's relic, yet someone was there to assassinate them. 2 figures stepped out of the void. The man in front had white hair like snow. His white robe was flying in the wind. The man behind him wore a black robe and showed an indifferent murderous intent in his eyes. He exuded an air of aggression. Purple Gold Rat Clan, you participated in the attack of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Yifutian spoke lightly. His voice was indifferent as he announced the crimes committed by the Purple Gold Rat Clan. With a turning of his will, countless divine swords appeared. They enveloped the vast and endless void. They quickly and madly fell down. They did not kill the demons. Instead, they locked them into the space. "Yu Shang, kill those rats who fled beneath the ground," Yifutian commanded. Yu Shang stomped his foot. An indescribable heavy sensation exploded. His dark armor on him shone with radiance. He was like a dark demonic god that had descended directly from the heavens. He threw a punch at the ground. When the punch made contact, the earth made a dull sound as huge cracks appeared. The ground was being torn apart. Beneath the ground, many miserable sharp screams were heard. As fresh blood mixed into the earth, the ground turned dead silent. No breath of life was detected. In an instant, the casualties were more than half of the clan. Every one of the demon saints of the purple gold rat clan shivered. Their faces showed anger and fear. They looked at Yi Futian and Yushang in terror. How were they so strong? These two had once appeared at the feast of the Violet Heavenly Palace. At that time, they had demonstrated extraordinary combat effectiveness, but they were not that strong. Now, they were invincible. This was to avenge the past participation of the Purple Gold Rat Clan in the attack of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Shu Huangsun let out a low growl and exposed his sharp golden fangs. He looked terrifying and menacing. His eyes were fixed on Yi Futian and Yusheng. After they entered God's relics, they had intended to go about their business as inconspicuous as possible. In less than 5 minutes after entering, they had been followed and hunted. Now, more than half of their people were slain. Behind Yi Futian and the others, Black Wind Condor had also rushed over. When he saw what was in front of him, he blinked and remembered Yi Futian talking about keeping a low profile. He felt deeply troubled. The low profile the boss had spoken about really confused Black Wind Condor. Yi Futian was still standing in the air with countless divine swords falling all around him. They were everywhere, locking down the area. With Yushang there as well, there was not even room for a mouse to move. The cultivators from the Purple Gold Rat Clan, who had come to the ruins, had been frightened by the two men. This made them feel a little bit sad. They had thought that they would be able to thrive with the greatest powers of the 9 realms on this trip to the God's Relic and seize it for themselves. They had not thought that right at the beginning. Things were going very badly. Yi Futian looked at the cultivators of the Purple Gold Rat Clan and said, "I will give you a choice. Submit or die." His eyes were cold. There was not even a hint of emotion in his voice. He was considering what Yushang had said. There was no lack of powerful figures who had come to the God's Relic. The two of them naturally had no major problems. For the others, once a major battle broke out, it would be difficult to take care of them. He needed to get a few servants to take care of them. The Purple Gold Rat Clan were without a doubt the best choice. Submit. Shu Huangsun grew larger. His body was extremely hideous. His fur was golden and shiny. As a member of the Rat Clan, it still did not give anyone even the slightest feeling of beauty. His golden fur stiffened and grew as sharp as knives. He stretched out his incredibly sharp claws. An aura like that of a demon emperor spread out from them. As they pressed forward, everyone could feel a terrible tearing power coming off of them. The Purple Gold Rat Clan stood at the peak of the demon realm. However, they were being taken lightly by this human. Did he take them for common rats? Was he really trying to make the members of their sovereign family submit? Many of the Purple Golden Rat Saints angrily glared at Yi Futian. Was he trying to humiliate them? Yushang looked up and felt the cold demonic aura surging from the Purple Gold Rats. His eyes were cold, and his gaze was full of murderous intent. "It would be an honor for you," he said. His dark demonic armor flashed with a terrible light. Many dark, sharp blades appeared in his arms, which was a shocking sight. This made the demon saints of the Purple Gold Rat Clan feel an immense amount of pressure. This demonic cultivator was much more frightening than Yi Futian. There was not even a hint of emotion in his dark eyes. It was like he was nothing more than a killing weapon. Shu Huangsun swept his gaze over Yushang. The light shining on his sharp claws grew even stronger. He planned to use his claws to tear through Yi Futian's and Yushang's heads. He was using the finger bone of a powerful ancestor of the Purple Gold Rat Clan to enhance his claws. It contained terrible will within it. When light burst forth from it, the space in front of him seemed like it would be torn in two. Yi Futian naturally felt its aura. There was a roaring sound within him as the Supreme Elephant Emperor's bones released their power. In a flash, a burst of incomparably powerful aura filled the area. Whoosh! Shu Huangsun flew through the air at an incredible speed. He reached out with his giant claws toward Yi Futian's head. His claws expanded until they filled the air. Yi Futian's whole was likely to be covered by this attack. Without any hesitation, Yi Futian raised his arms and slammed them forward. The great path roared so loudly that the heavens shook. The sound of bones breaking was instantly heard. Xu Huangsun felt his bones shattering. He soon saw a pair of ice-cold eyes. They were deep enough to make one feel like they had fallen into an abyss. In his mind, Yi Futian's image grew larger and larger. It was imprinted on his divine soul. A terrible energy storm raged through him. He groaned as his massive body began to shake. Boom! There was a loud noise as fists slammed into his head. He gave a pitiful cry as powerful will surged into him, eating up his own will and draining him of any power he had to resist. He cried out as if he had realized something. He had made his final resistance. He was from the Purple Gold Rat Clan and a sovereign family. How could he have fallen so far as to be the servant of humans and obey their orders? This was a massive humiliation. Boom! There was another loud noise as his divine soul was struck again. The more he resisted, the worse it got. Yi Futian was using his attacks to waken his willpower. Yi Futian saw the image of a purple gold rat within his opponent's divine soul. He knew this was his main spirit. Powerful will surged into him through the raging energy storm, leaving an imprint behind. At that moment, all his power to resist disappeared. Kneel, Yi Futian coldly said. Below them, the cultivators of the Purple Gold Rat Clan watched and trembled in fear. Up in the air, Xu Huangsun was kneeling. It seemed he had willingly submitted to Yi Futian. This made them feel a deep chill come up from their souls. They were finished. They had just entered the god's relic and had hoped to have some success. Instead, what had been waiting for them was disaster. Yi Futian stepped forward and placed a foot on Xu Huangsun's back. He swept his sharp eyes over the Purple Rat Clan cultivators below him as he said, I will kill anyone who does not submit. Whoosh! Several of the Purple Rat Clan demon saints tried to flee. Bang! Yushang quickly strode forward, moving an incredible distance in a single step. The power with which he brought his foot down made the earth shake and split open. He reached out. Terrible demonic light burst forth, transforming into swallowing power. All the Purple Gold Rat Clan cultivators were slowed down. In the next instant, countless beams of dark light wrapped around them. They turned into dark claws that pulled them firmly backward. Roar! One of the Purple Gold Rat Clan cultivators transformed with a roar. Golden light flashed from him. He tried to break the power of the claws that were holding him. There was no way he could have succeeded. He was pulled right back into Yushang's arms. A snapping sound rang out as Yushang's hands turned into sharp demonic claws that pierced into his opponent's flesh. It was a shocking sight. Thump! There was another loud noise as Yushang stepped into the sky. Countless beams of dark demonic light swept out toward the other Purple Gold Rat Clan cultivators, covering the entire area. As the cultivators below watched Yushang, there was a loud splitting sound as the cultivators who had tried to flee were smashed to death one by one. There was no hope of escape. They all died on the spot. Before long, everything had calmed down. There was no sign that a struggle had taken place. The Purple Gold Rat Clan cultivators felt that things were hopeless. It seemed that they had no other choice but to accept their fates. They had lost any hope of victory as soon as they had entered the god's relic. Yi Futian took several steps forward. As he stood in midair, a brilliant light shone from him. The cultivators of the Purple Gold Rat Clan lowered their heads. They had no more power to resist. They despaired inwardly, but what did it matter? There was a simple choice before them now. They had to choose to live or die. Yi Futian looked at the Purple Gold Rat Clan cultivators, whose heads were lowered, without any sympathy or pity. In addition to having participated in the siege of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, they had tried to steal the divine Elephant Emperor's bones at the Origin Mountains and kill him. From now on, you are no longer permitted to resist. Yi Futian walked back and forth in front of them. He began to take full control of them. Their bodies trembled. Before long, they all knelt on the ground with incredibly sincere looks in their eyes. They were now fully obedient to Yi Futian. Behind them, Luoyue and the other cultivators of Taishan Mountain looked surprised. What was this? Yi Futian seemed to be able to control demons. Once all the demons of the Purple Gold Rat clan were controlled, Yi Futian turned and said to the people of Taishan Mountain, "This ability is not appreciated by the demon clans. I trust that you will all keep my secret." "Don't worry," Luoyue said with a nod. There were not many people there from Taishan Mountain. After all, Taishan Mountain was rather weak. They had mostly come there to observe. As far as they were concerned, the most important thing was to stay alive. They were not about to deny any good fortune that came their way. Yi Futian knew all the people who had come. Moreover, he knew they would all obey him. Those who had cultivated to the saint level would not run their mouths and give away secrets. Once all this was done, Yi Futian swept his gaze over the Purple Gold Rat clan. With a single thought, they all suddenly began burrowing into the ground and went off in different directions. At the same time, one of them burrowed right below their feet, guarding them from below. He was not going to leave them. This rat cultivator desired to give his all to defend them. When they needed it most, he would defend Xia Qingyuan and the others. The swordmaster of Lihan walked up to Yi Futian and whispered, "Are you sending the rat demons out to scout?" Yi Futian nodded. "Yes, I sent them out in different directions. It is said that these rats have some particular talents and are well suited to scouting and finding treasure. If I spread them out, they can cover a greater area. Even if they are discovered, the people of other forces will not consider a single rat to be a threat. They will probably just ignore them." The swordmaster of Lihan slightly nodded. If any of the rats were discovered and targeted, a single rat had no hope of standing on its own. He inwardly sighed. After so many years of experience, this young man, who had once been swayed by personal feelings, was becoming more mature. Of course, he did not pity these rats at all. When he heard what Yi Futian had said, he knew there was great enmity between the two sides. "In that case, we do not need to worry too much as we make our way," Yi Futian said. The group continued forward. They were not moving very fast. The rats had gone out in all directions, but he did not yet know what direction to go to find ruins left by the gods. While Yi Futian was controlling the Purple Gold Rat clan, the other forces that had come to the god's relic were moving as well. They were all going in different directions. The cultivators who had reached into the Renhuang Plain were the fastest, and their senses covered the widest area. They already had an advantage and hoped they could discover the ruins as fast as possible. They knew very well that as more time passed, the number of Renhuangs in the god's relic would increase. Many powerful figures were likely to break through to the next level. However, no great battle had broken out yet. Other than Yi Futian's fight with the Purple Gold Rat clan, the other forces were temporarily at peace and did not attack each other. They all knew that this was only because the time was not yet right. Once a ruin left behind by the gods was found, a vicious battle would certainly break out.